Warrior Lore. Chapter 1030. Intense winds howled in his ears. Fang Yuan, who was still flying, shook. He woke up from his stupor and shouted, "I have been reborn. Spring-autumn cicada is amazing." As expected of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal goo. What time is it now? Ing Wuxie stopped. He looked around and found that he was on the way to the center of Yitian Mountain. Right now, he was less than 10,000 li away from his destination. Fang Yuan purposely lent fixed immortal travel to me. He wanted me to get to him so that he could take back his goo worms and obtain victory. But he did not expect that he was Providence's pawn. Spring-autumn cicada was also controlled by Providence. Now that I have been reborn, I remember the situation at the center of Yitian Mountain clearly. I can use fixed immortal travel to teleport there. I need to deal with Fang Yuan and take revenge. Thinking of this, Ing Wuxie shook his head. Damn it, I was affected by Fang Yuan's fake will again. Ing Wuxie gritted his teeth. Providence is truly up to no good. Even if I rush there now, Fang Yuan has already used sovereign immortal fetus goo. At most, I can injure him while he is weak. What a pity. If I return to the time when I just left the dream realm, I would be able to turn the situation around. Humph, Providence will not do that, because it does not want my main body to obtain sovereign immortal fetus goo. Since the situation is set, I will follow the main body's instructions and retreat. Providence wants two tigers to fight each other. How can I allow it to do that? Those who achieve great things have to endure what others can't. I do not need to deal with Fang Yuan. I will let him attract Providence's attention. If he survives in the future, I will use him as the main goo material to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo. I will save a lot of time and effort. Meanwhile, I need to rebuild Shadow Sect. This is not the end. We can make use of Tai by Yunsheng and He Lulan, but we can't let them meet Fang Yuan. Since he already knew about the false will, he was on guard. Then Ing Wuxie would escape from Fang Yuan's grasp. He took one last look at Yitian Mountain, his eyes flickering with anger, hatred, anticipation, and all sorts of other emotions. From this distance, he could already see the huge ruins of Yitian Mountain. Fang Yuan was a despicable thief who had plotted to steal his fruits of labor. It must still be there. But he couldn't go now. Everything had to be done with the bigger picture in mind. Ing Wuxie gritted his teeth and flew away. Why hasn't Ing Wuxie returned yet? Fang Yuan waited for a long time, his heart sinking. So you say, has he seen through my arrangements and escaped from my control? Fang Yuan's frown deepened. Although he did not know what had happened, his previous life's memories had vanished, and he did not know the truth behind spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan was clear on one thing. He was in deep trouble this time. If Ing Wuxie does not come here, the special will I instilled in the goo worms cannot be activated. After the time limit, these goo worms will self-destruct. I need to get to Ing Wuxie as soon as possible and subdue him. Or I can convince He Lulan and Tai by Yunsheng to help me subdue him. Fang Yuan still had attitude goo. This was the best evidence to convince He Lulan. As for convincing Tai by Yunsheng, that was even easier. After all, they had been together for a period of time. He could make Tai by Yunsheng believe him with some minor details. Fang Yuan inspected his goo worms. Because he had regained control of the goo worms from Change Soul. The first was the legendary attitude Immortal Goo. Other than that, there was also the Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, Unravel Mystery, Soul Path Immortal Goo, Change Soul. As for the others, they were all Soul Path and Dream Path Mortal Goo. There was no point in mentioning them. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Warrior Lore, because among these, there were no movement goo worms. Do I have to chase him on foot? Ing Wuxie with fixed immortal travel? Or should I take all the Dream Path goo worms in Ing Wuxie's body for my own use? Among these goo worms, there are movement goo worms. These goo worms did not belong to Fang Yuan's will. Thus, Fang Yuan could not subdue them like Unravel Mystery and Change Soul. To use them, he would need to use Attitude Goo and others. To deceive them. But he had already deceived them once. Fang Yuan did not have much confidence in a second time. But there is no other way, I have to try. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan subconsciously raised his head, looking at Ing Wuxie's body floating in the air. He had never expected that this would be the last time he saw Ing Wuxie. At the next moment, Ing Wu Xie's body self-detonated. There was no sound. This was a silent explosion. And the result of the explosion was not bloody at all. It was beautiful and dazzling. Ing Wu Xie's flesh, blood, bones, skin, and hair turned into layers of dazzling light. These dazzling lights were colorful and beautiful. But facing this breathtakingly beautiful scene, Fang Yuan's pupil shrunk. He quickly retreated and pulled some distance away. Because he recognized this, it was a dream realm. A dream realm had reached a visible level. It was deep and unfathomable. It was rapidly forming in front of him. Did I use lead soul into dream on spectral soul? That's why I ended up like this? No, definitely not. Why would Ing Wu Xie's body self-detonate for no reason? It seems to have turned into a dream realm? Fang Yuan was very confused. He did not know that Ing Wu Xie's lifespan was only 18 hours. In 18 hours, Ing Wu Xie would turn from a mortal to a rank 1 Gu master. 4 hours later, he would become a rank 2 Gu master. Following that, rank 3, rank 4, rank 7, rank 8. Every 2 hours, his cultivation level would increase by 1 rank. At the end of his life, he would even become a rank 9 Gu immortal. But after 18 hours, he would self-detonate and turn into a dream realm. He had created something from nothing, using immortal Gu reality to create it from the dream realm. It was not strange that it turned into a dream realm now. The dream realm formed from the self-detonation expanded rapidly, spreading rapidly. Fang Yuan used all his strength to run. He ran for more than 700 li before the dream realm reached him. If he fell into the dream realm, he would be in big trouble. Even though Fang Yuan had unravel mystery immortal Gu, he did not have enough mortal Gu. He could not use the immortal killer move Unravel Dream. The dream realm was still spreading, but its speed was much slower. Fang Yuan had to retreat further until he was 1,000 li away from Etian Mountain. The expansion of the dream realm gradually stopped. This way, a giant dream realm that was 1,000 li in size appeared in front of Fang Yuan. It filled his vision. Fang Yuan felt a chill in his heart. Thankfully, I did not listen to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's advice to destroy Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. Otherwise, wouldn't my soul be trapped in this giant dream realm along with Ing Wu Xie's body? What do I do now? This change severely disrupted Fang Yuan's plans. Ing Wu Xie's body. It was extremely valuable to begin with. There was also a set of Dream Path Gu worms that could activate the extremely powerful lead soul into Dream. What Fang Yuan could not forget was Spectral Soul. Even though he was not in a good state, if he left the Dream Realm and ended up in Fang Yuan's hands, if Fang Yuan's soul searched him, he might be able to find out more secrets and a vast amount of cultivation experience. There was also the huge battlefield. Even though the myriad tribulations had destroyed it, there might still be some Gu immortal apertures left behind. At least, life and death-blessed land was still around. But now, these things were wrapped in the dream realm. Not to mention the fact that Fang Yuan could not use Unravel Dream now, even if he could. If he wanted to unravel this dream realm and return to the center of the battlefield, how long would that take? Fang Yuan clenched his fists, looking at this giant dream realm. He sighed helplessly. At this point, there is no other way. I cannot stay here for long. After such a huge commotion, the other southern border Gu immortals will definitely come here. Fang Yuan used his memories to run far away. The direction he chose was the body that Tai Bai Yunsheng was riding on back then. The direction he escaped in. I hope my luck is good and I can meet them. Fang Yuan would not get what he wanted. Fang Yuan did not know that Tai Bai Yunsheng and the rest had encountered the southern border Gu immortals later. They had already changed directions during the intense battle. He did not know either. With the advantage of rebirth, Ing Wu Xie had already reunited with Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan. Fang Yuan, you better explain yourself, otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you. He Lulan's expression was ashen. She was very impolite when she saw Ing Wu Xie. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly stretched out his hand. Wait, I believe Fang Yuan. There must be a reason. Listen to his explanation first. Ing Wu Xie looked at He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng sincerely. I was too impatient. I was hit by the enemy's killer move. It was not as simple as falling into a dream realm. Right now, almost all of my Gu worms cannot be used. Only by killing the enemy can I unravel this move. But I saw that you were clearly using fixed immortal travel. If not for the fact that we have goo worms on us that can sense each other's location, I would have thought that you abandoned us and left southern border. Hei Lolan's tone was anxious as she continued to interrogate. This was a forbidden move that I had no choice but to use. You saw it too. The first time I used fixed immortal travel, I was injured because I failed. Moreover, why would I abandon you? The current situation is filled with danger. We need to be united to have a higher chance of survival. Ing Wu Xie said firmly. Hei Lulan snorted coldly, wanting to speak. Ing Wu Xie hurriedly interrupted her. All right. Now, we need to use fixed immortal travel to return. My identity has already been exposed. The Celestial Court already knows about it. Who immortal blessed land is no longer safe. The resources inside need to be moved. Fang Yuan sprinted madly. He did not use any goo worms, but right now, he was as agile as flying, as fast as a galloping horse. After sprinting for 15 minutes, he did not feel any fatigue. While sprinting, he was pleasantly surprised to find. Don't be fooled by his white and tender appearance. His defense was astonishing. While sprinting, even when the tree branches touched his body, they did not leave a mark on his body. Along the way, the sharp stones were crushed by his feet. They were not an obstacle at all. Furthermore, he had great strength. With a light leap, he could jump over 10 feet. But what made Fang Yuan disappointed was, as he sprinted, he did not see any traces of Ing Wu Xie, Hei Lulan, or Tai Bai Yunsheng. Chapter 1031. Wind howled in his ears as Fang Yuan ran across mountains and rivers. Even without using goo worms, he was extremely fast. After the calamities and tribulations, it was no longer a flat plain. There were mountains and forests everywhere. Southern border had many mountains. This was one of the characteristics of this region. I ran for so long without any rest, but I don't feel tired at all. Most importantly, I did not use any goo worms at all. At this moment, Fang Yuan could already feel the uniqueness of this body. A goo master's body was not modified by goo worms like black boar goo or white boar goo. It was no different from a mortal's body. Because of the Tao marks, a goo master's body would have all sorts of profundities and extraordinary aspects. This body of mine was created from the rank 9 immortal goo sovereign immortal fetus. It seems that I have a lot of Tao marks in my body. At least, my strength path Tao marks are much more abundant than my original accumulation. Fang Yuan evaluated inwardly. Ever since he became an immortal zombie, he did not feel tired. But if he returned to his original state, he would have to stop and rest after running for a while like today. Fang Yuan sprinted and climbed up the dense forest. The steep mountain rocks were like flat ground to him, using both his hands and feet. Fang Yuan was still naked. He was like a white wave moving through the dense forest. He could clearly distinguish the dense forest in his field of vision. Even when he was running, it was like he was still. Fang Yuan easily avoided it. Using Earth's terminology, this is motion vision. My dynamic vision is excellent to the extreme. It is at an inhuman level. My original body could only reach this level by using goo worms. Quickly, Fang Yuan climbed to the peak of this mountain. The dark forest in his vision disappeared. His vision widened. The sky was high, and the mountain was majestic. The wind blew his long hair, causing it to flutter behind him. Fang Yuan took 3 deep breaths. Immediately, he calmed down. His breathing slowed down. It was like nothing had happened earlier. His stamina was at an unimaginable level. The mountain wind was chilly. Fang Yuan was still naked, but he couldn't feel any coldness. His heartbeat quickly calmed down. Every beat of his heart was heavy and powerful. Fang Yuan looked into the distance. His field of vision was extremely broad. Within 10,000 steps, every detail of the scenery was revealed. With a casual glance, Fang Yuan's gaze froze, and his expression turned grave. He found traces of battle. It seems that Tai Bai Yunsheng and Hei Lulan brought my body here and encountered other goo immortals. They fought? Fang Yuan jumped down from the peak of the mountain. With a bang, he landed directly on a mountain rock 30 feet below. He was unscathed. Even his feet did not feel numb. On the other hand, The surface of the rock beneath his feet was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. A glint flashed across Fong Yuan's eyes. He began to try again. The difference in height was getting bigger and bigger. From the initial 30 feet, it grew to 50 feet, 80 feet, 120 feet. Using Earth's distance measurement, 30 feet was 9 meters, 50 feet was 15 meters. It was already the height of a 5-story building. 120 feet was already a skyscraper or an electric tower. 120 feet was far from Fong Yuan's limit. He continued to climb to 500 feet. At this level, Fong Yuan finally felt the soles of his feet turning numb. He became bolder and bolder. A few times, he purposely landed on other parts of his body. His chest landed on the ground, his back landed on the ground, and so on. Often, he smashed holes into the hard mountain rocks. Fong Yuan stood up from the hole, as if nothing had happened. Even his whole body felt numb. It felt good. Breathing in deeply, Fong Yuan jumped down again. This time, it was 580 feet. This height did not matter to Fong Yuan anymore. The important thing was, this time, Fong Yuan decided to land with his head. Bam! A muffled sound. Fong Yuan's entire head smashed into the rock. With a push of his hands, he pulled his head out of the pit. The skull was the hardest part of the body, but Fong Yuan could still feel it. He felt his scalp go numb, and his head was a little dizzy. But this dizziness only lasted for 2 or 3 breaths, and the degree was very slight. When the cool mountain breeze blew, it disappeared without a trace. Fong Yuan touched his head, and then carefully examined his body. There were no scars, not even a strand of hair was lost. To sum it up in an idiom, there was no hair damage at all. Fong Yuan tried to pull out his hair. He found that it was very tough, and he actually used a lot of strength to pull out one strand. This strand of hair was thicker than a normal person's hair, black and shiny, giving off the feeling that it was an extremely thin steel wire. He pulled harder, but it could not be pulled off. It was very tough. Fong Yuan was deep in thought. He wrapped this strand of hair around his wrist, wrapped it a few times, and then tied it up firmly. This hair could not be thrown away. If someone obtained it, it would be the best deduction evidence. Fong Yuan rushed towards the traces of the battle while jumping down the mountain, testing his limits. The height continued to rise. Soon, he went from 150 feet to over 800 feet. At this level, Fong Yuan could already feel pain, but it was not unbearable. Eventually, when he reached over 100 feet, Fong Yuan stopped his experiments. Jumping down from such a height already made him feel obvious pain. Moreover, the area where he landed was flushed red, and there were bruises on his skin. 100 feet. Isn't this the limit of this body? Fong Yuan was speechless. This height had already reached a terrifying level. Even the Eiffel Tower on Earth was only 300 meters, or 100 feet tall. Just with my body, without using any defensive goo, I can already reach this height. Even goo immortals can't reach this height with just their bodies, right? It seems that among the Tao marks on my body, there are many defensive ones. This discovery made Fong Yuan feel more at ease. After all, he only had unravel mystery, change soul, and attitude goo. They were not defensive immortal goo. Arriving at the traces of the battle, Fong Yuan squatted down and inspected. It seems to be them. Soon, Fong Yuan stood up, frowning. There were no investigative goo worms. It was very inconvenient. Fong Yuan could not be sure. But he knew he had to continue chasing. There is not much time left. He did not have time to inspect his body's profundities. The earlier experiment was just a casual one. Fong Yuan continued to chase. Soon, he found the second and third traces. Fong Yuan followed the traces, slowly changing his direction. When goo immortals fought, most of them happened in the air. There were not many traces on the ground. Moreover, Fong Yuan could not fly. This made it very difficult for him to chase. As time passed, Fong Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky like a meteor. With a loud sound, he landed in front of Fong Yuan. Flames spewed out in all directions, instantly burning the surrounding forest within a few hundred steps of them to nothing. Who is it? Fong Yuan frowned. A sharp light shined in his eyes as he shouted coldly. I am Hua Kongdong. I dare to ask you, friend, did you come from Etion Mountain? The person was burning in flames. He did not have a friendly attitude. Fang Yuan's expression turned grim. Change soul immortal Gu's aura appeared. He asked instead of answering, "You came at the right time. Did you see anyone suspicious when you were flying in the sky earlier?" The person sensed Change soul immortal Gu's aura. He knew that Fang Yuan was not to be trifled with. His aura froze. There were not many rank 6 Gu immortals with immortal Gu. Even though Hua Kongdong was a lone cultivator, he had already joined Southern Borders Chai Clan. Chai Clan was a super force. In this battle of Etian Mountain, Chai Clan's Gu immortals died. Chai Clan's first Supreme Elder sent an external Gu immortal, Hua Kongdong, to investigate. Hearing Fang Yuan's question, Hua Kongdong thought to himself, "Suspicious person? You're running around in broad daylight with your bare buttocks on. You are the most suspicious person." He was silent for a while before replying. "There is no one else in the surrounding 100 li, other than you." "Damn it! Damn it!" Fang Yuan screamed. His face contorted into a malevolent expression. It was as if he wanted to devour someone. Next, he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he muttered to himself, "It seems that you ran far away. But even if you run to the ends of the world, I will catch up to you. This humiliation, I will make you pay 100 times, 1,000 times over." Hua Kongdong saw Fang Yuan's expression and had a guess. It seems that this person ran around naked because he was tricked by someone. He lost many Gu worms and suffered a loss. This person is ruthless and angry. I need to be careful. Before Fang Yuan explained anything, Hua Kongdong explained for Fang Yuan in his mind. Furthermore, he did not want to offend Fang Yuan. It was not worth it to block a calamity for someone else. "I did not go deep into Etian Mountain. Go take a look yourself." Saying this, Fang Yuan left. Hua Kongdong was not satisfied with this answer. He wanted to stop Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan stopped and turned around. "Wait, you are Hua Kongdong? From Chai Clan?" "Yes." Hua Kongdong was stunned before replying. Fang Yuan squeezed out an unsightly smile. "Very good. I have a relationship with your 9th Supreme Elder Chai Bu Ta. Has his battlefield killer move Myriad Clan Torchfire been perfected?" Hua Kongdong quickly answered. 9th Elder is still in closed cultivation. He is being confined by his grandfather. Last time, he teased Fairy E. After I settle this, I will go visit him. Fang Yuan said as he stretched out his hand towards Hua Kongdong. "Lend me some Gu worms." Hua Kongdong was stunned again. "What You are a Grand Gu immortal. You are just lending me some mortal Gu. Why are you being so stingy?" Fang Yuan said impatiently. Hua Kongdong thought, 9th Elder is in closed cultivation to perfect his battlefield killer move. That is just an excuse. The truth is, he really teased Fairy EE. Since the other party knows about this, they should be related. I am a member of Chai Clan. I am a lone cultivator, an outsider. And 9th Elder is not only a member of Chai Clan, he is also the grandson of 1st Supreme Elder. If I meet his friends and don't lend them Gu worms, it would be unjustifiable. Let's borrow them. They are mortal Gu anyway. They are nothing. Hua Kongdong took out a Gu worm and handed it to Fang Yuan, asking, "I wonder what is this brother's name?" "Sure. I am Dongfang Xiongji." Fang Yuan waved his hand. Chapter 1032. Whoosh. Fang Yuan flew in the air. He was like a huge fireball. His whole body was burning in flames. There was a long black smoke trail behind him. He was not weak at all. The situation earlier was very dangerous. Fang Yuan encountered Hua Kongdong. He had 3 immortal Gu, as well as some Soul Path and Dream Path mortal Gu. But they were not comprehensive. If they fought, he would be at a disadvantage. Even if Fang Yuan wanted an immortal killer move to exchange souls with Hua Kongdong, he could not do it. Earlier, he had used up a lot of mortal Gu to exchange souls with Ing Wuxia. He did not have a complete set of Gu worms on him, but Fang Yuan used his outstanding acting skills to not only get out of danger, he even swindled 4 rank 5 mortal Gu. In my previous life, I participated in the Battle of Etian Mountain. I participated in the huge gambling house. I witnessed the internal conflict of Southern Borders Gu immortals. I obtained a lot of important information. Fortunately, otherwise, How could I know the relationship between Chai clan's ninth elder and Dongfang Xiongji? I was able to deceive Huakong Dong because of attitude gu. Fang Yuan had the original familiar face. He modified it into a new version with attitude gu as the core and 1,000 mortal gu as support. But of course, he could not use this killer move. Earlier, when facing Huakong Dong, he had used attitude gu alone. Attitude gu's effect is to disguise my true emotions, to express a fake attitude, but to make others believe it. After thinking about it, Fang Yuan felt that this attitude gu was very useful. Because he had used attitude gu earlier, his performance was flawless. Huakong Dong felt that Fang Yuan was in a state of anger. It was better not to provoke Fang Yuan. Another good thing was, attitude gu's rank was very high, but the conditions to use it were very low. It was just a waste of effort. Fang Yuan had just reincarnated. He had little immortal essence. It was far from his previous accumulation. It is a pity that attitude gu is not mine. I will have to return it to He Lulan. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan was filled with regret and pity. Even though he had reincarnated and changed his body, his soul was still the same. It had not changed. After his rebirth, without stopping, he set up a new alliance with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. This covenant was very restrictive, and there were almost no loopholes. Naturally, it restricted the bodies and souls of the allies. Therefore, even if Fang Yuan had changed his body, he couldn't go against the alliance. But the power of the alliance should be divided into two parts. One was in his soul. The other part is in my physical body. At most, I can only be considered as half an ally. Sigh. Even so, the damage from breaking the contract is too great. Even if it doesn't affect my body, my soul still can't bear it. There are probably many wisdom path downmarks in this body. While thinking, Fang Yuan's thoughts changed as he realized another point. He deeply remembered. When he had just become an immortal zombie, his brain could not work properly. He was like an old man with one foot in the grave. His mind was extremely slow. Later, he used wisdom path methods to make up for this flaw. Now that he had a fresh body, he felt that his mind was as agile as a horse stepping on a swallow. His inspiration was like a spirit spring gushing out. In the process of thinking, a large number of thoughts were generated, like the beautiful waves in the sea. I finally don't need to use wisdom path gu worms to make up for my lack of thoughts. At this moment, Fang Yuan's eyes were about to tear up. In the past, he still had to use gu worms to generate thoughts to help him think. Now, his physical body was alive. He could generate a large number of thoughts on his own. And there were many types of thoughts. There were evil thoughts, good thoughts, longing thoughts, empty thoughts, battle thoughts. There were evil thoughts, obsession thoughts. As long as a person is alive, the thoughts in their mind will be all-encompassing and complex. This is not strange. It is just that my thinking speed far surpasses mortals. Even under the light of wisdom, I can last for a long time. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan deduced that this body should have a lot of wisdom path downmarks. But as for how many, Fang Yuan did not know. His thoughts were unprecedentedly clear. Even his previous body, before turning into an immortal zombie, might not even have a 10,000th of this. Other than wisdom path downmarks, there will be no lack of fire path downmarks. Fang Yuan looked at the flames on his body, his eyes flashing with brilliance. His flaming clothes were the rank 5 fire cape gu. Once used, the whole body would burn in flames. The fire was harmless, but the effect was very grand and eye-catching. Huakong Dong also used this gu, but his body was covered in flames. The height of the flames was no larger than an adult's forearm. But Fang Yuan's flames not only covered his body, they were extremely condensed. The height of the flames surpassed a grown man's forearm. Other than fire cape gu, Fang Yuan also borrowed a rank 5 flying smoke gu. Right now, Fang Yuan was flying in the air. That was the ability of flying smoke gu. Behind Fang Yuan, there was a long trail of black smoke that was tens of feet long. Most importantly, the speed had far surpassed flying smoke gu's limit. It could even match some mortal killer moves. While flying, he could hear the howling of the wind. The mountain below him was moving in reverse. Fang Yuan had an idea. It seems that there are not only fire path downmarks, There are also many Dao marks for flying. He could finally fly. This way, Fang Yuan's flying master attainment level could be fully displayed. Being able to fly meant that he would be extremely agile in battle. Standing on the ground, he could only move left, right, front, back, or jump. But in the air, he could dodge in all directions, above and below him. This was a qualitative change. His overall battle strength had risen by a level because of this goo worm. Of course, currently, Fang Yuan's battle strength was still very low among goo immortals. If he met other southern border goo immortals, he would have to use attitude goo to deceive them. I will try to avoid fighting. It would be best if I can catch up to Ing Wuxie. I will expose his identity and meet up with He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. Fang Yuan planned. Right now, Yitian Mountain was covered in a huge dream realm. If Ing Wuxie did not go to Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan's special will would not be activated. Once the time was up, Fang Yuan's goo worms would self-destruct. But as long as Fang Yuan controlled the situation, there was a way to resolve it. That was to use He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng's help to gather goo worms and swap souls. After swapping souls, Fang Yuan would return to his body and be able to use goo worms to extract the special will from the goo worms. Here was the relationship between the soul, body, and thoughts. Just the body alone could not produce thoughts. The body provided the mind. The soul could produce thoughts, but they could not last for long. The mind was needed to store them, and the collision of thoughts was called thinking. When goo masters controlled goo worms, they usually used their thoughts. Ing Wuxie's soul's thoughts were naturally different from Fang Yuan's. Thus, he could not use Fang Yuan's goo worms. Time was pressing. Fang Yuan had to make full use of every second. Being able to fly in the sky allowed him to have a wide field of vision. Searching was 1,000 times easier than before. Along the way, he found traces of battle many times. Goo immortals mostly fought in the sky. This characteristic was different from goo masters. Goo immortals had goo worms and time. They could train their ability to fly. But goo masters usually could not. Therefore, these battle scars were caused by the aftermath of the battle, which affected the ground of the mountain, and were not very obvious. Thankfully, southern border had many mountains. If it was northern plains with low terrain, it would be even less obvious. If it was eastern sea or western desert, it would be even worse. But even so, Fang Yuan did not catch up to his target. As he watched the sky gradually darken, his heart gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. Sigh. He sighed at the sky. Giving up on chasing, he changed his mind and quickly left. Fang Yuan was taking a huge risk while searching. Yitian Mountain had already become a troublesome place. Spectral Soul was refining goo to undergo tribulation. A large number of southern border goo immortals died. The commotion was so huge, more and more southern border goo immortals would definitely rush here to investigate. Ing Wuxie and the rest met these southern border goo immortals who came to investigate. Huokongdong, who Fang Yuan met, was also one of them. But the difference between the two was, the former was a northern plains goo immortal. He was suppressed by southern border goo immortals. Fang Yuan had the aura of a southern border goo immortal. He did not raise any suspicions. But if he continued to stay, even if Fang Yuan had attitude goo, it would not be safe. I left a large number of fake wills in my mind, but Ing Wuxie did not come. Is it because of the southern border goo immortal's obstruction? Or did he find out my arrangements? Or is there something else? Fang Yuan guessed. Such a huge shadow sect, spectral soul demon Venerable has schemed for tens of thousands of years. He should have other arrangements. Even the businesses of Zombie Alliance in the various regions are quite abundant. Will Ing Wuxie go to one of them? In the worst-case scenario, if he uses my identity to take my assets, what should I do? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had once used Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate. They are in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land respectively. Even if Ing Wuxie does not know the situation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, he can directly use fixed immortal travel to go to Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, right? After changing souls, the land spirit should be able to tell. But there are many ways to deceive the land spirit. The other party is a split soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan gradually stopped flying, floating in the air. The cold wind kept blowing. and it seemed to be blowing into his heart. The night was getting darker. Fang Yuan's face was covered in a layer of darkness. Then, where did Ing Wuxie, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and He Lulong go? Fixed immortal travel. The green light dissipated. Ing Wuxie left southern border, arriving in central continent. Moss Master? Before he could look around, a slightly weak voice entered his ears. It's me. Ing Wuxie raised his head slightly, replying calmly. Chapter 1033. Master, please exchange a secret code. That weak voice spoke again. Ing Wuxie spoke. 9 layers of heaven transformation. That voice continued. Land is divided into 5 regions. Ing Wuxie continued. 1,000 years and 10,000 achievements. That voice continued. Will rule over all life. Next, with a loud thud, he knelt on the ground and spoke with a choked voice. Sure pays respects to Master. Get up. Ing Wuxie laughed heartily. Looking at the kneeling Rockman Gu immortal, he raised his hand. The Rockman Gu immortal kowtowed 3 more times before standing up respectfully. But facing Ing Wuxie, his arms were still hanging down. His body was half bent and his head was lowered. His gaze was only focused on Ing Wuxie's feet, not daring to look at him directly. His Gu immortal aura was dense. He was at rank 7. Ing Wuxie used fixed immortal travel. He did not return to Hu immortal blessed land to snatch Dang Hun Mountain, but went to this secret base that Shadow Sect had set up in central continent. Ing Wuxie's soul was originally a split soul of spectral soul demon Venerable. Earlier, he was straightforward and pure because the pure dream reality seeker physique had erased his soul's memories. Ing Wuxie's memories had vanished. He was like a newborn baby. His shrewdness was naturally shallow. But intense battles of life and death were the best for tempering a person, and with the infusion of spectral souls will in Red Lotus true inheritance, Ing Wuxie had already recovered some of his memories. He naturally acted more maturely. He had experienced rebirth. He already knew of Fang Yuan's arrangements. Not only could he not use his Gu worms, Fang Yuan's fake will was also in his mind. If he was not careful, his thoughts would be affected. He had a lot of Gu worms, and also a dazzling array of immortal Gu. But Ing Wuxie could only use fixed immortal travel. In this situation, he naturally would not foolishly run to Hu immortal blessed land. Even if he had methods to deceive the land spirit, he needed many Gu worms to use them. If he entered Hu immortal blessed land without any preparations, the land spirit would definitely recognize him and expose his identity. That would be a huge problem. Thus, Ing Wuxie used fixed immortal travel to come here first. To prepare. Bring me to the earth core first. Ing Wuxie instructed. Yes, Master. Gu immortal quickly responded. The 2 of them drilled into the ground and went down a winding secret tunnel until they arrived in front of a deep pit. This deep pit was extremely large, covering a radius of 100 miles. The yellowish-brown dust in the deep pit was thick and heavy, and it kept rolling. It was unstoppable. At the periphery of the pit, there were layers of Gu formations, healing, concealing, supporting, and so on. Ing Wuxie took a closer look and could vaguely see a ball of soul floating in the center of the smoke. He observed for a moment and sighed. This soul orb was naturally Bo Qing's soul. Back then, Sword Immortal Bo Qing failed to pass the tribulation and was barely saved by the Shadow Sect's split soul Yellow. But thousands of years had passed. Bo Qing's soul's injuries worsened. Not only did it not recover, but it also weakened into a ball of soul. Bo Qing's soul was affected by the calamity. The water path Dao marks lingered around him and continued to be produced. Even though it was suppressed by the dense earth path Dao marks in the earth eye, it was not a permanent solution. It could only stall for time and not cure the root cause. Even with spectral soul demon Venerable's foundation, he was helpless against this. But Shadow Sect did not give up. To guard this place, Shadow Sect subdued a group of rockmen. With some guidance, they nurtured a Rockman Gu immortal. This Rockman Gu immortal was sure new. Originally, spectral soul demon Venerable had planned for tens of thousands of years to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Even though Shirnu was only rank 7, he still had some battle strength. Unfortunately, when he was about to summon him back, an accident occurred. A wild, one-eyed giant monkey appeared. Nu had no choice but to step forward and provoke the monkey, luring it away. Back then, Heaven Overseeing Tower had already been built. The situation was complicated and Shadow Sect had no time to deal with this matter, so they did not summon Nu back. This way, Nu Gu Immortal could be said to have escaped with his life. In fact, Shadow Sect had many accidents in all aspects. Other than Nu, the most obvious example was Qin Bai Shang's encounter with Feng Jiaga. Spectral Soul wanted to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu. He wanted to defy heaven. Providence naturally stopped him. If Spectral Soul was an otherworldly demon, the situation would be better. Unfortunately, he was born and raised here. He was greatly obstructed by Providence. Shadow Sect's strength was not to be underestimated. They were spread across the 5 regions. Because of Providence's obstruction, they could not display their full strength. After Spectral Soul failed, Shadow Sect was also defeated, especially when Zombie Alliance was completely destroyed. They suffered disastrous losses. But there were still some arrangements left in the 5 regions. Like Gu Immortal knew 15 minutes later. Where is this? Tai Bai Yunsheng came out of Ing Wu Xie's immortal aperture. Why is this not Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Immediately after, He Lulan also came out of Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture. The two looked around in confusion. They found they were in an underground secret room. The arrangements here were extremely crude. The two used investigative goo worms. They immediately found that this underground secret room was just a small corner of the entire underground maze. This is the tunnel where the rockmen live. That means, this is underground? Tai Bai Yunsheng said with some realization. Ing Wuxia nodded. That's right. We have already returned to Central Continent. We are now in Earth Abyss. The stonemen here had been moved here a long time ago. This is a secret base set up by Master. No wonder Feng Yuan sent Star Form Blessed Land into Earth Abyss. So Master had already set up a base in Earth Abyss. Tai Bai Yunsheng smiled. So Feng Yuan's second Blessed Land is also in Earth Abyss. Ing Wuxia noted it down, nodding his head without any change in expression. Zishan Makoto? He Lulan's heart jumped. She squinted as she stared at Ing Wuxia, asking again, why did you not return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land directly? Ing Wuxia was prepared, he replied calmly. It is not that I do not want to return, but now that my identity has been exposed, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals know about it. Although their speed of returning to Central Continent cannot compare to fixed immortal travel, don't forget that they have information path methods. Informing the 10 great ancient sects to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land is such a simple matter. They must have already done it. If we return directly, we might fall into a trap. That's why I came back here first to gather information. Then what did you find? He Lulan asked. Ing Wuxia sighed. As I expected, my identity has been exposed. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects already know that we are the culprits behind the destruction of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Hu Immortal Blessed Land has already been surrounded, and the Blessed Land is being attacked. In an instant, Tai Bai Yunsheng was shocked. Danghun Mountain is still there. What do we do now? Tai Bai Yunsheng knew that Feng Yuan had already found the method to revive. This way, Hu Immortal Blessed Land's value would decrease greatly. What was more important was the cultivation resources in the Blessed Land. Danghun Mountain was the most important thing. With it, they would have an inexhaustible source of income. Ing Wuxia sneered. The loss of Hu Immortal Blessed Land is a foregone conclusion. The resources inside. Let the 10 great ancient sects keep it for now. I will take it back sooner or later. The most important thing now is to make preparations and let me recover my human body. Ugh. Ing Wuxia's voice suddenly stopped. He showed a shocked expression. What is it? Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly asked. Anger and hatred flashed in Ing Wuxia's eyes. He smiled bitterly as he took out Fixed Immortal Travel's remnant body. I was hit by Shadow Sect's move earlier. I forcefully activated Fixed Immortal Travel. Now, it is destroyed. This? At once, Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan felt great regret. Fixed Immortal Travel was extremely useful. Now that it was destroyed, the 3 immortals felt their hearts bleeding. Ing Wuxia was even more shocked and furious. Why did Fixed Immortal Travel self-destruct? It seems that this is a method left behind by Feng Yuan. Damn it. He not only schemed against me, he purposely used fixed immortal travel on me to lure me to Etion Mountain. He even left behind this method. Since fixed immortal travel can self-destruct, Feng Yuan's other goo worms should also be able to do the same. Thinking of this, Ing Wuxie could no longer sit still. He was still thinking of ways to subdue Feng Yuan's goo worms. Feng Yuan's move had caught him unprepared. Intentional. It should be intentional. It seems that I need to use every second I have and borrow immortal goo to suppress his goo worms. I cannot let them self-destruct. Ing Wuxie shouted in his heart. He could not conceal the anxiety on his face. Tai Bai Yunxing felt something amiss. He asked in concern, Feng Yuan, what is it now? Ing Wuxie's expression was grim. This is a huge problem. I need to deal with it quickly, otherwise, the other goo worms will end up like fixed immortal travel. Is there anything I can help you with? Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and felt like a fire had been lit in his heart. He also became anxious. You guys rest first. A rockman will bring you to rest later. I can deal with this. After all, Master did not just leave behind this stronghold. He also left behind his connections. Ing Wuxie said this and left. At the same time, Central Continent, Tianti Mountain. We broke through. We broke through. Ha ha ha. Who immortal blessed land has finally been broken through. I want to see how much benefits this kid Feng Yuan has obtained. Everyone, don't be impatient. Don't forget that Dang Hun Mountain is under the management of our 10 great ancient sections. The goo immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects rushed in, charging into Who immortal blessed land excitedly. Then, like a bucket of cold water, they were drenched from head to toe. Empty. How can it be empty? There is nothing here. How can this be? Where is Dang Hun Mountain? Where did Dang Hun Mountain go? Central Continent's goo immortals shouted. You are Lord Fengjiuge? Who immortal land spirit opened her big watery eyes, taking the initiative to approach Fengjiuge. Fengjiuge was slightly dazed. That's me? My master told me to tell Lord. He has already taken everything that should be taken. As for this blessed land, we will directly give it to Lord's daughter, Feng Kim Hong. Who immortal land spirit said generously. What? Feng Yuan was faster than us? Didn't our joint deductions say he was still in southern border? Why did Feng Yuan only give Who immortal blessed land to Feng Kim Hong? Could it be that the two of them? Speaking of which, ever since the Refinement Path Convention, the two of them have been very close. This is something that all 10 sects know. The goo immortals muttered. Chapter 1034. Not long ago in time, Feng Yuan chased after Ing Wuxie, but to no avail. He stopped in the air, feeling dejected. Night shrouded the land, getting heavier. This was a cold night. Cold winds blew. Feng Yuan felt a chill in his bones. His original plan was very good. Making arrangements in his body, using fake will, special will, and purposely lending fixed immortal travel. According to Feng Yuan's estimation, this plan had a high chance of success. But the truth was, he failed. Feng Yuan did not know that he had succeeded before, but because of Providence and Spring-Autumn Cicada, he failed at the last moment. Since he failed, Feng Yuan decided to face it. He did not try to escape or get lucky. The truth was, he was mentally prepared. This was the result of hundreds of years of training in this world. Any plan, no matter how meticulous, would have a chance of failure. Even Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul's plan of tens of thousands of years, with such meticulous planning, didn't they still fail? Even the former demon Venerable failed, not to mention Feng Yuan. No matter which world, no one would not fail. Feng Yuan guessed Ing Wuxie's situation. Currently, because of the obstruction of southern border's goo immortals, Ing Wuxie had no time to go to Etion Mountain. This was the most likely possibility. If so, Feng Yuan's arrangements were still effective. Ing Wuxie did not discover them. The situation was not that bad. Maybe, if Feng Yuan continued to chase, he might be able to recover all his goo worms and recover his peak battle strength. But this was only one of the possibilities. Feng Yuan was a vigilant person. He did not consider victory, but considered defeat first. He liked to plan for the worst and make the most preparations. Then what is the worst situation? Feng Yuan floated in the night sky. He asked himself. The worst-case scenario would be if Ing Wuxie discovered his trap. Then, he would beat them at their own game and deceive Tai by Yunsheng and Heilulan. He would go to Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Star Form Blessed Land and empty Fang Yuan's resources. This situation was also very likely. From Fang Yuan's point of view, Ing Wuxie was spectral soul split soul. He had deep foundations. It was not hard to see through his arrangements. At the same time, the most important thing was that Etian Mountain had formed a gigantic dreamscape. The dream realm had become the biggest obstacle. Ing Wuxie could not return to Etian Mountain. Spectral Soul's main body had already fallen into the dream realm. Ing Wuxie definitely wanted to save his main body, but he had very few Dream Path Goo worms. His original body had many Dream Path Immortal Goo and Mortal Goo, but after his body self-detonated, whether these goo worms would still exist was a huge question mark. Goo worms were very fragile. Even if it was an immortal goo, a child could crush it with a pinch. Even if these Dream Path Goo worms survived, the dream realm was simply too huge. With Ing Wuxie's current condition, he could not enter the dream realm to retrieve these goo worms. Fang Yuan did not have any wishful thinking and immediately stopped chasing. They landed on a mountain below. Southern border had many mountains and forests. Fang Yuan leaned against the trunk of a tall pine tree, sitting cross-legged on a thick branch. He calmed his mind and activated Connecting Heaven Goo. From Huakongdong, he borrowed 4 rank 5 Mortal Goo. One was Flying Smoke Goo, one was Fire Cape Goo. The other 2, they were Connecting Heaven Goo and Divine Sense Goo. The latter 2 goo worms were standard for goo immortals. Using these 2 goo worms, they could communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. And Jewel Yellow Skies was the #1 goo immortal exchange market in the 5 regions. It was not strange that Fang Yuan asked Huakongdong for these goo worms, because if he had these mortal goo, he could buy some suitable goo worms from Jewel Yellow Skies. He would not have to run around naked. However, it would be impossible for him to borrow more. Even if Fang Yuan had attitude goo and Huakongdong would not suspect him, the latter would think that Fang Yuan was taking advantage of him. Fang Yuan inspected these 4 goo worms carefully before using them. There was no problem with Connecting Heaven Goo, but just as Fang Yuan was about to activate it, his body shook, his face was filled with shock. With his shrewdness, he had already reached the stage of not showing his emotions on his face. But at this moment, he was shocked to an unprecedented degree since his rebirth. Even when he found out that the mastermind behind Shadow Sect was Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan was not so shocked. His body and mind were shaken. He could not control the shock in his heart. His eyes were wide open as he looked at the night sky and the dense tree leaves. He was in a daze. Calm down. Fang Yuan blinked as he persuaded himself, but his breathing was already rough. His heart was beating rapidly. He entered his immortal aperture again. The second time. Fang Yuan sized up his brand new immortal aperture for the second time. His body shook again. He frowned. His muscles tensed subconsciously. An unimaginable scene of an immortal aperture appeared in his mind. What a mystical immortal aperture. If I did not witness it personally, I would not believe that such an immortal aperture exists in this world. Fang Yuan's mind was filled with this thought. In fact, he was already mentally prepared. Spectral Soul spent tens of thousands of years to carry out this plan. He almost emptied Shadow Sect's foundation. What was it for? It was to refine the rank 9 Sovereign Immortal Aperture Goo. Looking at the entire Goo refinement process. Firstly, the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombies set up the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation. Secondly, the corpses of the Goo Immortals who died in Southern Border, as well as their immortal apertures, were used as goo refinement materials. Next, the Zombie Alliance members of the 5 regions, 100 immortal zombies went into the formation. Finally, the demon Venerable's main body sacrificed himself to activate this 10 extreme formation. Finally, the myriad tribulations and grand tribulations were used to create glory. The difficulty of each step was unimaginable for even rank 8 goo immortals. Just the first step was to gather 10 extreme physiques. How difficult was that? Tens of thousands of years of planning and waiting, as well as some luck, to reach this step. Not to mention the steps after that. Such a price was paid. The sacrifices were unheard of. In the end, only one rank 9 immortal goo was produced. Even if Feng Yuan did not know the details, he knew that this sovereign immortal fetus goo had extraordinary power. Rank 9 immortal goo, in the vast sea of goo worms, had the status of a rank 9 venerable. They were extremely rare, extremely precious, and extremely powerful. Feng Yuan had come into contact with a rank 9 immortal goo. That was wisdom goo. Against wisdom goo, he did not even have the ability to refine it. He could only use the light of wisdom. It was like the most delicious meal in the world. He could only smell it. Even so, this fragrance was so beautiful. It gave Feng Yuan an unparalleled help. Without the light of wisdom, Feng Yuan would not have developed so rapidly and to this extent. Coincidentally, he came into contact with a second rank 9 immortal goo. Sovereign immortal fetus goo. This time, not only did he smell its fragrance, but he also swallowed this peerless feast in one gulp. The sovereign immortal fetus goo refined by spectral soul cannot be so simple. There must be a huge secret behind it. After rebirth, Feng Yuan had this thought. But he was busy chasing after Wu Xie. He did not have time to explore the mysteries of this body. Feng Yuan's new body was formed from sovereign immortal fetus goo. But exploring its secrets, even though it was important, it was not urgent. The urgent matter now was to chase after Wu Xie and take back his goo worms. Thus, Feng Yuan pushed this matter to the back of his mind. Right now, he failed to chase after Wu Xie. He was preparing for the worst. He used connecting heaven goo to connect to jewel yellow skies. At this time, he looked at his immortal aperture for the first time. He was shocked to his core with just a glance. Because this immortal aperture's scenery was extraordinary, it far surpassed Feng Yuan's cultivation knowledge. This immortal aperture was clearly a rank 6 goo immortal blessed land. But the space inside was huge, extremely huge. How huge was it? Most rank 6 goo immortals' immortal apertures were middle or low-grade. Low-grade blessed lands were at most 3 million km2, middle-grade blessed lands were over 3 million km2, but not more than 6 million km2. This was the situation for most rank 6 goo immortals. A small portion of rank 6 goo immortals like Tai Bai Yunxing had outstanding inheritances. They had deep foundations during their immortal ascension. Thus they had high-grade blessed lands. High-grade blessed lands had an area of more than 6 million km2, but not more than 9 million km2. High-grade, middle-grade, and low-grade blessed lands included almost all the situations of rank 6 goo immortals. It was almost, because there was a special case. That was the 10 extreme goo immortals. Great strength true martial physique, northern dark eye soul physique, verdant great sun physique, Guyuad desolate in physique. Once someone with one of the 10 extreme physiques became a goo immortal, like He Lulan, they would have a super-grade blessed land. Super-grade blessed lands had an area of more than 10 million km2, but not more than 20 million km2. Super-grade blessed lands were very rare. Because the 10 extreme physiques were rare to begin with, most of them would die prematurely. There were even fewer who could become immortals. Of course, once one became an immortal, just the space in the immortal aperture itself was a huge asset. The bigger the immortal aperture, the better, because the bigger it was, the more space path downmarks it could hold, the more resources it could produce, and the higher the upper limit. Many goo immortals often encountered such troublesome matters during their cultivation. The immortal aperture did not have enough space. The beast group inside was too big. It needed to be sold. The variant human population inside was exploding. It needed to be sold as slaves. There were too many plants inside. It had already affected the balance. A portion needed to be removed. Who didn't know that the larger the beast group, the more cubs they would produce each year? Who didn't know that the larger the population, the more variant humans there would be? Who would be willing to remove the plants they planted, to prevent them from growing longer and having higher value? But there was no other way. The immortal aperture space was here. Chapter 1035. However, methods like expand space immortal goo were only icing on the cake. Not to mention the high cost of using these methods, the main factor that determined the size of the blessed land was the grade of the blessed land itself. Turning around, he looked at Feng Yuan's immortal aperture again. Each layer of his immortal aperture had an area of over 50 million km2. 50 million km2 was already far beyond the super-grade immortal aperture of a 10 extreme Gu immortal. But this was only one layer of the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan found that his immortal aperture was divided into 10 layers. Each layer had an area of over 50 million km2. With this calculation, a total of 10 layers, that was 500 million km2. What concept was this? Fang Yuan had no concept of it, because he had never heard of or even imagined that there was such a monstrous immortal aperture in the world. The huge space was only the first point. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was also divided into 10 layers. This was a special phenomenon. Ordinary blessed lands did not have internal structures. They only had one unified space. For example, who immortal blessed land or star form blessed land? When would the immortal aperture have internal structures? When the immortal aperture becomes a grotto heaven. At this time, the immortal aperture would change according to the Gu immortal situation. It would be divided into different parts. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was an obvious example. My blessed land actually has the characteristics of a grotto heaven. Even the top-level Langya blessed land in the world had a unified space. And Langya blessed land fell from grotto heaven level. And my blessed land is only at the initial stage of rank 6. And in this first layer, it is further divided into 5 parts. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had a total of 10 layers. The first layer had a huge amount of land. It was divided into 5 parts. From the second to the 10th layer, there was no land. It was completely empty. What made Fang Yuan even more concerned was that the 5 parts of the first layer were divided very neatly. The middle part seemed to have the most fertile soil. It had a lot of terrain. The southern part, it was mostly hills and mountain peaks. It was moist and foggy. The northern part was mainly grassland with strong winds. The eastern part was a vast sea with islands scattered all over. The western side was more desolate. The temperature was very high, and it was dominated by the Gobi Desert. Such a setup. Wouldn't that be the current 5 regions? Southern border, Eastern Sea, Central Continent, Northern Plains, Western Desert. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. What surprised him was the 2nd to 10th floors. There was no soil in the 9 layers of space. It was empty. They were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, and black. Isn't the immemorial 9 heavens just these 9 colors? Later on, because of the Ranzu and his 10 sons, the 7 skies were destroyed. Fragments of the ancient 7 skies were scattered all over the vast land. Now, only white sky and black sky remain. The 9 heavens, the 5 great regions, the 9 paragons. Is that why it is called Sovereign Immortal Fetusku? Actually, Fang Yuan already had a feeling that his immortal aperture would be different. It would be very outstanding. However, he had never imagined that he would be so outstanding. So outstanding that even Fang Yuan felt a little panicked. Panic? This emotion seemed difficult to understand. But let's make an analogy. People like Tai Bai Yunsheng were already elites. 10 extreme Gu immortals like He Lulan. Geniuses among geniuses. Then what was Fang Yuan now? He had far surpassed the category of geniuses. If he had to be described in one word, it would be monster. Towards geniuses, people would be jealous and envious. Towards monsters that far surpassed common sense, people would panic. They would get rid of them. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, his immortal aperture was only high grade. After rebirth and strength path immortal ascension, his immortal aperture was only middle grade. He worked hard to reach super grade, but suddenly, he had this immortal aperture. Suddenly, he found that he had turned from an ordinary Gu immortal to a monstrous monster. Naturally, he would feel a trace of panic in his heart. I cannot expose this immortal aperture. Once it is exposed, I will be attacked and hunted down. But even if I tell others about this immortal aperture, no one would believe me. No, at least Spectral Soul would believe me. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's expression sank. The more outstanding the sovereign 9-5 immortal aperture was, the deeper the hatred between him, Spectral Soul, and Shadow Sect would be. Even though Fang Yuan had not fully unearthed the mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture, just based on these characteristics, his hatred with Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul was already irreconcilable. Even if the other party did not have rank 9 cultivation level, they were quasi-rank 9. Facing such a strong enemy, Fang Yuan felt a sense of pressure. Currently, Spectral Soul's main body is trapped in a dream realm. But he has planned for tens of thousands of years. He definitely has a backup plan. Ing Wu Xie is his split soul. He is currently using my body. His whereabouts are unknown. Most importantly, Zombie Alliance is dead. Shadow Sect is in ruins. How much foundation does this hidden superforce have left? Also, in the 500 years of my previous life, did Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul succeed? A new body was really useful. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan thought of many things. Thoughts collided in his mind, moving up and down like waves. I should communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies first. Fang Yuan calmed his mind. Finding the sovereign immortal aperture took him some time, but it was not a big problem. He used connecting Heaven Goo and Divine Sense Goo, finding Jewel Yellow Skies with ease. Jewel Yellow Skies was able to become the #1 trading venue for Goo Immortals in the 5 regions. It naturally had a huge origin. It was formed from a Goo Immortals Grotto Heaven, fusing with a large fragment of Immemorial Yellow Heaven. Yellow Heaven of the Immemorial 9 Heavens was at the same level as White Heaven and Black Heaven. Even if a mortal looked at the sky, they would see White Heaven and Black Heaven. As long as the Goo Immortal used connecting Heaven Goo, in their perception, Jewel Yellow Skies would be like a torch in a dark room. The process of communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies was very smooth. It was very smooth. Soon, a mirror appeared in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The scene in the mirror was that of Jewel Yellow Skies. Fang Yuan activated the Divine Sense Goo, sending his thoughts into it endlessly. After a while, he contacted Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. According to Fang Yuan's instructions before he left, Little Hu Immortal would always be using connecting Heaven Goo in her possession. After Fang Yuan was reborn, although he did not know how the Battle of Dao Justice Heavenly Mountain would turn out, he knew that once this matter was exposed, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would be encircled by Central Continent's Goo Immortals. The Dragonfish, Eerie Fire Dragon Pythons, and other resources in Hu Immortal Blessed Land had already been moved. They moved into Star Form Blessed Land one after another. There were still some left in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Danghun Mountain, several Fang Yuan stone nests, and a large number of Hairy Man slaves. In the underground cave, there was Wisdom Goo, as well as some Sword Path Immortal Goo that Fang Yuan took from Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Danghun Mountain was left in Hu Immortal Blessed Land to facilitate the trade of Guts Goo. After all, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Spirit Affinity House, and Crane Gate. There was a direct connection. If it was Star Form Blessed Land, it would be easy to deduce. Furthermore, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was an enslavement path Blessed Land. There were many enslavement path Dao marks inside. It was beneficial for Fang Yuan to manage the Hairy Man slaves. If these hairy men were in Star Form Blessed Land, they would not be as obedient as Hu Immortal Blessed Land. They would not work hard on Goo refinement. Although hairy men were variant humans, they had emotions and desires. They would slack off. Of course, Fang Yuan also considered Hei Lulan and Blazing Heaven Demoness. As for Wisdom Goo, Fang Yuan wanted to move it away the most. But Fang Yuan did not have the ability to do so. Back then, he had made an agreement with Wisdom Goo because of a special situation. Fang Yuan contacted Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. "Is it Master?" Little Hu Immortal asked happily. "It is me," Fang Yuan replied. "Is it really Master? Then let's use the secret code." Little Hu Immortal said again. The two exchanged the secret code. Little Hu Immortal was very happy. "Master, are you doing well? I miss you so much." Fang Yuan smiled. He roughly reported some important matters. He informed Little Hu Immortal and ordered her to use Group B Plan C. All along, Fang Yuan had been under a lot of mental pressure. He was worried that one day, Central Continent Goo Immortals would attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. To minimize losses, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to deduce different situations and different plans. Moreover, he taught these plans to Little Hu Immortal. Preparing for a rainy day was naturally a good thing. But after Little Who Immortal heard this, she recalled that plan. She was stunned for a moment before crying on the spot. Master, Master, you don't want Little Who Immortal anymore? Little Who Immortal is very obedient. She will listen to Master even more in the future. Heh. Fong Yuan smiled. Don't worry. Group B Plan C is the latest modification. If you act according to this plan, the other party will not truly accept you. Little Who Immortal stopped crying and smiled. She had complete trust in Fong Yuan. She did not doubt Fong Yuan's deduction. She acted according to the plan and contacted Land Spirit of Langya. Fong Yuan had already contacted Land Spirit of Langya. After all, he was an external supreme elder of Langya sect. Land Spirit of Langya quickly sent some rank 6 hairy man Gu immortals to Who Immortal blessed land through a stargate. They used the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar and turned into a giant, directly lifting up Dang Hun Mountain and sending it into the immortal aperture of a hairy man Gu immortal, before bringing it back to Langya blessed land through a stargate. Little Who Immortal brought them to Wisdom Gu. These hairy man Gu immortals were stunned. After sending the message back, Land Spirit of Langya was shocked. He quickly used his methods to deceive Wisdom Gu into the immortal aperture of a hairy man Gu immortal, before bringing it back to Langya blessed land. Knowing this result, Fong Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He had no choice but to expose Wisdom Gu to Land Spirit of Langya. He had no choice but to do so. The truth was, Land Spirit of Langya did not disappoint Fong Yuan. He was, after all, the obsession of rank 8 long-hair ancestor. Back then, long-hair ancestors' refinement path attainment had surpassed Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. He was known as the number 1 refinement path immortal in history. Such a person had an unfathomable foundation. Later generations also researched that if long-hair ancestors' physique was not limited, he would have been a variant human hairy man. If he was an ordinary human Gu immortal, he might have become a supreme rank 9 venerable. After Land Spirit of Langya moved Wisdom Gu to Langya Blessed Land, Fong Yuan contacted Star Form Blessed Land and moved Dang Hun Mountain into Langya Blessed Land as well. This way, Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley would both be in Langya Blessed Land. Even if fixed immortal travel failed to self-destruct and Ing Wuxia succeeded, he could use fixed immortal travel to Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley. That would be Langya sect shielding Fong Yuan from disaster. Chapter 1036. After relocating Who Immortal and Star Form Blessed Lands, the situation in the rear is settled. After completing this matter, Fong Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He relaxed a little. He did not consider victory, he first considered defeat. With this done, no matter how Ing Wuxia dealt with it, Fong Yuan's losses were greatly reduced. Interestingly, due to a freak combination of factors, his and Ing Wuxia's identities had been swapped. Fong Yuan was determined to live forever. His original body was just a bag of flesh to him. He did not feel any reluctance to give it up. He only cared about 3 things. First, the goo worms in his original body. Second, the cultivation resources accumulated in Who Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land. Third, the relationships between He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, Land Spirit of Langya, Spirit Affinity House, Crane Gate, and others. Fong Yuan looked at the pitch-black sky. The wind at the top of the mountain shook the branches of the pine tree he was resting on. He thought, at this time, fixed immortal travel should have self-destructed. Next, the other goo worms will self-destruct. I wonder what Ing Wuxia will do? The hope of me retrieving these goo worms is already minuscule. Who Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land's resources have already been moved away. Who Immortal Blessed Land is in the hands of Central Continent's Goo Immortals, while Star Form Blessed Land is hidden deep in Earth Abyss. Now, only the third thing is left, He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and others. Fong Yuan thought about it carefully. Among them, the relationship between Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate had already broken down. The truth of Fong Yuan destroying 88-point Jinyang Tower had already been exposed. If the Celestial Court pursued the matter, they would definitely find trouble with Fong Yuan. Ing Wuxia was using Fong Yuan's body. In a way, he was blocking trouble for Fong Yuan. Thus, there was no need to worry about this. He Lulan and Tai by Yunsheng were Feng Yuan's worries. Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness were dead. He Lulan's value was greatly reduced, but she was still a 10 extreme Gu immortal with the great strength true martial physique. Adding on her identity as Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy in the 500 years of his previous life, she had great luck and was a formidable character. She could not be underestimated. On Tai by Yunsheng, although there were only 2 immortal Gu, each was a top-tier Gu worm with great use. Feng Yuan was extremely worried that these 2 would be used by Wu Xie to make things difficult for him. Therefore, after contacting Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Star Form Blessed Land, Feng Yuan immediately tried to contact He Lulan and Tai by Yunsheng through Jewel Yellow Skies. They also left a will in the Jewel Yellow Skies. This was a communication method that they had prepared long ago. But even though Feng Yuan communicated with these 2's wills in Jewel Yellow Skies, he was still unable to contact them. Only when these 2 took the initiative to communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies would these wills return to their main bodies and communicate. Would he be able to learn the truth? He could not contact them. Feng Yuan's eyes were filled with worry. Without a choice, he gave up on trying and contacted Land Spirit of Langya. This time, he received a response almost immediately. Good lad. You finally contacted me. Land Spirit of Langya was extremely excited, shouting loudly. To speak the truth, when he agreed to help Feng Yuan relocate, it was mainly because Feng Yuan had already joined Langya's sect. When he found Deng Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and especially Wisdom Gu, he was completely stunned. There was only one word to describe it. That was shock. He had never expected Feng Yuan's foundation to be so deep. It was so deep that he simply could not believe it. Hearing Land Spirit of Langya's call, Feng Yuan smiled, as if he was looking at a hairy land spirit. A land spirit that resembled a gorilla was jumping around on the ground, waving its arms and legs with an exaggerated expression. Land Spirit of Langya originated from long-hair ancestor. It was very special. It was formed from 2 obsessions. This current obsession, it was extremely aggressive. It wanted hairy men to be the masters of the 5 regions and suppress humans. It was even more impatient than the sage-like one. But no matter which one it was, as long as it was a land spirit, they would not lie. They were all straightforward people. Feng Yuan had a much easier time interacting with the land spirit than with those human Gu immortals who knew their faces but not their hearts. Seeing that Feng Yuan did not speak, Land Spirit of Langya could not bear it any longer. It continued to shout, Feng Yuan, Langya's sect has helped you greatly this time. Otherwise, wouldn't you want to kill yourself after losing all these? Tell me, how are you going to repay me? After a pause, Feng Yuan heard Land Spirit of Langya say, Kid, quickly offer these to the sect. I won't treat you unfairly. You're our guest Grand Elder. I will give you a vast amount of sect contribution points. It is enough for you to exchange for countless immortal Gu recipes and immortal Gu. Since Feng Yuan asked Land Spirit of Langya for help, he was naturally mentally prepared. Anyone who saw Deng Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Wisdom Gu would be moved. Even Land Spirit of Langya was not immune. Land Spirit of Langya might be a straightforward person, but it was not a dead thing without intelligence. Immediately, Feng Yuan replied calmly, I am Langya's sect's external supreme elder. These are all mine. First elder, you are not thinking of embezzling these things, right? Land Spirit of Langya pulled his hair and shouted, If I had known this, I would not have allowed you to join Langya's sect. That way, I could directly confiscate your supreme treasures. Damn it, I spoke the truth again. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. Back then, Land Spirit of Langya wanted Feng Yuan to join Langya's sect. It was naturally sincere. Now that both sides had made an agreement, it was too late for Land Spirit of Langya to regret it. At least, with his current methods, it was already too late for him to break the alliance agreement. Even if he wanted to regret it, he would need some time to prepare and undo the Information Path Alliance agreement. Even so, because he did not know how to lie, Feng Yuan only needed to probe a little to obtain information. Just based on this, Feng Yuan was already in complete control of Land Spirit of Langya. However, after careful consideration, Feng Yuan felt that it was better to leave Langya Blessed Land for Deng Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and even Wisdom Gu. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were two treasure lands that spectral soul demon Venerable once controlled. If fixed immortal travel was not destroyed, wouldn't that mean that Ing Wuxie and the rest could return to these two places at any time? If Fang Yuan placed these two treasure lands in his immortal aperture, it would be very inappropriate. It would be like opening the door to a thief and inviting a wolf into the house. As for Wisdom Goo, Fang Yuan could not use it for the time being. He had revived and had a new body. He was no longer an immortal zombie. When he was an immortal zombie, Fang Yuan was not afraid of the light of wisdom. But now, if he was inside this light, his lifespan would decrease rapidly. This was a price that Fang Yuan could not accept. Thus, if he had no choice in the future, Fang Yuan would not use Wisdom Goo. This time, I obtained the sovereign immortal aperture but lost the help of Wisdom Goo. This is a loss as well as a gain. But one day, I will find a way to use Wisdom Goo freely with a fresh body. During this period of time, I might as well give Wisdom Goo to Land Spirit of Langya for safekeeping. It will save me the trouble of worrying about this. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan said to Land Spirit of Langya, First Supreme Elder, it is impossible for me to directly offer these three treasures to the sect. However, we can totally cooperate with each other. I will lend Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Wisdom Goo to the sect. The sect will be in charge of safekeeping them. If there are any accidents, we will repay them tenfold. Other than that, you just need to compensate me with some sect contribution points. Land Spirit of Langya was overjoyed. He waved his arms and legs as he shouted, Kid, you are very tactful. That's good, that's good. With Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, I can refine and strengthen the souls of those children. It will be very beneficial for their Goo refinement. And Wisdom Goo, this is a rank 9 Wisdom Path Goo, the vital Goo of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable back then. Using it to deduce immortal Goo recipes is simply too amazing. Fang Yuan heard Land Spirit's tone. He actually knew how to use Wisdom Goo. He could not help but ask. Land Spirit was not an idiot. He chuckled and replied, If you want to know how to use Wisdom Goo, use your sect contribution points to exchange for it. Our Langya sect is very fair. Both sides discussed for a while and finished discussing the matter of cooperation. Fang Yuan then talked about the Featherman Zhou Zhong. Even though this variant human Goo immortal was Fang Yuan's slave, this relationship could be broken. Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan both knew that Zhou Zhong was exposed. He might as well lead those feathermen and stay in Langya Blessed Land for now. After all, Langya Blessed Land had a huge space. Of course, it could not compare to Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. As for those hairy man slaves in Fang Yuan's stone nests, after Fang Yuan and the Land Spirit of Langya negotiated, these hairy men still belonged to Fang Yuan, but they had to throw away their slave relationship. They could only be considered as Fang Yuan's subordinates in Langya sect. Because of his background, the Land Spirit of Langya loved hairy men and despised other races. He had the ideology of hairy democracy. He naturally would not allow Fang Yuan to order these hairy men around as slaves. He did not fall out with Fang Yuan because of this, and even allowed these hairy men to remain under Fang Yuan's jurisdiction. It was already very rare. Actually, Fang Yuan was happy to see this happen. These hairy men were already free. They belonged to Langya Blessed Land. But as long as Fang Yuan mobilized them and ordered them to refine Goo, they would obey. It would not be much different from before. In fact, these hairy men would be nurtured by the Land Spirit of Langya. They would even have families and businesses in the Blessed Land. It would stimulate their passion for Goo refinement and increase their work efficiency. Finally, Fang Yuan roughly told the Land Spirit of Langya about Ing Wuxie and Shadow Sect. The Land Spirit of Langya was stunned. It took a long time for him to react after Fang Yuan finished speaking. So you even have Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Vital Immortal Goo, Spring Autumn Cicada. The Land Spirit of Langya shouted again. What kind of dog shit luck do you have? No, don't tell me you even have Giant Sun Immortal's Vital Immortal Goo, dog shit luck? So Giant Sun Immortal's Vital Immortal Goo is actually dog shit luck? Isn't it fortune rivaling heaven immortal Goo? The Land Spirit of Langya snorted. Fortune rivaling heaven was refined by him in his later years. In his early years, it was dog shit luck. I worked with him before, how could I not know? Chapter 1037. Fang Yuan had a strange expression. This was the first time he had heard of such a strange immortal goo like dog shit luck. In this situation, exposing spring-autumn cicada was not a big deal. In any case, the celestial quartz goo immortals already knew about it, which meant that the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent also knew about it. Land Spirit of Langya continued. Unfortunately, this spring-autumn cicada is only rank 6. If it was rank 9 spring-autumn cicada, you would definitely have one. Spring-autumn cicada has already fallen into Ing Wu Xie's hands. You cannot let it develop. But fortunately, I have many time path methods on my side. Spring-autumn cicada is only rank 6, and I know who has it. It is easy to restrain it. Restrain spring-autumn cicada? Fang Yuan was very interested. To speak the truth, this was his greatest worry. Land Spirit of Langya said casually, Spring-autumn cicada is only rank 6. It is fine if we don't know who has it, but since we know, it is much easier to deal with it. It might be Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal goo, but so what? In this world, there are only invincible goo masters. There are no invincible goo worms. In this world, time path is not number 1, but rather, all the paths are blossoming. But if we use time path methods to restrain it, it will be more effective. Fang Yuan heard this and nodded, feeling that Land Spirit of Langya's words were reasonable. For example, this time, he used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth, but was deduced by Shadow Sect and was even used wantonly. This was a classic example of using Wisdom Path to restrain Time Path. Spring-Autumn Cicada was indeed unique, but it was not an invincible existence. Man was the spirit of all living beings, while Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth emphasized balance. Spring-Autumn Cicada being restrained by other methods was reasonable. Since rebirth, I have always treated Spring-Autumn Cicada as my greatest trump card. To think that there would be a day when I would have to deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan sighed. While he was contacting Land Spirit of Langya in Central Continent, Ming Tang Valley. This valley that was filled with radiance all year round. It was quite famous in Central Continent. It was jointly controlled by Wind Cloud Manor and Heavenly Lotus Sect of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. It was a famous sacred land that produced light path goo worms. This treasure land contained extremely dense light path Dalmarks. Almost every 20 years, it would produce light path wild immortal goo. In the depths of Ming Tang Valley, there was a demonic path goo immortal. Gong Sunliang was as immovable as a mountain. Suddenly, he opened his eyes from his deep sleep. Is someone calling me? He muttered softly. A puzzled expression flashed across his face. Then, his expression turned solemn and dignified. His consciousness entered the immortal aperture. He used a unique information path method to communicate. Sir, you want to borrow my immortal goo? On the other side, deep within the earth abyss, Ing Wu Xie replied. Yes, Gong Sunliang opened his eyes completely at this time, not feeling sleepy at all. He was very hesitant, and his eyes kept flickering. He was a demonic path goo immortal. They had been hunted down and suppressed by the righteous path of Zhongzhou State, especially the 10 ancient sections. He fled for his life to the ends of the earth. In a desperate escape filled with danger, he fell into a trap and was on the verge of death. At this time, he was saved by a mysterious person. Not only did Gong Sunliang survive, under the mysterious person's guidance, he joined a mysterious organization. This organization only had one name, Defy. The members of the organization, they were all numbered and were very mysterious. Gong Sunliang had obtained a lot of help from this organization. If not for this, he would not have been able to escape until now and not be captured by the 10 great ancient sections. As time passed, he placed more importance on this organization and also knew the purpose of this organization. He had many guesses. The code name of this organization usually represents the time one joined and their status in the organization. Sir is number 1. He is the expert who created the organization to defy. He suddenly wants to borrow goo from me. Gong Sunliang hesitated for a long time before gritting his teeth and agreeing. Central Continent, Great Heavenly Sword Sect. 2 Sword Path Goo Immortals, Miao Jun and Miao Yu, were discussing the important matters of the sect. At this time, Miao Jun's body shook. He received Ing Wuxie's message. Facing Ing Wuxie's request, Miao Jun was very hesitant. He said to Miao Yu, "Sir contacted me. He wants to borrow our immortal goo." Miao Yu frowned. "This sir has a mysterious identity. We have been in Defy for a long time, but we have not received any news from him. But now, he wants to borrow our immortal goo." Miao Jun nodded. "We joined Defy in hopes that this organization could help us. But earlier, when we left Crane Gate, Defy did not help us at all. Now, he wants to borrow our immortal goo. This sir is really not treating himself as an outsider." Several years ago, someone in Great Heavenly Sword Sect succeeded in immortal ascension. Thus, this force had 3 goo immortals. Great Heavenly Sword Sect was originally a subordinate of Crane Gate. After having 3 goo immortals, Great Heavenly Sword Sect wanted to get rid of their status as a subordinate of Crane Gate. Unfortunately, they did not succeed. Instead, Crane Gate poached them and recruited a 3rd goo immortal. After this matter, Great Heavenly Sword Sect was taken care of by Crane Gate. Miao Jun and Miao Yu's days became increasingly difficult. The two wanted to borrow the strength of Defy, but they could not do so. They were quite unhappy about it. Thus, Ing Wuxie failed to borrow goo from them using his identity as Sir. Crack. Earth Abyss. In a secret room, Ing Wuxie smashed the table in front of him. "Humph. Miao Jun. Miao Yu." Ing Wuxie gritted his teeth. His gaze was dark. The so-called Defy was created by Shadow Sect. Central Continent was different from the other 4 regions. Celestial Court was high and mighty. The 10 great ancient sects under Celestial Court divided up most of Central Continent's cultivation resources, ruling over the world. Among the 10 great ancient sects, there were countless forces. Everyone wanted to climb higher. Who did not want to go further? Which force did not want to expand their sphere of influence and have more cultivation resources? Especially goo immortals, they had to undergo tribulations every once in a while. Thus, goo immortals had to get stronger, otherwise, they would die in the tribulations. And to get stronger, it was not so easy. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. The most important thing was the lack of cultivation resources. But the 10 great ancient sects were extremely strong. They occupied a lot of cultivation resources. The other forces were not united. Their strength was not enough. They could not be shaken. Some ambitious people noticed this. They contacted each other and formed all kinds of alliances. But these alliances did not last long. If it was not because of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects' sabotage, it was because the members of the alliance were fighting amongst themselves. Of course, the root cause. They were still not strong enough. They could not contend against Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. As for Shadow Sect, they secretly established Defy, carefully selecting the members and gradually growing stronger. But this step was just an idle move. Even the Shadow Sect members who created Defy did not have high expectations. The more members there were, the more bloated the organization became. The more complicated it was, the harder it was to manage. Moreover, these members were not otherworldly demons. There were almost none who had escaped from fate. They were useful against Providence. Thus, back then, Spectral Soul's goo refinement plan did not mobilize these people. Even if they were mobilized, could they be mobilized? Even if they could be mobilized, they might be used by Providence instead. The gains did not make up for the losses. But at this time, Shadow Sect's plan failed. They suffered huge losses. After Ing Wuxie revived, he had to borrow the strength of Defy. It was not smooth for him to borrow goo. Many goo immortal members tried all sorts of excuses. Immortal goo were extremely precious. Defy's members kept their identities a secret. They did not know each other. The structure was very loose. How could it be easy to borrow goo? Only demonic path goo immortals like Unmoving Mountain Gong Sun Liang, who was alone, to escape the pursuit of Central Continent's righteous path and avoid wisdom path deductions, he could only borrow Defy's help. He could not leave Defy, even if he was unwilling. He had to take the risk and lend the immortal goo to Ing Wuxie. Ing Wuxie borrowed goo for a long time. Fang Yuan's goo worms self-destructed. Eventually, even though Ing Wuxie successfully suppressed them and stopped the goo worms from self-destructing, his losses were severe. Damn you, Fang Yuan. You are decisive and decisive. In the darkness, Ing Wuxie's expression was dark. However, only someone like you can take sovereign immortal fetus goo. After suppressing Fang Yuan's goo worms, Ing Wuxie used the borrowed immortal goo to get rid of Fang Yuan's fake will in his mind. Just as he was preparing to use the immortal goo to take Fang Yuan's goo worms for himself, he suddenly sensed He Lulan's movements. He Lulan was sitting cross-legged on a stone bed. She slowly opened her eyes. She frowned slightly, and a hint of worry and solemnity flashed in the depths of her eyes. In the room, in a dark corner, Ing Wuxie's voice could be heard. He Lulan, you don't need to try anymore. In this place, you will not succeed if you want to use connecting heaven goo to contact jewel yellow skies. He Lulan's gaze flickered. She was about to speak. At this time, Ing Wuxie said, you don't need to disguise yourself and try to fool me. I know you are already suspicious of my identity. I will tell you directly. That's right, I am not Fang Yuan. I am Ing Wuxie. He Lulan's expression changed. She was not Tai by Yunsheng. She was not easy to fool. After Fang Yuan woke up, he had been acting strangely. He Lulan did not do anything. She only wanted to use fixed immortal travel to get out of danger. But she did not expect Ing Wuxie to bring her here. There was a super goo formation here. The defense was tight. It could actually block connecting heaven goo. She could not even communicate with jewel yellow skies successfully. After He Lulan failed to communicate with jewel yellow skies, she realized that Ing Wuxie's identity was suspicious. But at this time, Ing Wuxie told her directly, He Lulan was caught unprepared. You already know who I am. Ing Wuxie's voice continued. I am one of spectral soul demon Venerable's split souls. I took over Fang Yuan's body. I will give you two choices now. One is to die. The other is to give up on Fang Yuan and join us. To Ing Wuxie, He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique. She was also the person who escaped fate. She was the best chess piece. But if He Lulan did not understand the situation, he would kill He Lulan without any mercy. He could use He Lulan's corpse to revive his body. Using the formation here, Ing Wuxie was confident he could deal with He Lulan. Chapter 1038. He Lulan was both shocked and furious. Ing Wuxie's sudden attack had put her in a very passive position. Even though He Lulan did not know that Ing Wuxie was one of Spectral Soul's split souls, she had experienced the Battle of Etion Mountain. She knew that Ing Wuxie, Shadow Sect, and Spectral Soul were on the same side. In the Battle of Etion Mountain, He Lulan's great aunt, Blazing Heaven Demoness, and little aunt, Fairy Li Shan, died one after another. These two people were He Lulan's only remaining family members. As for Shadow Sect, who killed Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fairy Li Shan, the hatred between Ing Wuxie and He Lulan was irreconcilable. However, Ing Wuxie was well aware of this. He did not care about all this and went straight to her door to force He Lulan to surrender. If they didn't surrender, then he would kill them. Although Ing Wuxie was using Fang Yuan's body and was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, he had the rank 7 goo immortal sure knew with him. He had full battle strength. And most importantly, there was a super goo formation here. To be able to block the investigation of Celestial Court and other forces, and also resist the attacks of fierce beasts in Earth Abyss, protecting Bo Qing's remnant soul for so many years, this goo formation was extraordinary. This was Ing Wuxie's greatest source of confidence. Even though Ing Wuxie was only a split soul, he inherited Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's killing nature and aggressiveness. He Lulan's face was ashen, her eyes flashing with intense hatred. Since Ing Wuxie dares to make things difficult for me, he must be well prepared and confident. The other party was unfathomable. He had a close relationship with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If I stubbornly resist to the end, I'm afraid the outcome will be worrying. He could only endure it for now. I'll look for a good opportunity in the future. With that in mind, He Lulan snorted coldly and said, Your Shadow Sect killed 2 of my family members, and you still want me to submit to you? Aren't you afraid that I'll bite back one day? Ha ha ha. Ing Wuxie laughed. What's there to be afraid of? After a pause, he continued, Firstly, I'm strong and you're weak, so there's nothing to fear. Secondly, I also have information path methods and alliance agreements to restrict you. 3 times. I know a little about your character. You have yet to avenge yourself. He Chung didn't die. Are you willing to let it end like this? Even if He Chung is killed by you, you will endure the humiliation and cultivate hard, waiting for a chance to counterattack. He Lulan was silent. Hearing how well Ing Wuxia knew her, He Lulan's heart sank. He Lulan did not expect that only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy could one win 100 battles. Ing Wuxia understood him so well. On the other hand, he knew almost nothing about him. This was all thanks to Fang Yuan. Back then, after Old Man Inkstone of Shadow Sect found out about Fang Yuan's abnormality, he used heavenly secret goo and other methods to make deductions. As a key figure around Fang Yuan, He Lulan was naturally implicated. The Shadow Sect collected and deduced a lot of information. Ing Wuxia originally did not know, but because of Red Lotus' true inheritance in the River of Time, he received pointers from spectral souls while in the true inheritance. He understood a lot about He Lulan. Seeing that He Lulan was silent, Ing Wuxia showed great patience. He did not rush her. In this simple room, there was only a trace of light. He Lulan's entire body was shrouded in darkness. After a long while, she spoke. You want to recruit me? Who are you going to deal with? If you want me to kill my way to the celestial court, you might as well take my life now. Ha ha ha. Ing Wuxia laughed. No need to probe, He Lulan. I want to recruit you because I want to deal with Fang Yuan. He Lulan's eyes shined with brilliance. She raised her voice. Oh, it seems that Fang Yuan did not die after all. Not only did he not die, he even gained a lot. Ing Wuxia could not conceal the hatred in his tone. You want to use me to frame Fang Yuan, to help you obtain who immortal blessed land? He Lulan continued to ask. Humph, Ing Wuxia sneered. Fang Yuan's who immortal blessed land and star-form blessed land should have been emptied. The cultivation resources inside, including Deng Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley, were all moved to Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land? Hehe, the place where you fought with Fairy Li Shan, Qin Bai Shang, He Chung, and Jiang Yu. Why? Fang Yuan did not tell you? Ing Wuxia said. He Lulan was silent. Ing Wuxia continued. Langya Blessed Land was formed from the immortal aperture left behind by long-hair ancestor. It was originally a grotto heaven. Now that it has fallen to a blessed land, its foundation is so deep that it can be called the number 1 blessed land in the 5 regions. Imperial Court Blessed Land has already been destroyed. There are no other blessed lands that can compare to it. Not only did Fang Yuan move all the resources into Langya Blessed Land, he even joined Langya sect and betrayed humanity, becoming the lackey of the hairy men. He Lulan's gaze flashed. Ing Wuxia seemed to know what she was thinking. He continued to smile. You are right. I still have people in Langya Blessed Land. I know almost everything that happened in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan will not be able to last long. You can only rely on me to survive. The scene of Etion Mountain appeared in He Lulan's mind. Spectral Soul's towering body was deeply engraved in her mind. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, He Lulan muttered in her mind. She then closed her eyes, saying, the situation is stronger than the person. I will rely on you. However, I need to remind you. You want me to deal with Fang Yuan, but I still have an alliance agreement with him. It is just an alliance agreement. I can help you get rid of it. Ing Wuxia said confidently, but He Lulan said, is that all right? Back then, when we created this alliance agreement, it was stated clearly. No matter which side gets rid of the alliance agreement, the other side would not need to abide by it. Ing Wuxia felt troubled. Oh? This way, if I help you get rid of the alliance agreement, wouldn't I be helping Fang Yuan indirectly? He Lulan nodded. That is correct. Fang Yuan had set up this rule back then because he was afraid that Fairy Li Shan would secretly get rid of the alliance agreement. After all, Fairy Li Shan cultivated information path. Fang Yuan had to be on guard against her. But the world changed. Fate was unpredictable. Fairy Li Shan died. Ing Wuxia wanted to help He Lulan get rid of the alliance agreement. The essence of the alliance agreement is to use information path methods to carve information path down marks on each other's bodies and souls. To get rid of the alliance agreement, I need to get rid of the information path down marks. Ing Wuxia thought. It is very easy for me to get rid of the information path down marks on He Lulan. With this super goo formation and my goo worms, I can do it. But this way, I will be helping Fang Yuan as well. Ing Wuxia was not willing to do that. In his opinion, the ideal situation was for He Lulan to get rid of the alliance agreement, while Fang Yuan would still be restricted by it. This way, he would be able to use He Lulan to deal with Fang Yuan. He would have a huge innate advantage. Actually, it is not impossible to get to the ideal situation. I just need to get rid of the information path marks first. On He Lulan, there would definitely be one or several information path marks. It meant, if one side gets rid of the alliance agreement, the other side would not need to abide by it. And this type of information path mark would definitely be related to other information path marks. Ing Wuxia only needed to get rid of this information path alliance agreement first, then get rid of the other information path marks to get to the ideal situation. In the future, he could use the alliance agreement to harm Fang Yuan. But to do that, it is very difficult. Ing Wuxia's brows furrowed deeper. To make an inappropriate analogy, the alliance agreement between He Lulan and Fang Yuan was like two bombs that were connected to each other. Regardless of which side, if they violated the alliance agreement, the bomb would explode and they would be punished severely. Ing Wuxia had the ability to get rid of the bomb on He Lulan now, but the bomb on Fang Yuan would also lose its effect. This was not what Ing Wuxia wanted. But to get to the ideal situation, he needed to get rid of the bomb on He Lulan. Among the countless colored wires, he needed to find the most crucial one, or a few, and get rid of them. However, to do that, it was very difficult. Not only was Ing Wuxia lacking in attainment level, he also did not have the corresponding immortal goo. Damn it, this Fang Yuan does things so meticulously. Ing Wuxia felt depressed. If this was before the Battle of Etian Mountain, it would be easy for him to do this. He could just ask the other members of Shadow Sect to do it, not to mention Spectral Soul's main body. But that was then and this was now. After the Battle of Etian Mountain, Shadow Sect's plan failed. They suffered huge losses. Only a few of them were left in the 5 regions. Ing Wuxia knew that even if he rebuilt Shadow Sect and gathered all of the remaining forces, he would not be able to do this. This way, He Lulan's value will be greatly reduced. Should I kill her and turn her into a great strength true martial immortal zombie to help my body obtain a life and death immortal aperture and revive? A thought emerged in Ing Wuxia's mind, but after thinking about it, he gave up on this idea. The revival of a life and death immortal aperture has a huge hidden danger. If I am unlucky, the immortal aperture will self-detonate. I might as well use an ordinary immortal zombie to create a stable life and death immortal aperture. Thinking of the life and death immortal aperture, Ing Wuxia naturally thought of sovereign immortal fetus goo. At once, he gritted his teeth, and his hatred towards Fang Yuan deepened by several degrees. After Shadow Sect created the life and death immortal aperture revival method, they experimented many times and found something wrong with it. Next, they paid a huge price to improve it step by step. Finally, Spectral Soul's main body joined in, using the essence of human path, transformation path, and heaven path to create sovereign immortal fetus goo's immortal goo recipe. Fang Yuan snatched sovereign immortal fetus goo and created the 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture. It was a meteoric rise. Shadow Sect's tens of thousands of years of painstaking effort were all for naught. This deep hatred could not be described with words. Forget it. I should let He Lulan go. I have few people now. He Lulan has excellent aptitude. She will be a good fighter. Fang Yuan, you will fall into my hands sooner or later. By then, I will pull out your tendons and bones. I will use every inch of your flesh and hair to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo. Chapter 1039. How about it? Have you thought it through? You are Langya Sect's external Supreme Elder. You can use your sect contribution points to exchange for the method. Land Spirit of Langya smiled. In Central Continent, He Lulan had been forced to join Ing Wuxia. Fang Yuan did not know about it, and was still in contact with Land Spirit of Langya. Both sides discussed the methods to restrain spring-autumn cicada. Land Spirit of Langya was indeed from long-hair ancestor. Langya Blessed Land had a huge business and deep foundation. Through the conversation earlier, Fang Yuan was shocked to find that Land Spirit of Langya had no less than 10 methods that could restrain spring-autumn cicada. There were many methods and choices. At once, Fang Yuan felt somewhat lost. But he quickly calmed his mind and thought of something, asking, I wonder how many sect contribution points I have now? 300. Land Spirit of Langya hesitated before answering. 300. Fong Yuan frowned. He knew that after joining Langya's sect, he had not done anything for the sect. This amount of sect contribution points was obtained by lending Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pavali's Wisdom Gu to Land Spirit of Langya. However, be it Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pavali, or Wisdom Gu, they were all peerless treasures, but they were only worth 300 sect contribution points? Immediately, Fong Yuan felt suspicious, but he did not question it directly, instead asking in a roundabout way, First Supreme Elder, I don't know how you calculated these 300 contribution points. Please explain it to me. Land Spirit of Langya heard Fong Yuan call him First Supreme Elder and immediately became happy. He said frankly, This is very simple. Dang Hun Mountain is worth 100 contribution points, Luo Pavali is worth 100 contribution points, and Wisdom Gu is also worth 100 contribution points. Fong Yuan's tone sank. Wisdom Gu is a rank 9 immortal Gu. Why does it have the same contribution points as Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pavali? No need to be suspicious. Land Spirit of Langya quickly replied. These three can be considered as you lending them to the sect. My Langya sect still has to bear the expenditure of Earth Chi and feed Wisdom Gu for you. Giving you 300 contribution points is clearly stated in the sect's rules. I knew that if a sect wanted to grow, it needed to be fair and just. Don't worry, if it's yours, we won't mistreat you. If it's not yours, we won't subsidize you. After a pause, the Land Spirit of Langya continued, Of course, if you offer these three to the sect, in that case, the contribution points would be much higher, and you could even become the Grand Elder of this sect. It would not be impossible. When Fong Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but be tempted. Wouldn't becoming the Langya sect's First Supreme Elder be equivalent to obtaining the greatest authority? Even if he was not the owner of Langya Blessed Land, he could mobilize the Hairy Man Gu Immortals and other forces in the Blessed Land, right? But immediately after, the Land Spirit of Langya continued. But if you want to become the First Supreme Elder, you must break away from your human identity and transform into a hairy man. Only an outstanding hairy man can lead the Grand Hairy Man tribe. The Land Spirit of Langya's tone was filled with the strong aura of hairy democracy. Fong Yuan immediately dispelled his earlier thoughts. He did not doubt that the Land Spirit of Langya had methods to transform humans into hairy men. But if Fong Yuan became a hairy man, the price would be too high. Not to mention the fact that the current human race was unshakable. Variant humans like hairy men, even if they became immortals, they would have to stand aside. They would be ostracized. First and foremost, variant humans like hairy men had innate flaws. They could not become rank 9 venerables. Fong Yuan was determined to live forever. Cultivation level was only a supplementary factor. But evidently, the higher his cultivation level, the closer he was to eternal life. This logic was clear. Between an ant and a tree, which one was closer to eternal life? Fong Yuan only had 300 sect contribution points. The Land Spirit of Langya had calculated this clearly. He did not give Fong Yuan a single cent more, nor a single cent less. Fong Yuan acutely realized this. These 300 sect contribution points were very precious. They had high value. If he could use them properly, they would definitely be useful to him now. They would be of great help. Thus, he thought about it. He was not in a hurry to spend these contribution points to exchange for a method to restrain spring-autumn cicada. On the other side, the Land Spirit of Langya continued. Sect contribution points are meant to be spent. You do not need to treasure them too much. Our sect has many missions. They can be carried out. As long as you complete any one of them, your sect contribution points will increase. Oh, what missions are there? Fong Yuan asked casually. The Land Spirit of Langya wanted to make use of Fong Yuan's strength. He naturally told him everything he knew. Fong Yuan quickly shook his head, his face filled with disappointment. These sect missions were divided into two types. One was to collect Gu refinement materials. The other was to spar with the Hairy Man Gu Immortals and nurture their battle attainment. It turned out that after Qin Bai Sheng and the rest attacked Langya Blessed Land, The land spirit of Langya turned from the white-haired land spirit to the black-haired land spirit. The concept of managing Langya blessed land had also undergone a complete change. The black-haired land spirit encouraged battle. He wanted the hairy men to become the overlords of the Gu master world and trample on humans and other races. Thus, he actively trained the hairy man Gu immortals under him, wanting to nurture their battle strength. Before this, these hairy man Gu immortals only knew how to refine Gu. They did not even have any basic training. Their battle attainment could no longer be described as trash. But now, Feng Yuan did not have the mood to help the black-haired land spirit find Gu refinement materials. He did not have the patience to babysit the hairy man Gu immortals. How about this, First Supreme Elder? I lack Gu worms. Buy some southern border Gu worms from Jewel Yellow Skies and check if there are any problems. If there are no problems, send them over. Feng Yuan changed the topic and made a request. The land spirit of Langya naturally did not reject him. Batches of Gu worms quickly passed through Jewel Yellow Skies and connected Heaven Gu, arriving in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The first batch was a large number of mortal Gu, including wine sack flower Gu, rice sack grass Gu, sweet spring Gu, eating wind drink dew Gu, and others. But the situation was different now. Previously, Feng Yuan was an immortal zombie. He did not need to eat. But now that he had revived, he needed to replenish his food and water regularly. Even Gu immortals would starve to death if they did not eat, unless they had food path Dalmarks of the same level. Other than these food path mortal Gu, there were also some clothing Gu. Feng Yuan was not satisfied with fire cloak Gu and flying smoke Gu. The effect of the flames was too eye-catching and flashy. Once he obtained these clothing Gu, he immediately changed fire cloak Gu. There was also house Gu. For example, the wood path Gu worm 3-star cave. After using it, it could turn into a treehouse with a hollow trunk. The second batch was moving perspective Gu and Stargate Gu. They used Jewel Yellow Skies to communicate with each other. It was not safe. Jewel Yellow Skies was only an open market. It was not a secret communication bridge. And moving perspective Gu used space gates to travel back and forth, avoiding the 5 regional walls. It was truly a top-tier mortal Gu. Be it moving perspective Gu's recipe or Stargate Gu's recipe, the land spirit of Langya had obtained them from Feng Yuan long ago. According to the previous generation's land spirit of Langya's personality, he naturally had to refine them. Thus, these 2 Gu worms. They were directly extracted from Langya blessed land. The moment they entered Jewel Yellow Skies, the 2 Gu worms burst out with intense treasure light, attracting the attention of many Gu immortals. They were clearly mortal Gu, but the treasure light was unimaginably intense. This phenomenon attracted the attention of many Gu immortals. They went forward to ask, but were all rejected by the land spirit of Langya. The third batch was some mortal Gu from Langya sect storage. Feng Yuan wanted to use them to test his sovereign immortal aperture. After all, the previous tests were only superficial observations. To truly understand the mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture, he needed to use Gu worms as tools. The fourth batch was the highlight. Sword Path Immortal Gu from Sword Immortal Bo Qing. Feng Yuan had stolen many Immortal Gu from Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Next, he used the Light of Wisdom and Wisdom Path methods to deceive these Immortal Gu before slowly refining them. Before the Battle of Etion Mountain, he had only successfully refined Change Soul Immortal Gu. At the crucial moment of the Battle of Etion Mountain, Feng Yuan used it as a method to counterattack. Right now, Change Soul Immortal Gu was still in Feng Yuan's hands. As for the other Sword Path Immortal Gu, they were filled with Bo Qing's will. They were harder to refine than Change Soul Immortal Gu. Thus, they were left in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Yuan did not bring them to Etion Mountain. After all, these Immortal Gu had not been refined. They could not be used even if they were brought over. As it turned out, it was fortunate that Feng Yuan did not bring them with him. Otherwise, according to the development of the situation, if these Immortal Gu were left in his body, they would have benefited him instead. These Sword Path Immortal Gu were Rank 8 Wisdom Sword Gu, Rank 7 Sword Escape Gu, Rank 7 Wave Sword Gu, Rank 7 Sword Eyebrows Gu, and Rank 7 Flying Sword Gu. The land spirit of Langya transmitted Sword Escape Immortal Gu and Flying Sword Immortal Gu to Feng Yuan. Both sides quickly transacted. At the first moment, Fang Yuan used a rock that he picked up to buy Sword Escape Immortal Goo and Flying Sword Immortal Goo. The treasure light is hundreds of feet tall. What happened just now? It seems to be an Immortal Goo transaction. How can this be? I saw it with my own eyes. One side bought 2 rank 7 Immortal Goo so quickly, it is too fast. Bought 2 rank 7 Immortal Goo? Oh my god. I do not even have a single rank 6 Immortal Goo. Who is so rich? The previous few batches of goo worms had attracted the attention of many people. This transfer involved Immortal Goo. It immediately caused a huge commotion in Jewel Yellow Skies. Immortal Goo transactions were usually done by exchanging Immortal Goo. It was very rare even in Jewel Yellow Skies. Thus, Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Langya's transaction was like a huge rock smashing into a calm lake. It caused a huge commotion. 2 Immortal Goo. Each has a treasure light that is 7 to 800 feet tall. But the other side used a rock to pay. A Goo immortal who was fortunate enough to witness it personally transmitted his divine sense. This news caused a huge commotion among the Goo immortals again. Impossible. A rock? Are you joking? It seems that this is not a simple transaction. They are using Jewel Yellow Skies to transport them. Even if they are transporting Immortal Goo, it is rare. Jewel Yellow Skies' transaction fee is calculated according to the treasure light. At once, all sorts of divine senses shot out of Jewel Yellow Skies. Countless Goo immortal wills inside were moving and communicating. It was a complete mess, like a market in the mortal world. Because of Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Langya's communication, the whole of Jewel Yellow Skies was in chaos. Chapter 1040. Southern Border. At the peak of a nameless mountain, Fang Yuan had Sword Escape Immortal Goo in his left hand and Flying Sword Immortal Goo in his right hand. He looked around. Sword Escape Immortal Goo was like a bee with golden needles, while Flying Sword Immortal Goo was like a silver-winged dragonfly. Both had their own merits. The former was a movement Immortal Goo. Its speed was not inferior to the rank 7 Chi Escape Immortal Goo. The latter was famous in history. It was Sword Immortal Bo Qing's most commonly used offensive and defensive Goo. The aura of rank 7 permeated the surroundings. Fang Yuan smiled as he stored the 2 Immortal Goo. During this period of time on Etian Mountain, the Sword Path Immortal Goo had all been successfully refined by the light of wisdom. They had all become Fang Yuan's. These 2 Immortal Goo were naturally among them. They could be used by Fang Yuan at any time now. With these 2 Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan felt much more at ease. Previously, he had Attitude Goo, Change Soul Immortal Goo, and Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. He lacked offensive and movement methods. Now that he had these 2 Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan's weakness was filled. His battle strength rose sharply. If he faced Huakongdong again, Fang Yuan could directly use his Immortal Goo to attack. Connecting Heaven Goo was no longer used. Because the land spirit of Langya gave him Sword Escape and Flying Sword, 2 rank 7 Immortal Goo, Jewel Yellow Skies was bustling with activity. More and more Goo immortals joined in, discussing this matter crazily. In the Goo immortal world, rank 6 Goo immortals were the majority. Among rank 6 Goo immortals, most did not have a single rank 6 Immortal Goo. Thus, this transaction of 2 rank 7 Immortal Goo caused such a commotion. Jewel Yellow Skies was only a market. It was very open and could not be kept a secret. Fang Yuan used Jewel Yellow Skies to transport Immortal Goo. He had no choice. After obtaining 2 Sword Path Immortal Goo, he stopped using Connecting Heaven Goo. As for Jewel Yellow Skies, it could do whatever it wanted. Using Moving Perspective Cup Goo, he continued to communicate with the land spirit of Langya. This time, you've spent a total of 30 sect contribution points, said the land spirit of Langya, using Jewel Yellow Skies to transport Goo worms. Not for free. For every transaction, Jewel Yellow Skies would collect a fee. The fee was determined according to the treasure light. The higher the treasure light, the higher the fee. These procedures and fees. It was all borne by the land spirit of Langya. In turn, Langya sect would deduct Fang Yuan's sect contribution points. As a result, Fang Yuan's sect contribution points quickly shrunk, leaving him with only 270. Of course, of the 30 contribution points, A portion was used to purchase goo worms for Fong Yuan. I want to talk to you in detail about the trade of guts goo, Fong Yuan replied. This conversation took quite a long time. Only in the middle of the night did the two sides finalize all the details and come to an agreement. Guts goo trade. Fong Yuan's eyes were shining, excitement still lingering on his face. The night wind howled, bringing with it a chill, but it could not extinguish the fire in his heart. All along, Fong Yuan's guts goo trade. It was mainly limited by the number of hairy man slaves. Because guts goo needed airsack goo to be placed inside and sold outside of Danghun Mountain. But airsack goo needed Halolan strength chi immortal goo as the main goo refinement material, and also needed hairy man slaves to refine it. Right now, Halolan was missing. Strength chi immortal goo was not with Fong Yuan. But this was not a problem. Long ago, Fong Yuan had used the light of wisdom to research a new goo recipe. But he had been restraining himself. He wanted to maintain the beneficial relationship with Halolan. The number of hairy man slaves was the main factor restricting this trade. But it was very difficult to increase the number of hairy man slaves. Firstly, the hairy man slaves were in jewel yellow skies. They had the highest price among all the variant human slaves. Especially for goo refinement experts, they were even more expensive. Secondly, the goo refinement process was filled with danger. Hairy man slaves could die during the process. Thus, even though Fong Yuan added many hairy man slaves, their numbers did not increase in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fong Yuan had once wanted to raise his own hairy men, but he lacked the methods to raise hairy men. This thought ended in failure. But now, Fong Yuan joined Langya's sect. How many hairy men were there in Langya Blessed Land? The number was unimaginable. This blessed land might be the largest gathering place of variant human hairy men in the current 5 regions. Lending Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley to Langya's sect, Fong Yuan naturally had his own motives. He wanted to use the hairy men in Langya Blessed Land to refine airsack goo for him. The guts goo trade would far surpass Fong Yuan's previous scale. It would rise to an immeasurable level. As long as we have jewel yellow skies, so what if Central Continent suppresses us? The guts goo trade will not face any obstruction. I am really looking forward to it. According to the results of our discussion, even if Langya's sect takes half of the profits, I will be able to get 6,000 immortal yuan stones every month just from the guts goo trade. Fong Yuan's previous profits, including his other businesses, were only 2,000 immortal yuan stones every month. Now that he joined Langya's sect, just from the guts goo trade alone, he would be able to get 6,000 immortal yuan stones. This was a number that many rank 6 goo immortals could not imagine. Fong Yuan's decision to join Langya's sect after rebirth was made after careful consideration. Firstly, when Fong Yuan faces the pursuit of the entire world one day, who could be more reliable than Langya's sect? Others coveted Fong Yuan's giant sun true inheritance, but they also coveted Langya Blessed Land. After the land spirit of Langya changed, it wanted to expand the hairy man race. It was Fong Yuan's natural ally. Secondly, Langya Blessed Land itself was very strong. It had resisted 7 waves of attacks in the 500 years of his previous life. Thirdly, the land spirit of Langya could not lie. Fong Yuan could easily sense it if it had any ulterior motives. Because of these 3 points, Fong Yuan decided to join Langya's sect. As expected, on the first night of rebirth, he tasted great benefits. Fong Yuan not only used the land spirit of Langya to help him resolve the crisis, he even used Langya Blessed Land's foundation to increase his wealth. The week period of rebirth is over. Next, I need to inspect my 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture. There were no stars in the night sky, cold winds howled. Fong Yuan entered the house goo. After having a meal, he started to inspect the immortal aperture in detail. With the help of a group of mortal goo, the efficiency was naturally higher. It was a sleepless night. At dawn, Fong Yuan came out of the 3-star cave goo. He saw the scene of the sun rising. Southern border was originally mountainous and foggy. The rising sun gradually rose, causing the other side of the mountain ranges to burn with fire clouds that filled the sky. A huge sun appeared in a corner of the sky. At first, there was only a golden red arc. Soon after, the great sun gushed out, carrying with it a scarlet heat. It was like gold and iron flowing out of an iron furnace. As the sun rose, the clouds and the mountains were majestic. They were illuminated by the sunlight. The sun was shining brightly. Feng Yuan could not help but feel a sense of grand aspiration. The grand mountain path is like iron. Now, I will surpass it. Perilous is the essence of heaven and earth. My heart still looks up to heaven. After chanting in a low voice, Feng Yuan opened his arms and jumped down the mountain peak like a giant pong, flying straight up. As if he was stepping on the clouds, he flew towards the southeast direction. After this night, he learned more about the sovereign immortal aperture. The immortal aperture had a huge space. It was more than 500 million km2. Not just that, there were abundant time path resources. One day in the outside world was 2 months in the sovereign immortal aperture. Halolan's great strength true martial immortal aperture was only 1 to 38 times faster than the outside world. Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was 1 to 60. It greatly surpassed Halolan's. But compared to the difference in the immortal aperture space, the time path aspect was not surprising. But this made Feng Yuan let out a sigh of relief. If the time in the immortal aperture was too fast, calamities and tribulations would occur more frequently. Feng Yuan would be exhausted from defending against them. Maybe when Spectral Soul refined Gu, he had already considered this problem. 1 to 60, this surpassed super-grade blessed lands, but it was not exaggerated. Feng Yuan could barely accept it. Other than time path resources, Feng Yuan also found 16 green grape immortal essence beads in the sovereign immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was fresh. Unlike a dead aperture, it could produce immortal essence. It could produce 16 immortal essence beads in a day. That was 480 immortal essence beads in a month. It far surpassed Feng Yuan's previous life. Feng Yuan also found that his body contained a large number of Dao marks. These Dao marks belonged to all paths: fire path, water path, wood path, light path, dark path, even poison path, luck path, and so on. They were all included. What made Feng Yuan even more surprised was that not only were there many types of Dao marks, but the scale was also huge. He could only make a rough estimate. On average, there were about 100 Dao marks in each path. 100 Dao marks could amplify the effect of the corresponding Gu worm by 10%. No wonder Feng Yuan could use Fire Path's Fire Cape Gu and Flying Smoke Gu to achieve outstanding results. But this discovery did not make Feng Yuan happy. Instead, his heart felt heavy. Gu immortals always pursued a single Dao mark, because Dao marks could amplify the effect of Gu worms, but at the same time, they could also suppress and weaken them. For example, a water path Gu immortal who was covered in water path Dao marks would be inferior to a mortal Gu master if they used fire path mortal Gu. Even if Gu immortals cultivated multiple paths, they would focus on one path. This was common knowledge in the Gu immortal world. But the strange thing is, when I use mortal Gu of all paths, they are not suppressed or weakened by the Dao marks of other paths. Instead, there is a unilateral amplification effect. This goes against common knowledge. What is going on? There is one more thing. When Gu masters become immortals, they have vital Gu. But my sovereign immortal aperture does not have them. What is going on? The deeper he dug into the mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture, the more questions Feng Yuan had, the more questions he had. I have used all my methods in last night's investigation. It seems that to understand the mysteries of the sovereign immortal aperture, I need to start with Spectral Soul, Shadow Sect, and Yingwu Xie. But Etian Mountain has changed too much. It is covered in dream realms. It will definitely be sealed by southern borders Gu immortals and become a forbidden area. And Yingwu Xie is nowhere to be found. Forget it. The urgent matter now is to find southern borders in Ixiang. Chapter 1041. Southern Border, Rotten Mud Mountain. It was close to noon. The sun was shining high in the sky. There were no clouds in the sky. In a certain area of the forest behind Rotten Mud Mountain, a young boy was confronting a large bear. The atmosphere was tense. The large bear was 9 feet tall. It was fat and muscular. Its fur was brown, thick and glossy. The bear opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs. Its red eyes stared at the young boy with a fierce gaze. The young boy confronting the large bear was only 15 or 16 years old. He was less than 5 feet tall, Compared to the large bear, he was even more petite and delicate. The young boy had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His gaze was bright and full of expression. He stared at the large bear bravely, without any intention of retreating. Roar! The brown bear growled, opening its mouth and pouncing towards the young boy. Don't be fooled by the brown bear's clumsy appearance. Old hunters knew that bear beasts had great explosive strength. The brown bear moved from stillness, its speed exploding at an astonishing speed. The young boy only felt the wind howling in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the brown bear was already in front of him. The young boy's expressions did not change. He activated his goo worm at the critical moment. The movement goo worm allowed him to teleport a distance. The brown bear missed. It crashed into the tree behind the young boy. With a muffled sound, the thick tree trunk was broken by the brown bear. With a creaking sound, the tree fell down, crashing onto the ground with a muffled sound. Large numbers of birds in the surroundings flew away in panic. The young boy breathed in sharply, thinking, "Thankfully, I dodged in time. Otherwise, if I was hit by this bear, even with defensive goo worms, my bones would be fractured." However, since he dodged this attack, the situation was tilted towards the young boy's side. The young boy's eyes shined brightly. He shouted, "Stupid bear, look at this young master's sword chi goo." Before he finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand. His index finger and middle finger were together. He pointed at the back of the brown bear. At the next moment, whoosh, with a soft sound, from the young boy's finger, a pale white, translucent sword chi shot out. The sword chi quickly streaked through the air. It hit the brown bear's back. However, the brown bear's body suddenly emitted the aura of a wild goo. On the brown bear's back, the fur suddenly froze, forming a hard board. The sword chi hit the hard board with a muffled sound. Then, the sword chi was exhausted. The brown bear shook its fat body, without any injury. It shook its head and woke up from the dizziness just now. It turned around and aimed at the young man again. The teenager was dumbfounded. "Are you kidding me? This big stupid bear actually had a wild defensive goo. How can my sword chi goo fight like this? Grandpa, did you deliberately place the wild goo on the brown bear?" The youngster shouted. "Hee hee hee, good grandson. This brown bear is something that I, your grandfather, walked more than 10 miles of mountain road and finally found with great difficulty. For you. He's a good opponent." A voice came from the tree trunk. It turned out that the young man's grandfather had been sitting on a tall tree trunk, watching the battle between his grandson and the brown bear. The youngster's greatest method was sword chi goo, but at this moment, it was extremely ineffective against the brown bear. Each sword chi could only shave off some fur at most. Left with no choice, the youth could only hide everywhere. The brown bear was ferocious, but it was still a beast. It did not have enough intelligence. Although the youngster could not deal with the brown bear, he was very intelligent and had fought many battles in the past. He used his experience and dodged everywhere. The brown bear could not hit its target, instead knocking down many trees. Seeing the youngster's miserable appearance, the grandfather laughed loudly. "Brat, now you know the weakness of your sword chi goo? It is a piercing attack. Once it is countered, it will expend primeval essence in vain. There is no effect. Come, grandson, catch the goo." Saying so, the grandfather waved his hand and threw a goo worm to the youngster. To borrow this goo worm, the youngster was almost slapped by the bear's paw and fell flat on his face. Fortunately, he was quick-witted. He rolled on the ground and narrowly escaped a bite from the brown bear. After pulling some distance, he jumped up and stood up again. "This is muddy goo," the youngster shouted, recognizing the goo worm in his hand. Although this goo worm was not his grandfather lent it to him, and the youngster activated it without any difficulty. His primeval essence poured into the muddy goo, and the goo worm let out a faint gray light. The youngster's palm shook lightly, and the gray light on the goo worm flew out and landed under the brown bear's feet. Gulp, gulp. Large amounts of bubbles emerged from the mud under the brown bear's feet. In the blink of an eye, this area turned into a pile of soft mud. The brown bear's 2 feet were stuck in the mud, trapped. It struggled crazily, throwing out countless amounts of mud. The mud hit the youngster's body and face. The youngster was too nervous to care about this. quickly activating the muddy goo again. The gray light hit that pile of mud again. The brown bear had already sunk to the bottom of the mud pit, and after struggling fiercely, was about to climb out. But after being hit by the gray light, the mud pit became deeper and bigger. The brown bear's 4 limbs were stuck, and the more it struggled, the deeper it sank. The brown bear stood up, but the depth of the mud already reached its waist. The youngster activated the muddy goo for the 3rd time, securing his victory. The brown bear sank again, and only its head was exposed, roaring unwillingly. I finally won. The youngster's body was weak. He sat on the ground and panted roughly. His face was pale, and his primeval essence was completely expended. With a soft sound, the youngster's grandfather jumped down from the tree, lightly leaping tens of feet and standing in front of the youngster. Rascal, now you know the benefits of the muddy goo? Without this goo, how could you have defeated the brown bear? The grandfather lectured. The youngster did not reply. He continued to pant for a while before snorting coldly, raising his head and looking at his grandfather. Grandfather, you did this on purpose. Didn't you want me to give up Sword Path and cultivate our Anai clan's Earth Path? The grandfather bent his finger and knocked on the youngster's head, saying with love and hate, Lad, with your intelligence, if you could use it on Earth Path cultivation, how good would that be? The youngster covered his head with both hands, shouting, But I like Sword Path. Sword Chi is so cool and dashing. Earth Path is not worth mentioning, grandfather. Look at my body, it's covered in mud. After one battle, I lost all my elegance. The grandfather heard this and immediately opened his eyes wide, just as he was about to lecture. But right at this time, he suddenly heard the sound of a bell from the front mountain. Both grandfather and grandson were immediately moved. The youngster jumped up from the ground, looking at the front mountain as he said anxiously, this is the clan's alarm bell goo. The alarm bell is so urgent. What the hell happened? Let's go. The grandfather was even more straightforward. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the youngster's collar, running towards the front of the mountain. The youngster only felt the wind blowing in his ears. The shadows of the trees in front of him quickly moved away from him. He was shocked. This is the true strength of a rank 5 goo master? So fast. After more than 10 breaths of time, the youngster's vision stabilized. His grandfather placed him on the ground. He was in a fog. His speed fell sharply. This made him feel uncomfortable. His stomach was churning intensely. He almost vomited. Lord Clan Leader. Greetings to Lord Clan Leader. The youngster heard the familiar voices of the clan elders. He barely stabilized his body and was shocked to find that he was already standing on the wall of Anai clan village. The youngster's grandfather was Anai clan leader, a rank 5 goo master, Anai Kuan. Anai Kuan frowned, asking solemnly, What happened? Why are we ringing the clan's alarm bell goo? Clan leader, the situation is urgent. Please look. An elder activated the clan's goo formation. This was an investigative goo formation used on Anai Kuan. Anai Kuan's eyes flickered with all sorts of images. At this moment, he had already seen the scene 100 li away from the village. His breathing paused. He frowned, showing a doubtful expression. It is a beast tide. Strange, we had already passed this beast tide a year ago. The scale of the beast groups around the village is not enough to form a beast tide. Yes, we are also curious. There must be a reason for this abnormality. I suggest sending elite goo masters. We must find out the reason. Let's focus on defense. The scale of this beast tide is unprecedented. Whether we can defend the village is still a problem. Anai Kuan's expression was steely. The danger was so sudden and so severe. His grandson Anijian was even more dazed. It had been a peaceful day earlier, but in the blink of an eye, they were facing the crisis of having their family destroyed. The beast groups are coming with great momentum. This scale has not been seen in decades. Anai clan is facing a crisis of life and death. Activate the 3 layers of defensive goo formations. Second Elder, Third Elder. You two quickly lead the elites of the 2 halls and control the Heavenly Fire goo formation. Sixth Elder, you will lead the Medicine Hall and act as reinforcements. Seventh Elder, you will inspect the Teleportation goo formation. Once there is a problem, Teleport away all the seeds in the village. Inaikuan ordered. The elders understood the danger of the situation. They received the order and moved out, showing their vigor. The beast groups were like a raging wave, surging forward. Everywhere they went, dust rose and countless trees in the forest were broken. Young Jian stood on the village wall and saw this scene, his heart pounding and his face turning pale. He had never seen such a ferocious beast tide before. Normally speaking, a beast tide would be a single type of beast, like wolf calamity, tiger calamity, and so on. But this beast tide contained countless wild beasts, wolves, tigers, leopards, bulls, deer, foxes, snakes, and so on. Strange. Why are these wild beasts not killing each other? They are attacking our village together. Grandfather Inaikuan muttered. At the next moment, Inaikuan's body shook. The Inai clan Gu masters beside him also stared with wide-opened eyes. The terrifying horde of beasts suddenly slowed down, and then stopped moving forward. An uncountable beast group was tens of thousands of steps away from the village wall. They were restless and staring at the village covetously. Inai clan Gu masters looked at each other, bewildered and uncertain. A hill tiger came out of the group. Hill tigers were mutated beasts. They were huge and extraordinary, like a small hill. Fang Yuan was lying on the hill tiger's back, squinting his eyes as he looked at Inai clan's people. Seeing Fang Yuan, Inai clan's Gu masters gasped. Chapter 1042. There was a line in the sky. It was vast and vast. White clouds rumbled, moving under their feet. A gigantic male lion let out a low roar, its thick limbs stepping on the void as it galloped through the clouds. This lion was white as snow. There was no other color on it. Its thick mane fluttered in the wind. Huge air currents were surging under its feet. On the lion's back, there was a huge chair. Two Gu immortals, one male and one female, were sitting side by side. The woman was old. She looked to be around 60 to 70 years old, but her eyes were shining with bright light. She was excited and restless, looking around. The man was a young man. He had an aquiline nose and narrow eyes. His body was emitting a cold aura of vicissitudes. Great uncle, your mount is really amazing. It can actually ride on the clouds in just half a day. We have already traveled tens of thousands of li, the female Gu immortal praised. This is a desolate beast Qi Grand Lion. It does not ride on the clouds. It can control air currents, thus it can fly in the sky. The young man said slowly. A lion that can control air currents and fly in the sky. I have never seen it before. Desolate beast. What does that mean? The female Gu immortal asked. The young Gu immortal laughed silently, saying, Chi-he, you have just advanced to Gu immortal. It is normal that you do not know the common knowledge of the Gu immortal world. This Qi Grand Lion contains Qi Path Dao marks. Once it matures, it can fly in the sky. But this lion is very rare. It is almost extinct in the 5 regions. It can only be seen in White Heaven or Black Heaven. As for desolate beasts, they are a type of beast. Like how Gu masters have rank 1, rank 2, and rank 3, other than desolate beasts, there are also ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts. Desolate beasts are equivalent to rank 6 Gu immortals, because a desolate beast can usually match a rank 6 Gu immortal. Ancient desolate beasts are equivalent to rank 7. Immemorial desolate beasts are equivalent to rank 8. The female Gu immortal Chi-he heard this and her eyes shined. She sized up the Qi Grand Lion again, thinking, no wonder I felt a strong sense of threat from this lion. Thankfully, I met Grandpa and survived the tribulation. I became a Gu immortal. If I had to fight this lion, I would probably be torn to pieces. The young Gu immortal Chizai was already several hundred years old. He had rank 7 cultivation level and only used lifespan Gu. That was why he looked so young. He was old and shrewd, so when he saw Chi-he's expression, he was able to guess what she was thinking. Patting this junior's shoulder, Chizai consoled. Xiao-he, don't worry. It was the same for newly ascended immortals. When I'm done with what I have to do, we'll return to Chi-si Grotto Heaven. There are still a few of your seniors there. If they knew that our Chi tribe had another Gu immortal, they would be very happy. You will be living in the Grotto Heaven for a period of time. During this period, you will have to seek guidance from the elders. Remember to watch more, ask more, and learn more. Granddaughter thanks 7th Grandpa for your guidance. Chi-Hi's expression turned serious. She quickly stood up and bowed to Chi-Zai solemnly. Let us grandfather and grandson sit down and talk. Chi-Zai nodded. A hint of gratification flashed in his eyes. Chi-Hi sat down with a puzzled expression. She hesitated for a moment before asking. Our Chi clan has many Gu immortal elders. Why don't we imitate southern border super forces like Wu clan and Shang clan? Chi-Zai's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. You want to ask, why are we seniors not like Wu clan and Shang clan, taking care of our juniors after becoming Gu immortals? Instead, you allow the younger generation of the family to live in a corner and be bullied, right? I wouldn't dare, Chi-Hi said hurriedly. Back when I was cultivating alone to become an immortal, I have the same question as you. Chi-Zai sighed, his eyes filled with reminiscence. The reason is a long story, if we get to the root of the matter. As for our Chi family's patriarch, he was one of the sky inspecting 5 Xiangs thousands of years ago. Sky inspecting 5 phases? Chi-Hi was puzzled. The heaven surveying 5 Xiangs were the 5 publicly recognized Gu immortal experts of Southern Border's Gu immortal world. These 5 experts had rank 8 cultivation level. They stood at the peak of the Gu immortal world. They often worked together to explore the white sky and the black sky together, and their relationship was very close. Thus, they were collectively known as the Sky Inspecting 5 Symbols. Our Chi clan's ancestor. He was one of the 5 Xiangs, Chi Xiang, and our Chi clan mainly cultivates Chi Path. Rank 8 Gu immortals. Chi-Hi was tongue-tied. Chi-Zai sighed. Without rank 9, rank 8s dominate. Almost every rank 8 Gu immortal is a legend. Their every action has great influence. And back then, Southern Border Sky Inspecting 5 Xiangs were even more famous. They were famous in the other 4 regions. That was because these 5 experts had similar interests. They had a close relationship and often worked together to resist enemies. And under normal circumstances, rank 8 Gu immortals were lone wolves. Thus, in White Heaven and Black Heaven, when the other 4 regions rank 8 Gu immortals see the Sky Inspecting 5 Xiangs, they would take the initiative to avoid them. Back then, because of the 5 Xiangs, Southern Border's Gu immortal world suppressed the other 4 regions. The 5 Xiangs were unparalleled. But decades later, the Sky Inspecting 5 Xiangs fell apart. Saying this, Chi-Zai's tone turned gloomy. Why is that? Chi-Hi quickly asked. Chi-Zai sighed, continuing. I am not too sure about the specific reason. It is said that back then, when the Sky Inspecting 5 Xiangs explored White Heaven, they discovered a huge secret. This secret represented an unimaginable achievement, but only one of them could obtain it. Among the 5 Xiangs, everyone wanted to obtain it. No one was willing to take a step back. But the 5 Xiangs did not have much of a difference in strength, and because of their past cooperation, the 5 Xiangs' ancestors made a bet. Bet? That's right. This bet had 1,000 years as the time limit. The terms of the bet were, the 5 Xiangs had to watch by the side, their descendants' bloodlines would develop on their own. 1,000 years later, the clan with the most new Gu immortals would be the winner. Chi-Hi calculated the time. 1,000 years had already passed. She quickly asked, then which clan won? Chi-Zai smiled bitterly. 1,000 years later, there were 2 clans with the same number of new Gu immortals. They were evenly matched. The other 3 clans did not want to give up. They fought 3 against 2 and forcefully joined the next round of the bet. Thus, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years. Until now, the 5 Xiangs' ancestors have already passed away, but the bet between the 5 clans is still ongoing. So it was like this. This was the first time Chi-Hi had heard of this 1,000-year-old secret. She was tongue-tied. After a long while, she accepted it, sighing. That means to say, if not for this bet, wouldn't our southern border have 5 more super forces? But Chi-Zai shook his head. Among the 5 Xiangs, there are lone immortals and demonic path members. Developing clans is something that only righteous path Gu immortals have the patience to do. Our Chi clan is Chi Xiang. Then who are the other 4 Xiangs? Chi-Hi asked. Chi-Zai said everything he knew. Chi Xiang, and I Xiang, Bai Xiang, Shui Xiang, and Chi Xiang are collectively known as the Sky Inspecting 5 Xiangs. The place I am going to next is where Enixiang's descendants are. Granduncle, why are you going to Enixiang? Chizai hesitated before laughing. Forget it, there is no harm in telling you. Recently, a huge event happened in southern borders Gu Immortal World. A large number of Gu Immortals died mysteriously on Etion Mountain. Our Chi clan also had an ancestor who died there. So this time, we are looking for the current generation in Xiang. We want him or her to help us deduce the truth. Etion Mountain. Chi gasped. Regardless of Fong Yuan's previous life, the Battle of Etion Mountain in this life involved both immortal and mortal worlds. Thus, Chi had heard of it long ago. But what she knew was that Southern Borders forces had sent mortal experts to attack Etion Mountain, to eradicate the demonic path and defend the righteous path. In Southern Border, the demonic path had never established their forces on such a large scale. Thus, they were attacked by the righteous path. Chizai told Chihi about the bet on Etion Mountain. Chihi understood now, so this was the truth. She muttered, "The difference between immortal and mortal is like the difference between clouds and mud. Those rank 4 and 5 experts are merely chess pieces of the immortals." This truth had a huge impact on Chihi, who had just become an immortal. Chizai heard this and laughed in his heart. When a Gu master becomes an immortal, it was not just a change in strength and cultivation, it was also a change in mentality. Right now, Chizai was using the matter of Etion Mountain to speed up Chihi's transformation and adapt to her new identity. He was speechless. Only the Chi Grand Lion continued to move. There was silence between Chizai and Chihi. The surrounding clouds rumbled, heaven and earth shook. Because a Gu formation had already been set up between the seats, there was not even a trace of wind or any noise. How could a mortal witness such a scene? Chihi saw this. She felt that the world was vast. Mortals were like ants. The indescribable feeling in her gradually faded. She thought, "That's right. I am a Gu immortal now. I am no longer a mortal. Mortals and immortals are different. I need to remember this." Consoling herself, Chihi's emotions gradually calmed down. A subtle change occurred in her mind. Chizai nodded inwardly, speaking, "Actually, after thousands of years, among the descendants of the heaven surveying 5 Xiangs, our Chi clan is the most prosperous. Shuexiang's descendants have gone extinct because they cultivate blood path. Shuexiang's descendants are hiding in their immortal apertures like pigs and dogs. They do not want to improve themselves and are lazy. They are not worth mentioning. Bai Xiang's last branch has also died in recent years. And in Ai Xiang's tribe, even though there are several branches in southern border, there are no longer any Enai clan Gu immortals." Chihi felt it deeply, she nodded. "Becoming an immortal is very difficult. If not for Grandpa's help, I would have died in the tribulation already." Chizai smiled, shaking his head as he looked at Chihi with deep meaning. Actually, Enai clan is the clan with the greatest hope of producing Gu immortals. But because they have the greatest hope, they were obstructed by the other clans, resulting in their current state. 3,000 years after the bet, Enai clan produced a talented refinement path Gu immortal, Enai Run. He was also the last Gu immortal in Enai clan's history. Before his death, he made plans for the clan's future. He did not hesitate to violate the rules of the bet. He helped Enai clan and carefully selected some immortal Gu to refine into the bloodline of his descendants. Chapter 1043. What does that mean? Every once in a while, whether long or short, someone in Enai clan's Gu masters will experience a phenomenon of bloodline condensation. After passing it, they will form immortal Gu in your body. Chizai looked at the clouds in front of him, continuing, Enai Ren's action is to help Enai clan produce more Gu immortals. He was indeed very talented, refining an immortal Gu into a descendant's bloodline that others could not take out. Even if he tried again, he would definitely fail. Moreover, these immortal Gu were specially chosen by him. They do not require immortal essence to activate, even mortals can use them, but the price is quite high. Chihi blinked, feeling admiration towards Enai Run. If I had the help of an immortal Gu, I might be able to survive the tribulation alone. Chizai suddenly laughed sinisterly, a cold aura spreading out. Enai Ren has put in a lot of effort, but in these thousands of years, Ni clan has not produced a single goo immortal. The immortal goo that he chose had a huge price to use. Mortals possess immortal goo. Even if this immortal goo cannot be taken by others, it is like a baby holding a precious treasure. How can they be safe? In Ni clan, once an immortal goo is born in their body, we call it the current generation Ni Xiang. The first immortal goo that appeared in Ni Xiang's body was an information path immortal goo. It was called, say true, Dao false. This goo could obtain information from heaven and earth, allowing the goo master to blurt out an answer, but they could only say yes or no. Every time I answer a question, I will need to expend 50 years of my lifespan. He frowned slightly. 50 years of life? The price was so huge. Then how would this generation's Ni Xiang be willing? Chi's eye smiled but did not reply. Chi's body suddenly trembled. She had lived for more than 60 years. She had seen many things in the world. She finally understood the meaning behind Chi's eye's words. The current Ni Xiang will consume 50 years of his lifespan each time he answers, so how could he agree? But Grandpa was a goo immortal, while the current generation Ni Xiang was only immortal. What does it matter whether he is willing or not? The Qi family's ancestors must have schemed against the Ni family for them to be in such dire straits. Also, my Qi family is in a bad situation. Don't tell me the seniors really have no way to help? For a moment, Qi felt a chill in her heart. During the rest of the journey, Qi was silent and rarely spoke. Qi's lips closed. He was a man of few words. But this time, he had said so much to educate his junior, Qi. Since she had become an immortal, she was a Qi clan goo immortal. The Qi family was not a righteous family. If there were goo immortals with conflicting ideologies, it would be a loss to Qi clan. Qi's words were implicit, but Qi had obviously understood what he meant. Rotten Mud Mountain is not far away. It was better to let Qi do it this time. Even if this branch of the Ni family is sacrificed, it's fine. A cold light flashed in Qi's eyes when he thought about that. Qi's eye willed. The Qi Grand Lion he was sitting on slowly descended. His field of vision was filled with white clouds and mist. Soon, the energy Grand Lion pierced through the clouds, and Qi's field of vision widened. She saw thousands of miles of rivers and mountains, green hills and clear waters, crawling at his feet. As a mortal, this was something she had never seen before. She couldn't help but be captivated by it. Surrounded by these mountains, there was a pitch-black mountain that stood out like a crane among chickens. It was extremely conspicuous. Even the trees on the mountain were brown and black in color. As he got closer, Qi's gaze focused. Soon, Qi also found something wrong. On the east side of the mountain, facing the sun, there was a village there. But at this moment, the stronghold had already been reduced to ruins. Blood was everywhere, corpses were everywhere. Not only were there human corpses, there were also the corpses of all sorts of fierce beasts. How can this be? Qi gasped. The energy Grand Lion slowly landed on this bloody ground. Qi clan's two immortals covered this battlefield. An intense smell of blood assaulted their noses. Qi could not bear to look at this terrible scene. Qi's eye had a cold expression as he muttered, "Rotten Mud Mountain soil is special. The blood has not dried up yet. Ni clan was clearly massacred. This happened just a day or two ago. There is something strange. There are many types of wild beasts here. This is not an ordinary beast tide. Ni clan is really unlucky to encounter such a beast tide." Qi said. Qi's eye looked at them with a cold gaze. What beast tide? This is clearly a beast tide. There is only one type of beast tide in Rotten Mud Mountain, that is the mud monster beast tide. Qi was shocked. What? Who was it that was so cruel to do such a heartless thing? Shortly after, she pondered. This person can control myriad beasts. He has extremely powerful methods. When did Southern Border have such an enslavement path goo master? This person is not a goo master. He is a goo immortal. Qi's eye walked to the center of the village. At the center of the village's ruins, there was a thick layer of black mud. It was completely different from the surrounding bloody ground. This branch of the Ni family has a sludge monster, a wild beast. But now, this mud monster is already dead. No matter how strong an enslavement path goo master is, Just a beast tide cannot do anything to this desolate beast mud monster. It can only be a goo immortal. Chi Zai said solemnly. Goo immortal? He did not expect it to be a goo immortal. She had a strange feeling. She had lived for decades but had never seen a goo immortal. To think that during her tribulation, she met her seventh grandpa, and now, she found out about the whereabouts of another goo immortal. I am a rank 6 goo immortal now. I am on a different level. The things I come into contact with have also changed drastically. He sighed to herself. Chi Zai's expression became colder. He was here to find the current generation in Iseong. But now that Ni clan village was completely slaughtered, his plan had little hope of succeeding. I'd like to see who exactly you are after killing the entire Ni family and running away. Chi Zai snorted coldly, revealing deep killing intent. You think I can't do anything to you just because you have done this? Ancestor Chi Zai's methods can be evaluated with common sense? Chi Zai said as he stretched out his right hand. He curled 2 fingers on his right hand, only showing his thumb, index finger, and middle finger. The 3 fingers pressed on the void. It was a light action. He did not care about it, but to think that this action would cause such a huge commotion. There was a loud bang. The entire rotten mud mountain shook, and the atmosphere shook violently. The bricks, tiles, and wood in the ruins of the stronghold flew in all directions as if they were being blown by a hurricane. Chi could not help but take a step back. She was tongue-tied by this huge commotion. Howl, howl, howl. A wretched green aura suddenly rose from all over the battlefield. At first, there were only dozens of them, but soon, the number of pale green auras increased rapidly. Hundreds and thousands of them flew around in the air. At once, the entire battlefield was covered in a layer of green light. It was a grand sight. Come, Chi Zai shouted. 3 of his fingers clenched, forming a strong eagle claw. He grabbed at the pale green auras that were flying in the air. These auras felt an extremely strong suction force, like rivers entering the sea. They flew towards Chi Zai's eagle claw. After dozens of breaths of time, the pale green auras that covered the sky had completely disappeared. They had fused into Chi Zai's eagle claw. Chi Zai's eagle claw no longer had its normal color. It had turned into a strange jade green color. 7th Grandpa, your hand, your hand. He only took one look and felt a chill in her body. A shocking resentment filled her heart. You have just ascended to an immortal. You are still half immortal. Don't get too close. Chi Zai instructed. His tone was still as calm and deep as before. Chi nodded, quickly taking a few steps back and turning her gaze away. Next, she heard Chi Zai's words. These pale green auras are the resentment chi that filled every corner of the battlefield. That goo immortal slaughtered Ni clan's entire village. He did not spare anyone. He was extremely ruthless. Ni clan did not have a single survivor. They were filled with immense resentment towards fate and their enemies. These auras, not only are they left on the battlefield, they are also wrapped around the culprit. Go in, Chi Zai shouted. At the same time, he let go of his eagle claw. His jade-green right palm slammed towards the black mud below his feet. In an instant, all of the resentment chi followed Chi Zai's action. They were slammed into the mud. This was not ordinary mud. It was the corpse of a desolate beast mud monster filled with earth path Dao marks. Chi path has a long history. Xiao He, look closely. This is one of the most powerful methods of our Chi clan. Chi Zai could not conceal his pride in his tone. Swoosh. Under Chi Zai's method, the mud surged up, forming into a huge mud ball. The thick mud ball floated in the air, rotating on its own. On the surface of the mud ball, there were countless faces. These faces were filled with anger and hatred. Puff. Chi Zai opened his mouth and breathed out a mysterious aura. The aura fused into the mud ball. It quickly transformed into a monster made of mud. The mud monster roared, "Kill! I will kill you." Did someone from the Ni family come back to life? He exclaimed. Chi Zai's method was truly unimaginable to her. Ever since Fate Gu was destroyed, there are many revival methods in the world. Chi Zai explained, before asking the crazily roaring mud monster, "What is your name?" Oh, the mud monster was still roaring. Its limbs were waving wildly. It was extremely furious. Chizai frowned, asking again. The mud monster ignored him. It cursed. "Murderer! You forced my grandfather to death. I will tear you to pieces." Chizai snorted coldly. His thoughts moved rapidly. The mud monster was created by him. It was under his control. "Who are you?" "You are also the murderer." "I will also." The mud monster's body shook, like it was struck by lightning. Countless mud spots fell off its body. The cursing stopped. The mud monster calmed down. It looked at Chizai and Chi-He with its empty eye sockets. Chizai let out a breath of air. He knew. This mud monster had a simple mind. It was formed from resentment. He could only ask one question at a time. He had to do it step by step. It could not be too difficult. "What is your name?" "Enijian." The mud monster roared again. But Chizai heard, "You bastard." His eyes shined with a sharp light. He snorted and waved his sleeves. With a loud sound, the mud monster was completely destroyed. It turned into a pile of mud and fell to the ground. Chapter 1044. Chizai snorted coldly. He pinched his fingers as the mud gathered again, forming a mud ball. On the surface of the mud ball, there were countless resentful faces. Even though it was silent, this scene made Chi-He feel a deep chill in her heart. Chizai waved his sleeves. The mud ball turned back into a mud monster. Chizai gasped lightly, thinking, "This is the resentment chi from earlier. This resentment chi has already been dispersed by me, but it can still surpass other resentment chi, manifesting and taking form. I can see how much resentment the owner of this resentment chi had when he was alive." Chizai asked again, "What is your name?" "Enijian." This time, Chizai heard it clearly. Thus he asked, "How old are you?" 15. Chizai continued to ask, but the mud monster only answered intermittently. Chizai's questions went from shallow to deep, from easy to hard. Time passed. After a while, Chizai finally understood what happened in Enai clan village. A mysterious goo immortal controlled a myriad of beasts and attacked Enai clan village. His goal was the same as Chizai, to find the current Enai. But different from Chizai, he did not know who the current Enai was. Thus, he used the lives of everyone in the village to force the current Enai to reveal himself. Left with no choice, Enai clan leader stepped forward. As it turned out, he was the current Enai who possessed Say is Dao not immortal goo. The invading goo immortal was overjoyed. He forced Enai clan leader to use Say is Dao not goo to resolve his doubts. They agreed that as long as he got a satisfactory answer, he would let go of Enai clan. Enai clan leader chose to believe the invading goo immortal for the sake of his clansmen. He sacrificed himself. The mysterious goo immortal got the answer he wanted, but he went back on his words. He commanded the myriad beasts to attack the village. Enai clan's clansmen were furious. They resisted with all their might, but the beast group was too strong. They were forced to retreat, suffering huge losses. At the crucial moment, Chizai subdued the desolate beast mud monster. He came to save the situation. The Enai clan branches that were scattered all over southern border. They were all raised by Chi clan's goo immortals. Chizai was in charge of Rotten Mud Mountain. He would inspect it once in a while. He knew that the current Enai was Enai clan leader. He had subdued a desolate beast mud monster in a muddy swamp in Rotten Mud Mountain and left behind a will to control the mud monster. Protect the Enai family to prevent any mishaps. When the accident happened, the sludge monsters rushed to the battlefield to protect the Enai family members. But the mysterious goo immortal was very powerful. He personally attacked and killed this mud monster with many attacks. Once the sludge monster died, the Enai family's remaining clansmen were drowned by the beast herd, and none of them escaped. The Enai family's mountain stronghold was initially quiet and peaceful. It was also crushed into ruins, and corpses covered the ground. It was an incomparably miserable sight. A few days later, Chizai and Chi-He arrived and found out about this. Enijian was the young clan leader of the stronghold, the grandson of the Enai clan leader. She had lost her parents at a young age and was brought up by her grandfather single-handedly. Her grandfather had nurtured her wholeheartedly, and they had a close relationship. His grandfather was hounded to death by his enemy, who went back on his word and killed the entire Anai family, including himself. After his death, his soul was taken away, leaving behind only an extremely dense resentment that lingered around. Chizai asked in detail, and Aijian had a deep impression of Fang Yuan. He told him everything he knew. According to his answers, Chizai slowly restored Fang Yuan's appearance. This was a short but stocky old man. His beard was a mix of black and white. It was tough like iron wire. His skin was yellow, his eyes were small, and his teeth were uneven. Who is this? Chizai secretly compared it to his memories. He did not recognize this person. Of course, he did not recognize him. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. Even against mortal Gu masters who posed no threat, he would disguise himself and change his appearance. Actually, even if Chizai was here and saw Fang Yuan, he would not be able to see through his disguise. Because not long ago, Fang Yuan had already used the land spirit of Langya to gather Gu worms. He could use the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face again. This Gu immortal is likely a secluded cultivator from southern border. Sigh. These are troubled times. Chizai sighed to himself. Ever since the duel on Etian Mountain, a large number of southern border Gu immortals had died mysteriously. And these dead southern border Gu immortals had occupied territories in southern border when they were alive. They had countless cultivation resources. This way, there was a vacuum of benefits. Many secluded Gu immortals, who were rarely seen, started to show up now. This person has to deal with the desolate beast mud monster. He does not have outstanding battle strength. He is likely a rank 6 Gu immortal. He actually knows about the current generation in Iseong. Even Wu clan and Shang clan's Gu immortals do not know about this. Is he a descendant of the other 3 Gu immortals? Chizai hesitated for a moment before deciding to investigate. The bed of the heaven, surveying 5 xiangs that lasted thousands of years. Qi clan was about to win. Just as the deadline was approaching, an unexpected mysterious Gu immortal appeared. This was a huge matter, even more important than the deaths of Qi clan's ancestors. He, Chizai, had to get to the bottom of it. Northern Plains, Langya blessed land. Guh. A basin of cold water splashed onto Gu Fangjing's face. Fangjing, who was unconscious, shuddered as he woke up. Where is this? He opened his eyes, finding that he was in a cage, a prisoner. Beside him, there were 2 hairy men wearing armor. One of them was holding an empty basin. There was still water in the basin. The other was holding a whip, smiling coldly at him. Who are you? Where is this? Fangjing struggled intensely, but his body was tied up. He could not move. Rascal, you are finally awake? You seem quite happy. The hairy man prison guard said as he raised the whip in his hand, whipping down. There was a smacking sound. The whip hit Fangjing's chest. Intense pain assaulted Fangjing's heart. The thin clothing on his chest was torn. A bloody wound was left on his chest. Fangjing took in a deep breath. His face was distorted. He screamed in pain. What are you screaming for? The hairy man prison guard had a fierce expression as he whipped again. This whip landed on Fangjing's face, disfiguring his face. Fangjing screamed in pain again. The hairy man prison guard became even more excited. He whipped again, spittle flying out of his mouth. Dog shit human. I will let you scream. I will let you scream. Fangjing was tortured. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He was bullied. Waves of intense pain assaulted him. He finally remembered. He was originally imprisoned by his brother Fang Yuan in Hu Immortal Blessed Land's prison. One day, many hairy men suddenly came. They took him away. What is going on? What exactly happened? Fangjing was extremely confused. But he did not have to be confused for long. The intense pain soon made him faint. He fainted. He fainted. This brat really can't take a beating. Hee. Pour some more cold water on him. Make him wake up. The 2 hairy men laughed coldly. The bone-chilling cold water suddenly drenched Fangjing's entire body. Fangjing's body twitched as he slowly opened his eyes. His consciousness gradually cleared up, and his whole body was in pain. It also became clearer and more profound. The hairy man who whipped Fangjing took a big step forward and stood in front of Fangjing. Then, he suddenly stretched out his thick hairy hands and pinched both sides of Fangjing's cheeks. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, now that you've fallen into our hands, don't even think about living. Don't even think about anyone coming to save you. Who immortal blessed land has already been taken over by our great hairy man Gu immortals. Your brother has also died in battle. Obediently cooperate with us. We'll give you a quick death so that you won't have to suffer so much. Speak. How much do you know about Hu immortal blessed land? How much do you know about your brother's secret?" When Fangjing heard this, he felt as if his mind was blown. His eyes were dazed as he looked at the hairy man in front of him in shock, shouting, "What? Fang Yuan is dead? Himph, attacked by our hairy man Gu immortals. He is just an immortal zombie. How can he not die? He would have been torn to pieces already. Ha ha ha. We hairy men are not easy to bully. One day, we hairy men will counterattack and trample on all of you humans." The two hairy man jailers laughed loudly. Fangjing knew very little about Gu immortals. He was really fooled by these two. His gaze was dazed. He was in a daze. Central continent, deep in earth abyss. In a dark room, He Lulan was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. The stone door slowly opened. Ing Wuxia was standing outside. He Lulan slowly opened her eyes. She did not speak. She only looked at the other party. Honestly speaking, the result of the Battle of Etian Mountain was out of He Lulan's expectations. Looking at this familiar Fang Yuan, He Lulan could not conceal her complex emotions. "I have already decided." Ing Wuxia spoke, breaking the silence. "Oh, I would like to hear the details," He Lulan said. She knew that the time to decide her life and death was here. If Ing Wuxia was not willing to help her get rid of the alliance agreement, she would die. Evidently, since Ing Wuxia's identity was exposed, he would not allow Fang Yuan's absolute ally to remain by his side. If Ing Wuxia decided to get rid of the alliance agreement and recruit He Lulan would have a chance of survival. Ing Wuxia had been hesitating for a long time. He wanted to use He Lulan's identity to get rid of the alliance agreement with her, to deal with Fang Yuan. But Fairy Li Shan's information path attainment was too high. Fang Yuan's strict rules made Ing Wuxia's plan fail before it could be carried out. He Lulan's value fell greatly. Don't forget, He Lulan had a deep hatred with Shadow Sect. Getting rid of the information path alliance agreement with He Lulan was the same as freeing the other party, Fang Yuan. Then, he would use a new alliance agreement to restrict He Lulan. If he gave up, he would kill He Lulan. Even though he would not obtain her Gu worms, her immortal aperture would remain, and she would also have a great strength true martial physique body. That way, Fang Yuan would still be shackled by the alliance agreement. When dealing with him in the future, he might be able to make use of it. In Ing Wuxia's heart, he had already made up his mind. He slowly opened his mouth. Without a doubt, at the next moment, his words would determine He Lulan's life and death. Chapter 1045. Green light shined brightly, red light resembled fire. The two lights fused, one strong while the other weak, the other strong. The radiance gradually dissipated, and the center of the formation fell into darkness once again. He Lulan sat cross-legged in the air. She slowly opened her eyes. Shock and admiration flashed in her eyes. Ing Wuxia belongs to Shadow Sect. He is a subordinate of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. I had thought that he would use Soul Path or Dark Path methods to get rid of the Information Path Dao marks on my body and help me break the alliance agreement. To think that he actually used Light Path. This shows how unfathomable Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Shadow Sect are. Little Ant's Information Path attainment is already at Quasi-Great Grandmaster level. Shadow Sect's Gu formation can be broken using Light Path. He Lulan's evaluation of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Shadow Sect rose by another level. Her vision changed. At the next moment, He Lulan returned to the underground room that she was in earlier. I have already gotten rid of all the Dao marks on your body. Ing Wuxia stood at the side, saying plainly. After some consideration, Ing Wuxia decided to preserve He Lulan's life. After all, his most important task now was not to deal with Fang Yuan, but to clean up the mess and rebuild Shadow Sect, to save Spectral Soul's main body. Fang Yuan was only a secondary target. Even though Ing Wuxia hated Fang Yuan to the core, he would not lose his rationality because of hatred. Precisely so. He was clear about his priorities. After some hesitation, he decided to make He Lulan his own. This talent was not ordinary. Great strength, true martial physique. With Ying Wuxie's knowledge and experience, with some training, she would become a capable subordinate. He Lulan inspected her body. He did not have a method to inspect her own Dao marks. This inspection was only to see if there were any abnormalities on her body. Of course, the focus was on her soul. Everyone knew that spectral soul demon Venerable was the founder of Soul Path. Ying Wuxie smiled faintly. The old covenant has been uprooted, and you have a new covenant. From now on, you are my subordinate. You must listen to my orders and not go against them. You must not hide anything from me. He Lulan snorted coldly. She didn't give Ying Wuxie any face. Since Ying Wuxie had the ability to dispel the old alliance, this proved that his methods were even more powerful than Fairy Li Shan. From now on, He Lulan had lost all her freedom. She had to obey Ying Wuxie's every command. However, for He Lulan, this was a choice she had no choice but to make. The situation was stronger than the person. If she stubbornly resisted to the end, she would definitely die at Ying Wuxie's hands. As for betraying her former ally, Fang Yuan, He Lulan did not feel guilty at all. Originally, she and Fang Yuan were people who schemed and used each other. In fact, she even hated Fang Yuan. What do you want me to do next? Deceive and lure Fang Yuan here? I have Stargate Goo here. I can use Black Heaven to travel through the 5 regions. He Lulan said plainly. Without the alliance covenant, she ruthlessly betrayed Fang Yuan. But Ying Wuxie shook his head. He said regretfully, I'm not afraid to tell you. My shadow sect still has spies in Langya Blessed Land. We know about Stargate Goo. Even though this goo is amazing, it can only be used on those bottom-tier rank 6 goo immortals. It cannot even transport one immortal goo, not to mention the current Fang Yuan. After Ying Wuxie obtained the guidance of the demon venerables will in Red Lotus True Inheritance, he learned many secrets about sovereign immortal fetus goo. He was clear that Fang Yuan's new body had a large number of Dao marks. Fire path, water path, wind path, and others, it had everything. And each Dao mark had at least 100. Just like that. These Dao marks added up to 1,000. With so many Dao marks, Fang Yuan could not use Stargate Goo anymore. My next plan is to refine fixed immortal travel, Ying Wuxie said. He Lulan's eyes shined with brilliance. She nodded. She knew about fixed immortal travel. This goo was very useful. Ying Wuxie's decision to refine this goo was very wise. Fixed immortal travel has just been destroyed. I have a high chance of refining it now. To refine fixed immortal travel, I need divine travel goo. To get divine travel goo, I need 4 types of exceptional wine. Before He Lulan finished, Ying Wuxie interrupted her. Divine travel goo is in the hands of Land Spirit of Langya. Fixed immortal travel is unique, but immortal goo recipes are different. A city has at least 4 paths leading to it, north, south, east, and west. The same goes for immortal goo. He Lulan was surprised. That means you have a new goo recipe for fixed immortal travel? Of course. Ying Wuxie smiled smugly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible when he was alive. He created Shadow Sect after his death. His foundation was extremely deep. The Demon Venerables will in Red Lotus True Inheritance had formulated a series of plans for Ying Wuxie based on this immortal goo, fixed immortal travel. As the core of the plan, fixed immortal travel could not have any problems. Thus, in Ying Wuxie's mind, there were 3 immortal goo recipes. They were all recipes that could successfully refine fixed immortal travel. Southern border. Fang Yuan was walking in the forest. He had just slaughtered Ni Clan's village alone. As he walked, he recalled the gains and losses of the battle earlier. Not forgetting the past was a good guide for the future. Only by constantly organizing the experience and absorbing the essence of the experience to replenish himself would his future journey be more stable. Ni Clan's goo masters were not a threat. Fang Yuan only used some enslavement path methods to summon myriad beasts and flatten the village. No matter how many mortal goo masters there were, from start to finish, Fang Yuan did not make a move. And what made Fang Yuan fight personally was that desolate beast mud monster that appeared later. This mud monster made Fang Yuan spend a lot of effort to deal with it. From this battle, Fang Yuan realized that he was lacking in many areas. Although I have rank 7 sword Gu, the immortal essence expenditure is too high. Gu worms had 9 ranks. Gu masters also had 9 ranks. Since ancient times, Gu master cultivation had a common understanding. Gu worms and Gu masters should have the same rank. If the Gu worm's rank was low, the Gu master's strength could not be fully displayed. If the Gu worm's rank was high, the Gu master's strength could not be displayed. Because the Gu worm's rank was higher than the Gu master's, the Gu immortal was like a baby swinging a sledgehammer, not to mention using the sledgehammer to injure others. When the Gu master held the sledgehammer, it was a form of injury to the Gu master. Like not long ago, when Fang Yuan used the rank 7 sword Gu to deal with the desolate beast mud monster, he felt a sense of helplessness. Every time he used the sword Gu, he would expend green grape immortal essence. It would surpass 100. Even if Fang Yuan's 9-5 sovereign immortal aperture could produce 16 beads of green grape immortal essence a day, it could not last more than 1 activation. Fortunately, he had extracted a lot of immortal Yuan stone from the land spirit of Langya and replenished his immortal essence. Otherwise, in Ni clan village, against that desolate beast mud monster, he would have to make a fool of himself. I was hesitant at first, but now, it seems that reverse refining these rank 7 sword path immortal Gu is a must. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The higher the rank of the Gu worm, the rarer it was, and the more valuable it was. But because of his current situation, Fang Yuan had no choice but to reverse refine these rank 7 immortal Gu, lowering their rank from rank 7 to rank 6. This way, they would be more suitable for Fang Yuan. He could activate them at will. My refinement path attainment is only SOSO. It is best to ask the land spirit of Langya to reverse refine the immortal Gu. Although his personality has changed, he is still the obsession of long-hair ancestor. As long as I am willing to spend the sect contribution points, it won't be difficult to get him to act personally. Fang Yuan continued to ponder. Reverse refinement of immortal Gu had a higher success rate than normal refinement. However, the possibility of failure was still very high. Therefore, asking the land spirit of Langya to take action was better than asking Fang Yuan to do it himself. He was more confident. I wonder how many of my rank 7 sword path immortal Gu will be left after reverse refining them? Even if all of them are left, with just these sword path immortal Gu, they won't be able to survive. That won't work either. Fang Yuan recalled his battle with the desolate beast sludge monster. Even though he used rank 7 sword path immortal Gu, his opponent was a mud monster. The sludge monsters were different from other fierce beasts. Ordinary desolate beasts had flesh and blood, skin and bones. It had an obvious fatal weakness. But the sludge monster was different. It was covered in mud. It was only because it was filled with earth path Dao marks that made it different. Fang Yuan's flying sword immortal Gu was specialized in dealing fatal blows. When activated, it was only a foot long and several fingers wide silver sword. Even though it was extremely sharp and easily pierced through the sludge monster, it could not cause huge damage. Thus, in that battle, even though Fang Yuan had the upper hand, he felt very stifled. Even if he won, the green grape immortal essence that he expended was far beyond Fang Yuan's bottom line. Flying sword immortal Gu is Bo Qing's most commonly used immortal Gu. Bo Qing used it as the core to create many immortal killer moves to deal with all sorts of situations. In the previous battle, if I had a sword path killer move, I would have been able to split flying sword immortal Gu's strength into countless parts and form a sky full of sword rain. The sludge monster would not have been my match. Thus, Fang Yuan not only needed to reverse refine sword path immortal Gu, he also needed to collect sword path killer moves. As for creating his own, he could forget about it. He could not use wisdom Gu, or rather, he had not found a way to use it. His sword path attainment level was also almost blank. If not for these sword path immortal Gu, Fang Yuan would have walked blood path, strength path, or time path already. After making up his mind, Fang Yuan stopped and casually sat down on a rock. He contacted the land spirit of Langya. Right now, the land spirit of Langya did not have much interest in Gu refinement. He was more concerned about how to make the hairy man race flourish, to trample on humans and make hairy men the overlords of the 5 regions. But when Feng Yuan was willing to spend sect contribution points to ask the land spirit for help, the land spirit of Langya agreed. As for sword path killer moves, Langya Blessed Land actually had many of them. It turned out that the land spirit of Langya had been researching goo recipes and goo refinement all day and night. Sword path goo worms were also part of his research, and those sword path killer moves were also content that the land spirit of Langya could use as a reference. After taking a look, Feng Yuan could not decide which killer move to use. He changed the topic. First, Supreme Elder, I am willing to use one last chance to ask you to refine an immortal goo. Even though the land spirit of Langya had changed, thieving heaven demon Venerable had made an agreement with long-hair ancestor, the land spirit still had to abide by it. Feng Yuan had already used 2 fortuitous encounters to ask the land spirit of Langya to refine Stargate goo and second aperture goo. Now, he had made up his mind to use the last chance as well. Oh, what immortal goo? The land spirit asked. Feng Yuan's answer was straightforward. Fixed immortal travel. Chapter 1046. Fixed immortal travel? The land spirit of Langya was surprised and hesitant. If Feng Yuan knew what he was worried about, it was none other than immortal goo being unique. He calmly replied to the land spirit, "Don't worry, I am 70% sure that fixed immortal travel no longer exists in this world." He found an Iseong and asked about fixed immortal travel and the other immortal goo. Feng Yuan asked, "Fixed immortal travel, spring-autumn cicada, immortal goo, have they been destroyed before?" Contemporary mud phase, no. Thus, Feng Yuan immediately confirmed 2 pieces of information. The first news was that fixed immortal travel and other immortal goo were either left behind or destroyed. The second piece of news was that Ing Wuxie had most likely seen through the arrangements he had made in his original body. The current Xiang was already over 50 years old. Activating Sei as Dao is not immortal goo once would expend 50 years of lifespan. Therefore, the Ni family's old clan leader died of old age on the spot after answering Feng Yuan's question. But his answer had already helped Feng Yuan a lot. In the worst-case scenario, since Ing Wuxie has seen through my setup, he must be hiding very well and won't let me find him. Perhaps he's even not in the southern border. I haven't been able to contact He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. They have either been instigated to defect or murdered. I wonder which of the immortal goo I originally had were destroyed? However, the possibility of fixed immortal travel being destroyed is the highest. This is because I deliberately set it up to be the first to be destroyed. The reason why Feng Yuan had made such arrangements was because he was wary of the power of fixed immortal travel. Also, it was to prevent himself from being able to retrieve his original body in time. That was why the goo worms self-destructed one after another. The biggest possibility is after fixed immortal travel is destroyed. Ing Wuxie sensed that something was wrong and took action. Seal the other immortal goo temporarily. Between him and I, it's a soul exchange. His situation was worse than mine. He didn't have any goo worms to freely control. He was actually able to seal my other immortal goo. This means that he either deceived He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, or borrowed the remaining forces of Shadow Sect. Since the Shadow Sect was created by spectral soul demon Venerable and had been in operation for tens of thousands of years, it was natural for it to have remnant forces. Feng Yuan had already predicted this. The Shadow Sect is spread across the 5 regions. Even the Zombie Alliance was a subordinate of the Shadow Sect. The Battle of Etian Mountain took place in Nanjiang, and the Shadow Sect's forces in Nanjiang suffered the most. But the other 4 regions are relatively better. If fixed immortal travel is destroyed and Ing Wuxie wants to deal with me, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng are far from enough. He must first gather the remaining forces of the Shadow Sect, accumulate his advantage, and then come to kill me. Therefore, he probably wants to refine fixed immortal travel. Feng Yuan's new body. It was truly outstanding. When he thought about it, inspiration flashed in his mind. It was like a river flowing east without any obstruction. As for him, fixed immortal travel was also something he urgently needed. Because of the 5 regional walls and Stargate goo, his new body could no longer be used with fixed immortal travel. It was the best tool for him to travel through the 5 regions. As long as I have fixed immortal travel, I can return to Langya Blessed Land and take all of my immortal goo. I can keep them all. My original cultivation resources can also be stored in the 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture. I can also enter Earth Abyss. I can directly annex Star Form Blessed Land. No matter which it was, it would greatly increase Fang Yuan's strength. But if he used Jewel Yellow Skies to transport them, not only would Jewel Yellow Skies be too open, Fang Yuan would be hunted down by countless people. Just the cost of using Jewel Yellow Skies was extremely expensive. If Fang Yuan forcefully used Jewel Yellow Skies, just the cost of transporting the rank 8 Wisdom Sword Goo would make all of his hard-earned cultivation resources go to waste. It was far from enough. Are you sure you want to refine fixed immortal travel? Land Spirit of Langya asked again. Fang Yuan sensed something amiss. He frowned. What? Is this beyond your capabilities? Land Spirit of Langya shook his head. I have no intention of going back on my agreement with thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. But even though I have divine travel goo and other supplementary goo materials, I lack the most crucial material. Can you guess what it is? Fang Yuan thought about it and frowned. Is it the light of the immemorial era? That's right, Land Spirit of Langya replied. No matter what goo recipe you use to refine fixed immortal travel, all of these goo recipes required a crucial goo material. That was the light of the immemorial era. Light itself is hard to capture and store. Immemorial antiquity surpassed olden antiquity and remote antiquity. It was the era of Ranzu. At that time, the entire world only had Ranzu and his 10 sons. No matter what goo recipe you use, it won't work. Fang Yuan knew that Land Spirit of Langya would not lie to him, but he was still unresigned. Of course. Langya Land Spirit answered firmly and directly. I have 2 sets of fixed immortal travels immortal goo recipe. I have seen more than 10 fixed immortal travel remnant recipes. No matter which goo recipe it is, it cannot bypass the light of the immemorial era. At most, the only difference is the amount of light of the immemorial era in each goo recipe. Fixed immortal travel is a top-tier goo. It has great use. If not for this, it would have already been refined by others. How could it be yours? Fang Yuan heard this and realized how lucky he was to refine fixed immortal travel back then. Back then, he had used Xiao Meng's extreme light goo. But now, Xiao Meng was already dead. Because Xiao Shan and Xiao Meng were pawns chosen by Xiao Clan's Supreme Elder. These two were living goo immortal seeds, but as mortals, they were pawns. Even at death's door, they did not understand the truth of Etian Mountain. Once Xiao Meng died, extreme light goo was destroyed as well. Xiao Meng is dead. Not even his soul was left. Where can I get the light of the immemorial era? First Supreme Elder, if I use the light of wisdom, can I think of a fixed immortal travel immortal goo recipe that does not need the light of the immemorial era? Fang Yuan asked. Regarding rank 9 immortal goo, Land Spirit of Langya was not sure. After all, he was only a rank 8 goo immortal when he was alive. Even if he helped the 2 venerables refine goo, he did not know much about the rank 9 wisdom immortal goo. Forget it. Even if I can use the light of wisdom to think of an immortal goo recipe that does not need the light of the immemorial era, I am no longer an immortal zombie. I might not be able to use it. I should go to Xiao Clan first. Xiao Meng's extreme light goo was obtained from tomb robbing. I might be able to find some clues in Xiao Clan. Fang Yuan ended his contact with Land Spirit of Langya. He changed his direction and rushed towards Xiao Clan. But before ending the contact, he did not forget to give the souls he obtained from slaughtering an I clan to Land Spirit of Langya. Next, he asked for a list from Land Spirit of Langya. The content of the list was naturally related to Langya sect's sword path killer moves. Fang Yuan rushed towards Xiao Clan as he looked at these killer moves. Even though there were many sword path killer moves, most of them were mortal killer moves, and there were only 3 immortal killer moves. One of them was an incomplete immortal move. Like an incomplete immortal goo recipe, it had great reference value but could not be used directly. As for the other 2, one was for movement and the other was for attack. The movement immortal killer move was called Sword Flash Thunder Sound. It had 2 core immortal goo, Flash Sword Goo and Rumbling Thunder Goo. The offensive immortal killer move was called Dark Assassination. It also had 2 core immortal goo, Flying Sword Goo and Dark Limit Goo. Looking at the familiar dark limit immortal goo, Fang Yuan sighed internally. Long ago, he had tried to obtain this immortal goo, but he did not succeed. After Fairy Jiangyu died, dark limit immortal goo was also destroyed. If I had dark limit immortal goo, along with the flying sword immortal goo that I have, I would be able to use this dark assassination. Unfortunately, just as Fang Yuan was thinking, a voice came from the side. Friend ahead, please wait. Fang Yuan turned around and saw a desolate beast Qi Grand Lion running towards him. There was a large red chair on the lion's back. 2 goo immortals were sitting on it. Central continent, Earth Abyss. The soul beast raised its head and let out a silent roar. Be careful, Soul Howl Immortal Goo is activating again. Ing Wu Xie warned. A formless sound wave created surging air currents, sweeping towards Ing Wu Xie, He Lulan, and Tai Bai Yunsheng. The three had no choice but to retreat in defeat. This wild Soul Howl Immortal Goo was rank 7. It was a parasite on a soul beast. Once Ing Wu Xie, He Lulan, and Tai Bai Yunsheng forced the soul beast into a dangerous situation. This immortal goo would sense it and activate, buying enough time and space for the parasite soul beast. How can this be? This soul beast is only a desolate beast. How can there be a rank 7 wild goo parasite on it? Tai Bai Yunsheng's 7 orifices were bleeding, he screamed. The other 2 were not having a good time either. They felt dizzy and their souls were heavily injured. Ing Wu Xie's expression was ugly. Truly, trouble came from the sky while he was sitting at home. Everything was fine earlier, but suddenly, a soul beast barged into Shadow Sect's territory. Soul Howl Immortal Goo does not need immortal essence to activate. It uses the soul foundation. This desolate level soul beast was probably an ancient desolate level soul beast not long ago. But after an intense battle, it escaped in defeat. Soul Howl Immortal Goo activated again and again, causing it to fall from an immemorial soul beast to an ordinary desolate beast. Ing Wu Xie replied to Tai Bai Yunsheng with a hoarse voice. At the same time, the word Providence appeared in his mind. My Shadow Sect's plan failed, and I went against Providence. After rebirth, I did not perish together with Fang Yuan. This is Providence coming to find trouble with me. The Tao of Heaven emphasized on the balance of all living beings. Shadow Sect had concealed themselves earlier, trying not to let Providence discover them. They acted in the dark, thus there were few obstructions. But now that Ing Wu Xie was completely exposed, Providence finally lured the soul beast to attack. Providence is everywhere. Back then, when Fang Yuan refined fixed immortal travel, it ingeniously sent the light of the immemorial era to Fang Yuan. Now it is trying to eliminate me. Do I really have to destroy the spring-autumn cicada in my body? Ing Wu Xie was extremely hesitant. Chapter 1047. Friend ahead, please wait. On the desolate beast Qi Grand Lion, Qi's eye called out loudly. Fang Yuan stopped and looked back. After leaving Rotten Mud Mountain, he had deactivated the Immortal Killer move vaguely familiar face. Rank 8 Immortal Goo Attitude Goo expended a lot of effort to activate. If it was used for a long time, Fang Yuan's mind would be exhausted. Moreover, after Fang Yuan modified vaguely familiar face, because it lacked change form Immortal Goo, there were many goo worms. There were thousands of supplementary mortal goo. Activating these goo worms at all times required a lot of focus. Thus, when Qizai saw Fang Yuan from afar, he did not think he was the culprit. He was at most a little suspicious. As he got closer, Qi also saw Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan wore a white robe. He was untainted by even a speck of dust. His skin was white as snow. His eyes were like stars. His long black hair extended to his waist like a waterfall. Even though Qi was old, over 50 years old, when she saw Fang Yuan, her eyes brightened as she thought, "This Goo Immortal Senior has such an outstanding bearing. He has the demeanor of an immortal. I have never seen such a person in my life." "Senior, what is the matter?" Fang Yuan had a plain expression as he cupped his fists. He did not use vaguely familiar face. He only had rank 6 cultivation level. But Qizai had rank 7 aura. In this world, the strong were respected. Fang Yuan bowed first. It was natural and elegant. If he had his hands behind his back and an arrogant attitude, It was a rare behavior. Qi Zai praised Fang Yuan's elegance in his heart. His expression softened as he said, "I am only here to verify some things." Saying so, he waved his sleeves and shot out a mud ball. The mud ball expanded with the wind, quickly turning into the size of an elephant. After another transformation, it turned into the mudman Enaijian. Fang Yuan's gaze sank. Enaijian looked at Fang Yuan. His gaze was puzzled at first, but soon turned into intense hatred. Even though Fang Yuan had changed his appearance, his intuition told Enaijian that this young man was the culprit. "It's you. It's you. You demon. You forced my grandfather to death and slaughtered my entire clan." Enaijian then turned to Fang Yuan. A head-on collision. Oh? Qi Zai became alert. Cold light shot out of his eyes as he sized up Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan felt that Qi Zai's gaze was like a needle piercing into his body. With a cold snort, he flicked his sleeves. Suddenly, white clouds surged out, blocking his vision, and he quickly retreated in the clouds. Gua mortals have countless methods. It is hard to defend against them. How did you discover me? The other party was a rank 7 Gua mortal. His cultivation level was higher than Fang Yuan. Without a doubt, this was a powerful enemy. Fang Yuan immediately thought of retreating. "Don't go." Qi Zai saw this and shouted. His right hand took the shape of an eagle's claw, and he fiercely pulled at the clouds in the sky. Hua! It was like the sound of a huge wave surging. In the blink of an eye, the clouds in the sky disappeared. Fang Yuan was still retreating. His figure was exposed. Qi Zai opened his mouth, breathing towards Fang Yuan from afar. Fang Yuan immediately felt a huge suction force grabbing onto his body, causing his speed to fall. At this time, the mudman Enaijian flew over. He was already in front of him. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, but his expression was indifferent. He was not moved at all. "Die." Enaijian waved his fist. With a loud sound, fist winds blew. The fist was ferocious. It had the aura of breaking mountains and crushing rocks. Enaijian was originally a rank 2 Gu master, but after he was killed by the beast group, Qi Zai used the mud monster's corpse. He turned into a mudman. His strength rose sharply, reaching desolate beast level. He could fight ordinary rank 6. From this, it could be seen that the rank 7 Gu immortal Qi Zai had extraordinary methods. Enaijian's fist fiercely hit Fang Yuan. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan's figure dissipated. He turned into a lump of clouds. Qi gasped. She had a surprised expression. She did not expect this. Qi Zai was not surprised. He looked to his right and flicked his finger. Mortal killer move, divine flick. A Qi pellet, only the size of a thumb, but it was too fast. Fang Yuan could not dodge in time. He was hit by Qi Zai. This time, he finally revealed his true body. Qi Zai breathed in again. Enaijian's waist was coiled with a thick, translucent Qi current. The Qi current revolved around his waist. Enaijian's speed rose by several times. "Hand over your life." Enaijian shouted, charging towards Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan frowned. His whole body was covered in a layer of lion fur armor. The divine flick earlier did not cause any damage to him. It only forced him out. He is actually a Qi Path Gu immortal, he thought. Qi Path had a longer history than Strength Path. It had also declined much more than Strength Path. To think that he would meet a rare Qi Path Gu immortal in southern border. No wonder he was caught. The truth of him slaughtering Enai clan was also exposed. Qi Path, which had a long history, naturally had secret methods that Fang Yuan could not understand. But what does my slaughtering of Enai clan have to do with these two Gu immortals? In my memories, Enai clan does not have any Gu immortal ancestors. Fang Yuan was puzzled. Enaijian attacked again. Fang Yuan felt a headache. He had already fought against the desolate beast mud monster earlier. This mudman monster had no fatal weakness. Even if he used the rank 7 immortal Gu flying sword, it had little effect. But this did not mean that Fang Yuan had no way to deal with it. His body swayed as he counterattacked. He raised both his palms, be it the back or the center of his palms. They were covered in a layer of frost. Fang Yuan's palm lightly landed on Enaijian's body. Enaijian's attacks were rough, but Fang Yuan's movements were like falling leaves in the wind, agile and ethereal. Jian lacked battle experience. In close combat, he could not even touch Fang Yuan's sleeves. In contrast, Fang Yuan's moves were exquisite and nimble. His frost palms continued to land on Jian's body. Soon, Jian's body was covered in a layer of frost. His attack speed fell, and the translucent qi currents coiling around his waist were dispersed by Fang Yuan's palm. Fang Yuan had immortal goo, but they were rank 7 and could not be used easily. Thus, he picked up the mortal killer move Lion Fur Armor as a temporary measure. Earlier, White Cloud surged, and now, Frost Palms, they were both outstanding mortal killer moves. The former came from Tai Bai Yunsheng, while the latter came from Shuesong Zi. Tai Bai Yunsheng cultivated Time Path primarily and Cloud Path secondarily. He often conversed with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan thus grasped his mortal methods. As for Shuesong Zi, before rebirth, Fang Yuan had obtained his soul and soul searched it. At that time, Shuesong Zi's soul had been tampered with by Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan could not find any information about Shadow Sect, but Shuesong Zi's growth, cultivation experience, and so on were all found out by Fang Yuan. These were all used by Fang Yuan. As for the goo worms needed for mortal killer moves were supplied by Land Spirit of Langia. Earlier, when Fang Yuan slaughtered an clan, he had used the Desolate Beast Mud Monster to practice. Qizai saw that Jian, who had rank 6 battle strength, was being toyed with by Fang Yuan. His expression sank as he used the mortal killer move Divine Flick again, shooting out countless qi pellets. These qi pellets were extremely fast. After Fang Yuan dodged several times. Seeing that he could not dodge, he stopped dodging and used Lion Fur Armor to take it. The limit of Lion Fur Armor's defense was beyond Qizai's expectations. He snorted coldly as he changed his method, waving his palm and slashing at Fang Yuan from afar. Every time he made a move, a blade of qi would be created. Lion Fur Armor could only withstand 2 qi path slashes. Fang Yuan used another method. A layer of black, oily, sticky liquid appeared on the surface of Lion Fur Armor. The qi blade slashed at the black oil. The attack was stopped and its sharpness decreased greatly. When it hit the Lion Fur Armor, the effect was reduced by 60%. This layer of black, oily defensive killer move came from He Chung. After Fang Yuan captured He Chung, he soul-searched him and obtained this killer move. He used it now. This was a killer move obtained from soul-searching. Most of them had been cultivated countless times. Although it could not raise Fang Yuan's attainment level, the cultivation experience gained from nowhere allowed Fang Yuan to take a shortcut in cultivation. As long as Fang Yuan practiced a bit, he would be able to use these mortal killer moves with ease. Qizai snorted coldly as he breathed out 2 streams of fire qi from his nostrils. The fire qi scattered in the air, turning into a wave of fire that pounced at Fang Yuan. At the same time, Jian fought desperately. Fang Yuan slapped away the mudman that was pestering him. At this time, the fire qi was already very close. He laughed loudly as he used a cloud path killer move. 9 cloud rings appeared around him. It was the defensive killer move from Tai Bai Yunsheng, 9 cloud rings. The fire qi attacked, but was absorbed by the cloud rings. The 4 pure white cloud rings were dyed fiery red. Fang Yuan stretched out his hands, grabbing at the air. Waves of undercurrents gathered at the center of his hands, forming 2 black spheres in the blink of an eye. Mortal killer move, Dark Vortex. Fang Yuan flew forward, throwing dark vortexes at Qizai like meteors. Qi, who was beside Qizai, shouted in shock, sensing the danger contained in the dark vortexes. Qizai retaliated, using qi blades, qi pellets, and the fire qi that came out of his nose. Both sides fought back and forth. They were locked in a stalemate. Qi felt dizzy. She could not adapt to the Goo Immortal's fighting style. She had just become an immortal not long ago. When she was immortal, she fought on the ground. She had never fought like this, sometimes flying, sometimes descending, and sometimes flying. I am almost certain that the other party is a Qi Path Goo Immortal. Fang Yuan fought as he observed, collecting information. After fighting for a long time, Qizai sat calmly on the Qi Grand Lion's back. Even if Fang Yuan's dark vortexes and other killer moves penetrated his fire qi net and hit his body, they would be blocked by the tough qi that he condensed. Qizai had the upper hand. But he was not as calm as he looked on the surface. What is going on? This lad. Which path does he cultivate? Chizai became more confused as he fought. He was a little dazed. Fang Yuan's mortal killer moves were amplified by the Dao marks on his body. But his killer moves already included Wind Path, Cloud Path, Dark Path, Strength Path, and many other paths. Chizai could not understand. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Chapter 1048. Fang Yuan's situation was especially strange. Chizai could not help but pay attention to it. What kind of Dao marks does he have? Why can he use killer moves of all paths to amplify his strength without any loss? Chizai looked like he had everything planned out, but he was actually thinking hard in secret. According to what I know, only one person in history has achieved this. That is reckless savage demon Venerable. In human history, there were a few demon venerables. Reckless savage, he created Strength Path and was the ancestor of Strength Path. He also cultivated Transformation Path. According to the records in history, he could transform into countless forms, and his Dao marks could be changed at will. For example, when Reckless Savage Demon Venerable turned into a Lightning Wolf, he could use a Lightning Path killer move. When he turned into a Swamp Crab, he could use an Earth Path killer move, unaffected by the suppression of other Dao marks. And ordinary Transformation Path Gu Masters could only cultivate one Transformation Path. For example, in Northern Plains Imperial Court Contest, Cheng Long and Cheng who could only transform into a dragon and a tiger. As for Transformation Path Gu Immortals, like He Lang Zi who had fought with Fang Yuan, he could transform into 3 different wolf forms, each with different Dao marks. But when he changed forms, he had to wait for a period of time and use methods to clear the original Dao marks, to prevent the Dao marks of different paths from interfering with each other. This drawback had troubled all Transformation Path Gu Masters and Gu Immortals since ancient times. Except for one person. That was Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. He seemed to be able to transform at will, disregarding the interference of Dao marks. Unfortunately, after Reckless Savage Demon Venerable died, his method was not passed down. Countless wise sages and geniuses tried to comprehend Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's method, but they all failed, gaining nothing. Don't tell me, this enemy in front of me just happened to inherit this crucial transformation path inheritance of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable? Chizai thought of this and felt a fire burning in his heart. Other than this explanation, he could not think of any other possibility. Of course, Gu Master cultivation is complex and unpredictable. There are all sorts of people. They have as many methods as the stars in the night sky. They cannot be estimated with common sense. Chizai squinted, still calm. Actually, he had guessed that Fang Yuan had obtained Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true inheritance, but he had underestimated Fang Yuan. The reason why Fang Yuan was able to reach such a level was because of his ability. Because Spectral Soul had refined rank 9 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. This immortal Gu was not ordinary. Not only was it the crucial treasure for Spectral Soul's revival, it was also the foundation for him to surpass all the Venerables in the future. Back then, after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died, he was unwilling to accept the current situation. Therefore, he established the Shadow Sect and painstakingly planned for it. During this period, not only did he organize everything he had learned in his life, but he also searched for countless inheritances. Among these inheritances, there were Gu Master inheritances. There was no lack of good products. Spectral Soul gained a lot of inspiration and new ideas. There were also Gu Immortal inheritances and even many Venerable inheritances. Even the most mysterious Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Shadow Sect could obtain a true inheritance he left behind. What about the other supremacies? Spectral Soul controlled Shadow Sect. He also created Zombie Alliance in the 5 regions. After tens of thousands of years, he accumulated and researched. He paid a lot of effort and sacrifices. In the end, only then did he extract the essence of all rivers into the sea and fuse them together to obtain the rank 9 Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. It could be said that this Immortal Gu was not just the soul path crystallization of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It was also the essence of countless paths and venerable true inheritances. It was a peerless treasure formed from them. Even though Providence arranged for Fang Yuan to be a pawn, at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan used his otherworldly demon instincts to break free and use sovereign immortal fetus goo. Qi Zai was suspicious. Even though Fang Yuan only had rank 6 aura, he did not dare to be careless. He was probing Fang Yuan. He was a rank 7 goo immortal. Even if he did not have rank 7 immortal goo, he usually had rank 6 goo. Earlier, he refined the resentment mud ball from the mud and turned it into the mudman in IGN. That was an immortal method. But he did not use immortal goo. Immortal goo were the trump cards of goo immortals. Using them expended immortal essence. Qi Zai's blessed land was only a low-grade blessed land. He would not use immortal goo normally. Of course, immortal essence was not the main reason. The main reason was that once he used immortal goo, the enemy would know. After all, how many goo worms a goo master had and what they were kept a secret. Once the information was leaked, they would be targeted and restrained. Goo immortals were the same. In the first battle, goo immortals did not know each other's abilities. They had to probe each other. While Qi Zai was probing Fang Yuan was also probing him. All sorts of mortal killer moves appeared in Fang Yuan's hands. Together with his handsome appearance, he attracted Qi He's attention. Like Qi Zai, even though Fang Yuan had immortal goo, he could not abuse them. Even though rank 7 sword path immortal goo were powerful, Fang Yuan only had rank 6 green grape immortal essence. He could not compare to rank 7 goo immortal Qi Zai. If not for Fang Yuan joining Lengya sect, he would not have a large number of immortal Yuan stones to replenish his immortal essence. He would have lost this battle for sure. Both sides fought back and forth, attacking and defending. The commotion was grand. Qi could not take her eyes off them. She gasped in her heart. Unavoidably, Qi Zai was gradually suppressed by Fang Yuan. Mortal killer moves, no matter how outstanding, did not have an immortal goo. Thus, the amplification from Qi Zai's Dao marks was limited. It would not exceed the range of using immortal goo. In the long history of history, there was only one mortal killer move that could match an immortal goo. That was the white bone chariot created by proud bone demon Lord Shan Grao. This person was a rank 8 demonic path goo immortal. He had the qualifications to be proud. In terms of this achievement, even the 10 venerables in history could not compare to him. Immortal venerables and demon venerables might have been invincible in the world, but that did not mean they were omnipotent. Back then, giant sun immortal and thieving heaven demon venerable needed to find long hair ancestor to refine goo for them. In contrast, Fang Yuan's Dao mark accumulation was far from Qi Zai's, and the amplification of his mortal killer moves was limited, but he had many methods. He could deal with them easily. Thus, gradually, Fang Yuan attacked more and defended less. He gained the initiative. Qi Zai was aware of the situation. He knew the situation. He frowned and started to counterattack. Battlefield killer move, Qi Lock. Immediately, the surrounding space was locked. The air was frozen, forming a translucent battlefield. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He did not panic. This battlefield killer move was only mortal level. It had little threat to goo immortals like him who had immortal goo. Unless he was a rank 6 goo immortal without immortal goo. That was why he would be on guard. And this battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan also had it. Immediately, he used Xuesong Zi's signature move, battlefield killer move Snow Domain. Thus, the Qi Lock side was pushed aside. Frost energy spread in the air. Qi could not help but gasp in surprise. In front of her, the battlefield was clearly divided into two. One was a world of ice and snow. The other was a place where the air was frozen. Qi's horizons were still limited to the mortal realm. This battlefield killer move, even though it was only mortal level, was the trump card of every mortal force. It would not be used easily unless it was a crucial battle. It would be unraveled by others. This time, she saw two battlefield killer moves being used in front of her. She felt that this trip was not in vain. She felt a sense of satisfaction from broadening her horizons. Seeing that Fang Yuan was still at ease, Qi Zai finally lost his patience and used his immortal goo first. He was a vigilant person. He did not use an immortal killer move directly, but used an immortal goo, a rank 6 Qi path immortal goo. Fang Yuan did not know what it was, but Qi Zai was not stupid enough to say the name of the immortal goo while using the move. The immortal goo was activated. The scene immediately underwent a tremendous change. The Chi-Lock side of the battlefield vanished, strengthening the immortal goo. Snow Domain could not resist it. It was invaded by a dark Chi rope. It pierced through. This long rope of Chi coiled around its body, like a jade-green poisonous snake. It was several meters long, attacking Fang Yuan rapidly. Fang Yuan sighed, using rank 7 immortal goo sword escape. Whoosh! Instantly, he seemed to have turned into a sharp sword, piercing through the air and flying away. So fast, Qi opened her mouth in shock. Almost in the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan had already flown to the limits of her vision. After all, it was a rank 7 movement immortal goo. Its speed was naturally shocking. Qi's eye was also stunned. He had estimated that Fang Yuan would use Snow Path, Wind Path, or Dark Path, because the mortal killer moves he used earlier were mostly of these 3 paths. But when Fang Yuan used an immortal goo, it was Sword Path. And it was a rank 7 Sword Path immortal goo. What the hell? Is he not a Transformation Path goo immortal, but a Sword Path goo immortal? Qi's eye felt like his mind was in knots. After probing for so long, he felt that he had some understanding of Fang Yuan. But now that they were fighting, Fang Yuan actually took out a rank 7 Sword Path immortal goo. And it was flying so fast. If it were me in the past, I would only feel hopeless. Unfortunately, your luck is bad. Not long ago, the immortal killer move that I had been working on for 3 years succeeded. Qi's eye snickered, roaring loudly. At the same time, his body burst out with an intense aura. The aura enveloped him in Qi-He, seeping into every inch of the Qi Grand Lion's skin and flesh. The Qi Grand Lion cried out in pain. Its eyes were bloodshot as it charged towards Fang Yuan. Under the effect of Qi's eye's immortal killer move, the Qi Grand Lion's speed was shocking. In less than 7 minutes, the Qi Grand Lion caught up to Fang Yuan with the 2 Qi Clan Goo immortals. Fang Yuan saw this and felt a headache. Qi's eye activated his immortal goo again, sending out a long Qi rope. Evidently, it was the immortal goo from earlier. The long Qi rope flew towards Fang Yuan, getting closer to him. He did not use any other immortal killer moves. He only used a rank 6 immortal goo. Is it because his movement killer move contains a lot of goo worms, he needs to expend a lot of his concentration? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. At the crucial moment, he was still calm as ice. He thought about it, showing his deep foundation and battle attainment. When activating an immortal goo, the goo worm aura would leak out. And when activating an immortal killer move, the aura would be much more complex and vast. Thus, Qi's eye could easily tell that Fang Yuan was using a rank 7 immortal goo. It was Sword Path. And Fang Yuan could easily tell that Qi's eye was only using a rank 6 immortal goo. Of course, this was common sense. It was not absolute. There were some rare methods that could conceal the immortal goo's aura and mislead the enemy. Flying Sword Goo. Fang Yuan pointed with his finger as the immortal goo flew out. Flying Sword immortal goo was extremely sharp. The long Qi rope was instantly cut into pieces. Qi's eye's heart shook. He was shocked again. Why is it another rank 7 Sword Path immortal goo? Is he really a Sword Path goo immortal? Then how do you explain the situation when he used his mortal killer move? Why are his immortal goo all rank 7? Don't tell me he is a rank 7 goo immortal. He is concealing his aura to be rank 6, trying to prey on us. How could Qi's eye know about Fang Yuan's true situation? He was a vigilant person. His thoughts were meticulous. The more he analyzed, the more bewildered he got. He was scaring himself. Chapter 1049. Qi's eye's mind was filled with thoughts. Even his expression turned solemn. Fang Yuan was also frowning deeply. He had used Flying Sword Goo earlier to destroy the Qi, but it had recovered in the blink of an eye. The jade-green Qi rope shot towards Fang Yuan again. It seemed like it would not rest until it tangled with Fang Yuan. Flying Sword Goo is strong, but it is not good at dealing with enemies that can gather and scatter at will. Fang Yuan had a realization. Earlier, when he was dealing with the desolate beast mud monster, he had the same feeling. Now that he was facing a Qi Path Goo immortal, this feeling surfaced in his mind again. Of course, this was also because he lacked related killer moves. If he had a sword path killer move that could help flying sword goo spread its attacks instead of concentrating on one point, this kind of trouble would be easily solved. Actually, Fang Yuan had already predicted this situation. Thus, he used Sword Escape Immortal Goo to retreat. But he did not expect the enemy to have a movement killer move that could chase after him. Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. Earlier, when they were probing each other, he used countless mortal killer moves to gain the upper hand. But now, he used Immortal Goo and Immortal Killer moves. He was at a disadvantage now. The enemy was a rank 7 Goo Immortal after all. His cultivation level was much higher than Fang Yuan's. It was normal for Fang Yuan to be unable to beat him. It was not easy for him to be in this situation. I only have 2 Immortal Goo. While the enemy is rank 7, his cultivation level is higher than mine, and he has more methods than me. If he had an Immortal Battlefield Killer move, even with Flying Sword Immortal Goo, it would be hard for me to break through. I cannot stay here for long. Sword Escape. Fang Yuan activated this rank 7 Immortal Goo again, flying into the sky. Quite vigilant. Chizai snorted coldly. His battle methods were most proficient in expending his opponent's resources. The Yin-Chi rope was torn apart. As the aura spread, as time passed, the entire battlefield would lean towards Chi path. By then, not only would Chizai be able to use Immortal Goo faster and stronger, his Immortal Essence expenditure would also be reduced. There were no disadvantages. It was very good. But Fang Yuan only fought for a while before retreating rapidly. Every time he fired, he moved to a different place. This caused Chizai to have no advantage at all. Goo Masters had limited movement speed and were often limited to one place. But Goo Immortals could move freely in and out of the blue. They were very different from Goo Masters. Thus, defeating a Goo Immortal was easy, but to kill the Goo Immortal. But it was very difficult, unless there was an Immortal Battlefield Killer move to trap him. However, this Battlefield Killer move needed time to set up. When Goo Immortals fought, they could only set up traps in front of others. Their methods had to be concealed. Only then could it be laid successfully. Or like when Fang Yuan dealt with He Cheng, he set up a Battlefield Killer move in advance. Then, he would lure the enemy in. Even though Fang Yuan escaped, Chizai had an Immortal Killer move that could teleport rapidly. Fang Yuan slaughtered the entire Enai clan. Chizai was in charge of this place. If he let Fang Yuan go like this, it would be hard for Chizai to explain himself when he returned. There was a more important reason. Chizai was worried that Fang Yuan was a remnant of the other 4 families. This matter was related to the 1,000-year bet, and the Qi family was already in sight. At this critical moment, they could not afford to make any mistakes. Thus, Chizai had to investigate this matter. He had to get to the bottom of it. He could not let this go. After Fang Yuan escaped for a while, he found that Chizai had chased after him. How deep is the hatred? Why is he chasing me like this? Fang Yuan was very depressed. In his previous life's memories, this Enai clan did not have any Goo Immortal seniors. That was why Fang Yuan acted so recklessly. To think that because of this, Goo Immortals would chase after him, 1 rank 6 and 1 rank 7, 2 Goo Immortals. Fang Yuan tried to guess Chizai's motive, but it was pointless. Because he knew nothing about the 5 Xiang's bet, he could only fight while retreating. Every time they fought, he would use Flying Sword Immortal Goo to fight for 2 to 3 rounds before using Sword Escape Immortal Goo to retreat. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan started to see some clues. The rank 6 Goo Immortal beside him has a strange expression. She seems to have advanced to Goo Immortal not long ago. She calls the rank 7 Goo Immortal Grandpa. They are related by blood. They should be relatives. This rank 6 Goo Immortal should not be a problem. If she could make a move, she would have interfered and trapped me long ago. But during the entire battle, she has been sitting at the back, not doing anything. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of information. Chizai also gained a deeper understanding of Fang Yuan. This strange guy seems to be a rank 6 Goo Immortal. He actually used 2 rank 7 Immortal Goo. Chizai did not know how to evaluate this situation. Normally speaking, most rank 6 Goo Immortals did not even have a single rank 6 Immortal Goo. They had a great desire for them. This person in front of him also did not have a rank 6 Immortal Goo, but he took a huge step forward, directly possessing 2 rank 7 Immortal Goo. But you've taken too big a step. I want to see how much green grape immortal essence you have to activate a rank 7 sword gu. Chi Zai sneered internally. He was skilled in battles of attrition, now that his cultivation level was one rank higher than Fong Yuan, and Fong Yuan was using a rank 7 immortal gu. He was not in a hurry. Fong Yuan fought as he retreated. He advanced as he fought. He was cunning and sinister. He was very hard to deal with. Fong Yuan thought, since the start of the battle, I have already used up tens of thousands of immortal Yuan stones. These were all transported from the land spirit of Langya. My sect contribution points are all used. This person has a good plan. He wants to waste my immortal essence, but I know his scheme, but I can do nothing about it. If he used a rank 6 immortal gu, Fong Yuan's endurance would be much stronger. He would not be in such an awkward situation. With his rank 6 cultivation level, using a rank 7 immortal gu was too much of a stretch. Chi Zai Wei could not get rid of him. Fong Yuan could not get rid of him. They were in a deadlock. Both sides fought for over 10 times. In order to maintain the situation, Fong Yuan had to drink poison to quench his thirst. He kept asking for immortal Yuan stones from the land spirit of Langya. And his Langya sect contribution points had already reached rock bottom. Chi Zai was inwardly surprised. Fong Yuan being able to last until now was out of his expectations. This rank 6 gu immortal is truly strange. This person must have a big secret on him. If I can get my hands on it, it might be the greatest secret I have ever had since I started cultivating. The greatest opportunity. At this point, Chi Zai's heart was burning. He looked at Fong Yuan's cold gaze like he was looking at a moving treasure vault. But at the next moment, Chi Zai's gaze froze as shock appeared on his face. He cursed inwardly. That mountain range ahead. Wasn't it just the 5-boundary mountain range? Damn it. So that's what he was planning. We can't let him escape into the mountains. The 5-boundary mountain range had a powerful background. He was a rank 8 gu immortal from southern border. His name was Tao Zhu, and he was known as Restriction Master. This person cultivated Restriction Path, which was a branch of Rule Path, just like the Emotion Path that flowed out of Wisdom Path. People called him a Restriction Master. It meant that this person was the master of Restriction Path gu immortals of the current generation. It showed how high his attainment in this aspect was. He had a deep understanding of the 5 regional walls. They were trying to find a way to allow gu immortals to cross regional walls easily. The 5-boundary mountain range was deliberately modified for his research. Unfortunately, after he died, he did not get any results. But this 5-boundary mountain range was left behind, becoming a special location in southern border. After Fong Yuan was held back by Chi Zai, he had been trying to find a way to escape. He was very familiar with southern border's terrain. The 5-boundary mountain range became his hope. Chi Zai wanted to expend Fong Yuan's immortal essence. This was what Fong Yuan wanted. He used Sword Escape Immortal Gu, and after some trouble, he flew for hundreds of thousands of li and finally arrived here. Chi Zai had not left his residence for a long time, and his attention was drawn by Fong Yuan. He did not think of this. He quickly made a move. He wanted to stop Fong Yuan, but Fong Yuan had 2 rank 7 immortal gu and was already prepared. How could he let him succeed? Chi Zai looked at Fong Yuan with a grim expression as he entered the 5-boundary mountain range. He hesitated for a moment. He made up his mind, saying to Chi He who was beside him, "Sit here. I will let the Chi Grand Lion protect you. You will be fine. After I kill this person, I will come and find you." "Granduncle, be careful," Chi He quickly said. Chi Zai nodded. Air currents surged around him as he chased after Fong Yuan, entering the 5-boundary mountain range. Once he entered the mountain range, Chi Zai felt a strong repulsive force that wanted to push him out. It turned out that this 5-boundary mountain range was created by Restriction Master Tao Zhu when he imitated the 5 regional walls. When a gu immortal entered this place, it was like passing through the 5 regional walls. The mountain range that Fong Yuan chose was shining with golden white light. It was an imitation of Central Continent's Saint Regional Wall. Chi Zai was a southern border gu immortal. He would naturally be pushed out. He knew Fong Yuan's plan. This crafty lad, his rank 6 cultivation level has become an advantage here. As a rank 7 gu immortal, the repulsive force here is much stronger than him. No way. This person is very suspicious. He is related to the thousands of years of bet that my Qi clan won. I need to kill him. Qi's eyes will was firm. He did not waver because of the difficulties in front of him. Both sides stopped flying. They started to trudge on the 5-boundary mountain range. Just as this pursuit began again, deep in central continent's Earth abyss, a battle had already ended. Ing Wuxie, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and He Lulan were surrounding an ancient soul beast corpse, making use of their time to search for the soul core in the soul beast body. In the soul beast's body, there was a soul core. It was only the size of an egg, but it contained a large number of soul path Dao marks. It was a great goo material. Other than that, the soul beast's corpse would dissipate with time. There was no use for it. Where is it? Tai Bai Yunsheng was wholeheartedly searching for the soul core. He Lulan spoke, seemingly unintentionally praising. The goo formation set up here is actually so powerful. In just a short while, even with a mortal goo soul howl, this ancient soul beast could only die. Ing Wuxie did not speak. He frowned deeply. This is Providence's fault. It lured this ancient soul beast here. This time, even though I killed this soul beast, I also used the goo formation. The more the goo formation is used, the greater the danger of this place being exposed. After all, Central Continent's Celestial Court will definitely use all sorts of methods to search for me. At this time, Shirnu secretly transmitted to him. Ing Wuxie analyzed. Not long ago, Land Spirit of Langya used Jewel Yellow Skies to transmit Dark Limit Immortal Goo to Feng Yuan. This immortal goo belonged to my shadow sect, but unfortunately, it was destroyed after Jiang Yu's death. Afterwards, Land Spirit of Langya created Langya sect, and for the convenience of the sect's goo immortals, he refined Dark Limit Immortal Goo. This goo can conceal its aura against Providence. That's right. I am being targeted by Providence. Feng Yuan's situation is definitely worse. He might even be chased by goo immortals. Ing Wuxie made a casual guess, but he was right. However, Qi's eyes' pursuit of Feng Yuan had no results. Both sides fought in the 5 regional mountain range. Feng Yuan was heavily injured, but because of his low cultivation level, he could move more freely and escaped from Qi's eyes' pursuit. Qi's eye saw that Feng Yuan had escaped without a trace, and his condition was not good. He had no choice but to return. When he was about to leave the 5 regional mountain range, he saw Qi. 7th Grandpa, you are back. Granddaughter was very worried. Qi was pacing on the spot, quickly welcoming Qi's eye after seeing him. Qi's eye felt warmth in his heart, but his expression sank as he reprimanded. Silly. I told you to stay with the Qi Grand Lion. Why didn't you listen and come here? This is a dangerous place. Qi's footsteps paused. She slowly walked towards Qi's eye and lowered her head, saying apologetically, Granddaughter was wrong. Qi's eye nodded. That person was already heavily injured by 7th Grandpa. He was lucky to escape. But if I see him again in the future, I will not, ugh. Qi's eye suddenly gasped. He opened his eyes wide, staring at Qi. A dark flying sword pierced through his forehead, the sharp tip protruding from the back of his head. Qi returned to Feng Yuan's appearance, smiling lightly at Qi's eye. Shock, regret, fear, and countless other emotions filled Qi's eye's heart. But it was too late. Bam! He fell to the ground with a soft thud. He was dead. Chapter 1050. 5 Regional Mountain Range. 5 rays of light shone into the sky all year round. The entire mountain range was divided into 5 distinct regions by the 5 colored lights. The purple-black light was the imitation of Southern Border's Miasma Regional Wall created by Restriction Master Tao Zhu. The green mountain range was the imitation of Northern Plains' Licorice Regional Wall. The red part came from Western Desert's Raging Flame Regional Wall. The dark blue was Eastern Sea's Blue Water Regional Wall. As for the white gold mountain range, it was Central Continent's Sage Regional Wall. Rank 7 Qi Path Gu Immortal Qi's eye had died in the white gold region of the 5 regional mountain range. Feng Yuan let out a breath of air, taking out Flying Sword Immortal Gu that was stuck in his forehead. Flying Sword Immortal Gu was originally shining with silver light, but now it was dark and had no aura. This was a mortal killer move, Dark Assassination. This move was extremely concealed. When activated, there was no aura of a rank 7 immortal killer move. No one could sense it. Once activated, the sword would be extremely fast, like a thunderbolt. The only flaw was that the attack range was small. It had to be within 100 steps of the user. This distance was too short. Compared to ordinary immortal killer moves that had an attack range of 100 li or even 1,000 li, it could not compare. Thus, Fang Yuan took a risk and used familiar face to disguise himself, getting close to Qi Zai. The closer he was, the higher the chance of killing Qi Zai. Thus, Fang Yuan even purposely fought with Qi Zai and got injured by him to dispel Qi Zai's suspicions. Qi Zai's death from this move was not in vain, because what Fang Yuan used to deceive him was the famous familiar face. Even though it was not the original, it still used rank 8 attitude goo as the core. This goo was activated. It directly affected people's hearts, allowing them to sense Fang Yuan's attitude. It was hard to raise suspicions. Even though Qi Zai was vigilant, it was hard to find a flaw in him. But according to Fang Yuan's shrewdness, from the previous fight, he could see Qi He's weakness. Using Qi He, Fang Yuan took a risk and killed a rank 7 expert with rank 6 cultivation level. This battle result was impressive. If it was an ordinary rank 6 Gu immortal, they would want to know about it. However, at this moment, Fang Yuan only heaved a sigh of relief. He did not feel proud at all. After rebirth, he had experienced many things. He had seen spectral soul resist the grand tribulation. Killing a rank 7 Gu immortal was a small matter in his eyes. If it weren't for your relentless pursuit, I wouldn't have taken the risk to assassinate you. Fine, let me see why you want to kill me to the end. Fang Yuan grabbed at the air, pulling Qi Zai's soul out of his corpse. Qi Zai cultivated Qi Path, hence his soul. It was just an ordinary Gu immortal soul. There was nothing special. His life lamp was extinguished. He was not some shadow sect. Even though his soul was indignant and angry, he struggled with all his might, but he could only allow Fang Yuan to do whatever he wanted. Fang Yuan first checked the soul to make sure there was nothing wrong with it. He was stuffed into the 9-5 Sovereign Immortal Aperture. A large number of soul path Gu worms landed in the Immortal Aperture. They swarmed towards Qi Zai's soul. Soul search. While Fang Yuan searched the soul, he continued to use familiar face. It gradually turned into Qi Zai's appearance. He did not forget that there was still a rank 6 Gu immortal, Qi He, outside. Killing her was definitely easier than killing Qi Zai, but to make things easier and to be safe, Fang Yuan decided to use the same method and assassinate Qi He as well. His familiar face was not the original version. It lacked change form immortal Gu. He used thousands of mortal supplementary Gu to replace it. Thus, changing his appearance was not instantaneous. He spent a lot of effort. After he successfully transformed into Qi Zai's appearance, he stored Qi Zai's corpse and flew out of the 5 regional mountain range. In the end, when he found Qi He, she was already dead. The one who killed Qi He was none other than the desolate beast Qi Grand Lion she was riding on. This Qi Grand Lion was originally controlled and enslaved by Qi Zai. But with Qi Zai's death, the Qi Grand Lion regained its freedom. The Qi Grand Lion was spurred on by Qi Zai. It was already hungry. If Qi He cultivated other paths, she might have had a chance to live. But she was a Qi Path Gu immortal. She had Qi Path Dao marks on her body. Her aura was overflowing. To the Qi Grand Lion, she was an extremely tempting meal. But the Qi Grand Lion was hungry. After it left its control, it retaliated. Qi He had just advanced. How could she be the Qi Grand Lion's match? After a few rounds, she was killed and swallowed by the Qi Grand Lion. It was a pity that she cultivated bitterly and became an immortal, but before she could enjoy the glory of the Gu immortal world, she died in the mouth of a desolate beast. Fang Yuan caught up to the Qi Grand Lion and used Flying Sword Immortal Gu, piercing its head in a few moves. The silver Flying Sword Immortal Gu rampaged in the Qi Grand Lion's mind. The Qi Grand Lion fell to the ground from the sky in pain. It let out a pitiful cry before it stopped struggling and died. Such an achievement finally gave Fang Yuan some comfort in his heart. This was the true power of the rank 7 Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Against Gu Immortals or Qi Grand Lions, Flying Sword Immortal Gu would be able to deal huge damage to them if it hit their vital parts. It was not like the desolate beast mud monster. Sigh. This opponent had no weaknesses. It made Feng Yuan feel quite stifled earlier. Other than feeling gratified, Feng Yuan felt even more heartache. This rank 7 Immortal Goo expended too much immortal essence. After killing the Qi Grand Lion, Feng Yuan's expenditure increased again. If he did not use Immortal Goo, he could use Mortal Killer moves to wear it down. However, this would take too long. To prevent any problems, Feng Yuan decided to end the battle quickly. After killing the Qi Grand Lion, Feng Yuan cut open its stomach and found Qi's corpse. He looked through them. He wanted to find the crucial area below the stomach. That was where the Goo Immortal's immortal aperture was. Qi's old body had already been chewed into pieces by the Qi Grand Lion. It fell into its stomach and was broken down by its stomach acid. Feng Yuan looked around for a while. Suddenly, his gaze shook as he picked out a piece. It was the same as Qi Zai's corpse. It was also placed into Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. As mentioned earlier, after killing a Goo Immortal, there were 2 ways to use it. The first was to place the immortal aperture in the 5 regions. To form a blessed land or grotto heaven, then attack the blessed land or grotto heaven and obtain the cultivation resources inside. The second was to place the immortal aperture into one's own immortal aperture, causing the immortal aperture to self-destruct. But the Dao marks inside the immortal aperture would be left behind to benefit the victor. Feng Yuan was using the second method now. After this battle, the number of Qi Path Dao marks on me will increase greatly. It will definitely increase by a lot. From now on, if I use Qi Path Goo Worms or killer moves, the amplification effect will surpass other paths. Unfortunately, I am not proficient in Qi Path. My Qi Path attainment level is also ordinary. But the immortal aperture will benefit. The environment will gradually change. In the future, I will have a lot of benefits in terms of Qi Path cultivation resources. Feng Yuan flew into the sky, concealing his traces. While flying in the clouds, he summarized his gains from this battle. There was no need to think about Immortal Goo. Qi Zai's soul was a hidden fortune. He was still excavating it now. Feng Yuan could not estimate how many Qi Path Dao marks he could gain. But he knew that no matter how many Qi Path Dao marks he gained, it could not compare to his other gain. This was only a discovery, but it truly surpassed Feng Yuan's expectations. He was pleasantly surprised. He had many doubts and expectations. As it turned out, when he went deep into the 5 regional mountain range, he made a shocking discovery. His brand new body was not affected by the 5 boundary mountain range at all. According to common sense, Feng Yuan was a southern border Goo Immortal. His southern border aura permeated everywhere. No matter which region of the 5 regional mountain range he entered, he would be affected. But after Feng Yuan entered, he could move freely without any obstruction. After discovering this, Feng Yuan was shocked before becoming overjoyed. A guess appeared in his mind uncontrollably. This 5 regional mountain range was created by Restriction Master Tao Zhu to imitate the 5 regional walls. I can move freely here without any obstruction. Could it be that I can move freely through the 5 regional walls? Next, he thought of the pursuers behind him. He quickly showed an expression of being obstructed and having difficulty moving forward. Right now, Feng Yuan killed Qi Zai and also dealt with the Qi Grand Lion and Qi He. Thinking about it, he felt that his guess was very likely. My brand new body is not an ordinary body. It has no parents, no roots, and no source. It was formed from a rank 9 Immortal Goo, sovereign immortal fetus. If I look at it as an Immortal Goo, it is easy to understand why it can move freely through regional walls. The 5 regional walls were for Goo Immortals, not Immortal Goo. Back then, when Feng Zhoge went deep into northern plains to find the culprit of 88-point Jinyang Tower, when he sent his family letters, he used a rank 6 information path Immortal Goo to travel between northern plains and central continent's regional walls with ease. If this guess is true, why would I need to refine fixed immortal travel? Feng Yuan flew rapidly towards the nearest regional wall. He was anxious to verify this guess in his mind. Firstly, he could not confirm that fixed immortal travel was really destroyed. But because it was specially set, the first Immortal Goo to self-destruct was fixed immortal travel, it was most likely to be destroyed. When Feng Yuan asked an Ixiang about Ing Wuxie, he wanted to confirm Ing Wuxie's condition. Secondly, if he wanted to refine fixed immortal travel, he would need to move through the regional walls and return to Lenya Blessed Land. Why? Firstly, Langya blessed land was safe. In the 500 years of his previous life, after Feng Juga died, the celestial court managed to take it down. Secondly, Langya blessed land had a lot of cultivation resources he could develop with peace of mind. But using jewel yellow skies to transport them was too costly. Finally, to refine fixed immortal travel, he needed the crucial immortal material, the light of the immemorial era. Even though Feng Yuan had some clues, he knew in the depths of his heart that there was little hope. And what he was most worried about was his own calamity and tribulation. There were less than 2 months left until the first calamity and tribulation. Fortune and disaster go hand in hand. His blessed land had such a deep foundation, and his aptitude far surpassed the 10 extreme existences. The might of his calamity and tribulation would definitely be extraordinary. If my guess is correct, I will give up on fixed immortal travel. I will go to Langya blessed land and make ample preparations to deal with the calamity and tribulation there. In less than 2 months, he was no longer an immortal zombie. His immortal aperture was extraordinary. The calamity and tribulation were like a sharp blade hanging above his head. Feng Yuan looked at the vast sea of clouds. A sense of urgency lingered in his heart. Chapter 1051. Central Continent, Earth Abyss. Ing Wuxia looked at the collapse in front of him, his expression extremely ugly. Behind him were He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and the rank 7 variant human Shirnu. The battle strength of 4 Gu immortals. Among them, Shirnu was naturally the strongest, He Lulan second, and Tai Bai Yunsheng third. Ing Wuxia was still an immortal zombie. He only had a few borrowed immortal Gu. Feng Yuan's remaining immortal Gu had not been retrieved yet. His current battle strength was the weakest. He Lulan had already been forced to surrender by Ing Wuxia, breaking away from the alliance agreement with Feng Yuan and becoming Ing Wuxia's helper. Shirnu was the most loyal to Ing Wuxia. As for Tai Bai Yunsheng, although he did not know about it, he had never suspected Ing Wuxia. He Lulan and Ing Wuxia had worked together to deceive him, causing him to be kept in the dark. What is going on? Tai Bai Yunsheng looked in front of him, asking in confusion. Shirnu replied, Earth Abyss is not calm. Earth's strength surges from time to time, causing tremors. Tremors can sometimes cause super collapses, like what we are seeing now. He Lulan's gaze was peculiar. This kind of collapse is too terrifying. Shirnu nodded. Yes, every collapse in Earth Abyss covers hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, causing millions, or even tens of millions of lives to die. After the collapse, millions of kilograms of soil and rocks would pile up, combining with the resentment, death aura, and blood essence of the dead. Countless desolate-level blood beasts, bone beasts, and even blood path and earth path immortal Gu would be born. Master, what should we do next? Ing Wuxia stared ahead. After a long while, he slowly let out a breath of turbid air. He felt gloomy, thinking, this route was secretly operated by Shadow Sect. It is the safest and most secretive route to leave Earth Abyss. I was just about to leave Earth Abyss. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, the Earth Abyss unexpectedly collapsed. And coincidentally, it happened here. It cut off our path forward. Ing Wuxia sneered internally. This is Providence's doing. My main body is defying heaven and refining Gu to resist Providence. Providence was severely depleted. But from the looks of it now, I'm afraid Providence has mostly recovered. I still have the spring and autumn cicada with me. There is a lot of Providence in it. Therefore, in Providence's perception, it is like a torch in the darkness. If my investigative skills weren't good enough and I didn't deliberately slow down, I'm afraid I'd be trapped in the landslide now. If they were greedy for the wild immortal Gu that were about to form here and did not go, they might be discovered by other Gu immortals who came to investigate. Maybe I used the Gu formation earlier. The Celestial Court has long been suspicious of the commotion and has begun to search everywhere. Ing Wuxia had received pointers from Red Lotus Demon Venerable's main body's will, so he had a deep understanding of Providence. Providence also had its limits and would be greatly depleted. But because its foundation was the 5 regions, Providence would not be completely destroyed. It could recover very quickly. Feng Yuan was still in the dark about Providence. He knew nothing about it. He could not compare to Ing Wuxia. The reason why Providence is so hard to deal with is because of that bitch, star constellation. My body is quite ordinary. I need to refine fixed immortal travel to travel through the 5 regions. After that, I can gather the remnants of Shadow Sect and form a considerable force. After that, I can try to save my main body. Thinking of this, Ing Wuxia naturally thought of Feng Yuan. Deep hatred surged in his heart again. Back when I designed Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goose recipe, my main body had considered the 5 regional walls. Thus, not only can Feng Yuan cross the 5 regional walls and ignore them, he can even freely change his aura and become a goo immortal of any region. But don't think about having an easy time. Even though you are a complete otherworldly demon and Providence cannot influence your thoughts, Providence can influence other existences. It can make arrangements to get rid of you. Also, in the future, every time you undergo tribulation, it will be the best chance for Providence to get rid of you. I hope you can hold on until I get rid of you. Ing Wuxia hated Feng Yuan to the core. But the most important thing now was to save his main body's remnant soul. Right now, his main body's remnant soul was trapped in a dream realm. Everyone knew that when a soul is trapped in a dream realm, it would slowly erode and erode it. Thus, Ing Wuxia did not have much time left. Compared to saving his main body, dealing with Feng Yuan was a small matter. Thus, the most important thing for Ing Wuxia and the rest was to refine fixed immortal travel and gather the remaining forces, before returning to Southern Border to break the blockade of the Southern Border Goo Immortals around the giant dream realm and rescue Spectral Soul. Southern Border. Immortal Goo Sword Escape activated. Whoosh. Feng Yuan's body was like a sharp sword. He pierced through the sky and left a long white cloud trail behind him. Just using Sword Escape Immortal Goo would not leave such an obvious cloud trail. The problem was, Feng Yuan's injuries were severe. His wounds were deep to the bone. Dense cloud path Dao marks were condensed on them. White cloud chi was flowing out of them. Feng Yuan's expression was pale as paper. His brows were tightly furrowed. And behind him, 10 li away, a large group of ancient cloud beasts were chasing after him. These immemorial cloud beasts were what caused Feng Yuan's injuries. Even though Feng Yuan had rank 7 Flying Sword Immortal Goo, he was helpless against these cloud beasts that were similar to mud monsters. It is said that back then, Bo Qing created the immortal killer move Myriad Sword Tribulation. It used Flying Sword Immortal Goo as the core, turning one into 10,000, forming a rain of swords. After I return to Langya Blessed Land, I will definitely find a similar immortal killer move. I will not suffer like this again. Similar information had already appeared in Feng Yuan's mind countless times. As it turned out, after Feng Yuan discovered the secret of his new body, he decided to abandon his previous plan. He wanted to pass through the regional wall and return to Langya Blessed Land. But not long after, he fell into the attack range of a group of immemorial cloud beasts. Whether it was in Southern Border or the other 4 regions, this kind of cloud beast was rather rare. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were extinct. But Feng Yuan encountered a group of cloud beasts, and they were all ancient cloud beasts, each with rank 7 Goo immortal battle strength. When ancient cloud beasts did not move, they were like floating clouds. They were hard to detect. Even though Feng Yuan had been using investigative methods, he did not have the relevant immortal Goo. He only had mortal killer moves. Thus, he entered the alert range of the ancient cloud beasts. After an intense battle, he barely escaped. But the ancient cloud beasts did not intend to let Feng Yuan go. They chased after him relentlessly. In his vision, a purple-black color appeared in the mountain range. Southern Border's Miasma regional wall was already in sight. Feng Yuan was overjoyed, but his speed fell. He had stopped using Sword Escape Immortal Goo. The cost of using this Immortal Goo was too high. Right now, Feng Yuan had already used up all of his Langya sect contribution points. To save money, Feng Yuan could only activate Sword Escape Immortal Goo intermittently, maintaining a safe distance from the cloud beasts behind him. Without Sword Escape Immortal Goo's help, Feng Yuan used his Mortal Killer move. To speak the truth, this movement speed was very fast, but it could not compare to the ancient cloud beasts. After a while, the ancient cloud beasts had already closed the distance. They were less than a li away from Fang Yuan. Seeing that the cloud beasts were getting closer, Fang Yuan had no choice but to use Sword Escape Immortal Goo again. Whoosh! His speed rose again. He quickly shook off the ancient cloud beasts. The purple-black miasma regional wall occupied most of his vision. Finally, Fang Yuan flew to Southern Border's regional wall. He entered it without hesitation. There was no obstruction. It was as if the miasma regional wall was just an illusion. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He clenched his fists excitedly. As expected, my guess was right. This sovereign immortal fetus goo is truly profound. From now on, even without fixed immortal travel, I can travel freely in the 5 regions. Of course, Fang Yuan was not just thinking about this. This can also help me in battle. The battle with Qi Zai earlier was a good example. From now on, I can lure goo immortal enemies into the regional wall and kill them. But his excitement only lasted for a short while. Soon, he frowned again, because he found that the ancient cloud beasts behind him were also moving through the regional wall. They were still chasing him. His guess was verified. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh. As expected, I am so unlucky. Southern Border's cloud beasts are extinct. Even if they exist, they are only 1 or 2 desolate-level cloud beasts. These ancient cloud beasts that move in groups only appear in white heaven and black heaven. Looks like these ancient cloud beasts are as white as snow. They flew down from the white sky for the sake of breeding the next generation. Actually, cloud beasts were mystical creatures of the immemorial 9 heavens. The cloud beasts of the 5 regions also originated from the immemorial 9 heavens. Cloud beasts had a habit. Once in a while, they would fly down from the immemorial 9 heavens and land in the 5 regions, using the clouds in the sky to store their cloud essence. The clouds that were stored by the cloud essence would not dissipate as long as they were not attacked by external forces. After hundreds of years, these clouds would turn into cloud beasts. The newly born cloud beasts were all desolate beast level. Once they attacked, they would follow their instincts and fly into the sky. After passing through the heavenly wind Qi wall, they would return to their origin, the immemorial 9 heavens. During this process, the cloud beasts would be blocked by the heavenly wind Qi wall. They would be hunted by fierce beasts along the way. They would be harmed by all sorts of natural phenomena. Less than 1 in 100 cloud beasts could truly return to the immemorial 9 heavens. I am actually unlucky enough to meet a group of cloud beasts that are reproducing. This luck is really... Fang Yuan was speechless. Logically speaking, I have already connected my luck with many people with strong luck. Even if my body and soul are split in half, my luck should not be so bad. Could it be that obtaining the sovereign immortal fetus consumed a huge amount of luck, causing great fortune to befall misfortune? Fang Yuan flew rapidly in the miasma world wall. A group of ancient cloud beasts followed behind him. Fang Yuan had crashed into the place where the ancient cloud beasts stored their cloud essence. For the sake of their descendants, the ancient cloud beasts wanted to kill Fang Yuan. They would not let him go. As long as Fang Yuan's injuries were not healed, the cloud beasts could continue chasing. And these ancient cloud beasts could also move freely in the 5 regions' regional walls. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.